Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this high-level session co-organized by the Korean Disease Control and Prevention Agency and UNITAID on collective action for global health security, preparing for access to therapeutics, the case for monoclonal antibodies. My name is Janet Guinard. I'm the Director of Strategy at UNITAID. I'll be the moderator for today's event. We are honored to have all of you here today and our esteemed speakers representing an array of perspectives and expertise dedicated to advancing equitable access to life-saving tools globally. This event is also being live streamed, so I'd like to welcome our online viewers today, as well as a warm welcome to everyone in the room. Our discussions today will focus on the critical role of therapeutics, and specifically monoclonal antibodies, and how these can play an important role in pandemic preparedness and response, and also against endemic diseases, especially in low and middle-income countries. We will also discuss the collaborative efforts needed to make these innovations accessible for all. We will begin with opening remarks, followed by insightful keynote speeches, and conclude with a dynamic panel session. We do have simultaneous translation, so if you are listening, we have Korean in channel 5 on the devices at your seat, and English in channel 6. Let me now officially open the event with remarks from our esteemed speakers. To begin, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Philippe Dunaton, Executive Director of UNITAID, to deliver opening remarks. Dr. Dunaton, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Janet, and good morning, everybody. And I want to start to say that I feel in a family here. It's really a pleasure for me, and I want to really express my gratitude to the Minister of Health of Korea, our colleagues and friends from KDCA who co-organized, of course, this session this morning, but also the Republic of Korea for its constant support and increased support since 16 years. The oldest support we have in the room is Norway. This is a founding member with ATAM. ATAM represents NORAD from Norway, but also the board. So I'm also very pleased to speak and him to participate to this panel. I will concentrate my opening remarks on three things: who we are, why biologic products are quite important for therapeutics, and why we count on you here in this room. Who we are. My grandmother told me when I was a kid that it's better to present yourself. And UNITAID is focused on access to innovation. And we have bring to the market in countries in the South more than 100 products, 30 more to come before the 2030. And we are reaching and supporting 300 million people a year in the world, every year, increasing. And because we are focused on access and price negotiation, because we need to make this product affordable, the overall savings that we are considering each year is $1 billion of US dollars. And we have bring models and we can demonstrate that the acceleration of the global response against HIV, TB, malaria is accelerating by 3 to 4 years. So this is an idea of impact, and we are working first in HIV, TB, malaria, but also more and more in women's health, screening and treating cervical cancer, in complement to the vaccination that Gavi is providing, but also postpartum, hemorrhagic postpartum and eclampsia, post-eclampsia, but also the work that we do in PPR, in pandemic response. Why biologic products are important? Since the beginning, we have been working with different tools in, of course, medicine and treatment. Most of what we have been doing is developing generic market for small molecule, chemical molecules, and with great satisfaction. But what we see is the indication of biologic product, in particular for the mAbs, the monoclonal antibody, that is increasing every month. You have a new indication, and currently is a major drug or product as an immunotherapy, but also anti-cancer drug, and more in infectious disease. We know, and we know with people in this room, and I have to note our friends and colleague from the Wright Foundation, Dr. Kim, that there are indications for biological products in the South. For example, malaria, potentially for kids. And this can be very powerful if we make it affordable. So we see that this indication can be developed. So it's a question of R&D, but it's a question of thinking of end-to-end. So make the product available, affordable, but also usable, and of course, at scale. We know that we have challenges, we know, and among the challenges we see, we have to, and it was a lesson learned from the COVID-19, including in this country, how to balance and articulate the public health response with the medical countermeasure. You need both. You need a strong public health response, but you need also the right tools in the right time, in the right hands, at the right time. And this is not behind us, it's in front of us. We have, I said it yesterday, but 8 family of virus that has the potential to become a pandemic situation. And already in Africa, we have, of course, the Mpox and Marburg. And for therapeutics, the situation is we have no response. We have nothing that works. So the conclusion is we need to build partnership, coalition to address this situation. If not, we will not be in situation to respond at the right level. And it's my third point. My last point is why we are here. Why we are here? Because we count on you. You in the room, you in the country, you as partners. When I talk about United and its impact is not about United. The strategy we have, and the director of strategy, Janet, is there, has been consulted with more than 300 organizations, government, academia, industry. So it's not just the strategy of United, it's the strategy of the response in terms of access to innovation. And to fulfill our strategy to achieve what we want to do is with partners. Partners that are in this room, and of course, university, academia, industry, public-private partnerships such as the Wright Fund will be the one, in particular for biologic, that will help us to make this happening. But in top of that is not just to have the product. There is a special dimension that didn't exist before the COVID-19. And that dimension is the fact that we cannot have a place in the world that they have to be only dependent of what the North can supply. We need also to have a dimension of regional production. So as much as we need to invest in R&D, in also a lot of complex steps that will be described by Carmen, we need to think now about how we can enhance and have regional production, but also connected with real markets, because if not, it doesn't make any sense. So that's the reason why we really look at Republic of Korea, look at the work of the hub for the training for biological product. And I really want to thank all the panelists this morning and all the people on the web. And a special thank for the Commissioner Yi. I really regret not to see her today. It's always a pleasure to talk and think with her, but I know she has a very good reason not to be with us this morning, and we will see her in video. But I want really to thank all the panelists, Yumi Kim, Carmen, of course, Dr. Kim, Janet, Dr. Bae, Dr. Seo, Dr. Yan, and of course, Aitem. As I said, very important support from Norway that pushes always us to do better, and this is the case also this morning. So thanks all of you, and thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Dunaton, for those inspiring words on the importance of global health security and equitable access to therapeutics and the importance of partnerships. Next, we will hear a congratulatory message from Commissioner Youngmi Ji, Commissioner of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, who will join us via video.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Youngmi Ji, Commissioner of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. I'd like to welcome you all to the UNITAID KDCA side event, and I'm so delighted to co-host this side event with UNITAID during the third World Bio Summit. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Philip Dunaton, Executive Director of UNITAID, for his unwavering commitment and co-organizing this event to discuss collaborative action for global security and the roles of global networks in pandemic preparedness. I also want to express my deepest appreciation to our distinguished speakers, moderator, and panelists for their invaluable contribution to today's discussion. UNITAID has been KDCA's steadfast partner not only in our shared vision to combat tuberculosis, malaria, and HIV, but also in addressing major gaps in global health, such as inequities in access to medical products. I had the privilege of participating in a UNITAID side event during this year's UN General Assembly to address AMR, focusing on children and women's health, which was another example of our shared goals. I hope during our side event today, we can have in-depth discussions on how we can prepare and respond to next pandemic based on our lessons learned from COVID-19, how we can ensure equitable access to medical products, and what are the barriers and solutions, and how we can build and foster effective public-private partnerships. And recently, KDCA announced 2 strategic plans, the National Pandemic Preparedness and Response Plan last year, and the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan this year. In alignment with these strategies, KDCA is advancing infectious disease surveillance system and strengthening public health infrastructure and investing in the development of mRNA vaccines and therapeutics for infectious diseases. The COVID-19 experience underscored the critical need for timely development, manufacturing, and distribution of vaccines and therapeutics, as well as importance of technological innovation, public-private partnerships, and international collaboration to curb the spread of infectious diseases. Among many advancements, monoclonal antibodies stand out as a powerful countermeasure for public health emergencies, offering rapid and effective responses. However, significant challenges such as emergence of variants, sustainability, and accessibility gaps remain. Global partnerships will be crucial to overcome these challenges, enabling rapid and sustainable production. Korea has successfully developed COVID-19 monoclonal antibody, the world's third COVID-19 therapeutic antibody based on our world-class monoclonal antibody production infrastructure. As Korea DCA prepares for future pandemics, we are investing in innovative platforms across diverse medical modalities. I can assure you, Korean government is fully committed to working with all national and international partners, including UNITAID, to improve access to medical products and accelerate developing therapeutics. Building a resilient collaborative network will be critical, and we invite each of you to contribute to these ongoing efforts. I do hope today's meeting serves as a catalyst for strengthened private and public sector cooperation at the global level, ultimately advancing health equity and achieving our shared vision of health for all and leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ji, for that thoughtful congratulatory message and for highlighting Korea's continued commitment to strengthening health security. We will now proceed with our keynote presentations, each of which will offer unique perspectives on the lessons learned and highlighting the roles of monoclonal antibodies in health security. Our first keynote will be delivered by Director Yumi Kim, Director of the Division of Emergency Preparedness and Response at Korea DCA, who will discuss lessons learned from COVID-19 and Mpox. Please join me in welcoming Director Kim via video.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yumi from Division Director of Emergency Preparedness and Response at the KDC. Thank you of Dr. Philip Dennington and organizers in UNITAID. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to introduce our National Pandemic Preparedness and Response Plan, established to build on the lessons from COVID-19. This slide shows trends in COVID-19 cases and Korea's response during the pandemic. At a glance, it's clear that vaccines and therapeutics have played a huge role in the COVID-19 response. Initially, we aimed to control the spread and keep cases manageable through the 3T strategies, meaning testing, tracing, and treatment, while implementing NPI, non-pharmaceutical intervention. After Omicron variant emerged, we focused on protecting high-risk populations to minimize severity and deaths. It was able to lift mandatory wearing masks and social distancing. These changes were made possible by high vaccination rate and over 80% and the availability of treatments. From our experience with COVID-19, we have identified several key lessons for future pandemic preparedness. You can find the lessons from the slide, but today I'd like to emphasize the importance of vaccine and therapeutic development. Please look at the last part, Area 6, supporting research and development will establish a strong foundation for future infectious disease responses. We had a similar experience with Mpox. As you can see from the slide, after the first case of Mpox, we quickly introduced a treatment within a month and vaccinated high-risk groups with Jynneos, a third-generation vaccine. So, although there was a peak in April 2023, about 40 to 50 cases a month, we were able to handle the spread of Mpox stably. Compared to other countries, South Korea has not had any Mpox deaths, which can be attributed to the rapid availability of these vaccines and treatment. Now let's move on the pandemic preparedness and response plan part. We have announced the plan in May 2023 under the vision of a safe society through an agile, collaborative, and resilient health system. We have three main goals to realize the vision. Firstly, secure essential medical countermeasures, including vaccine and therapeutics within 100 or 200 days. Secondly, strengthen and maintain high-level response capacity for sustainable pandemic management. Lastly, prioritize the health and safety of vulnerable populations to minimize health inequities. There are 10 core tasks, and the 10th task is about the development of vaccine and therapeutics. The slide outlines KDCA's vaccine and therapeutic development strategy, segmented into 3 phases: preparedness, response, and evaluation and complementation. During the development phase, we'll focus on selecting priority pathogens which have a high pandemic potential and developing a library of vaccine and therapeutic prototypes for each pathogen. Furthermore, we plan to increase our budget allocation to secure vital technology such as the mRNA platform, enabling us to expedite vaccine production in crisis situations. In the response phase, our primary focus will be the swift development and clinical evaluation of vaccines and therapeutics. If prototypes have already progressed to phase 1 clinical trials, our goal is to complete the development procedure within 100 days. For all other scenarios, we aimed to complete the development within 200 days. We know this goal is very highly ambitious, but there is a pressing need to develop or secure vaccines and therapeutics faster than the roughly 300 days timeframe we experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. The KDC has also announced the pandemic influenza preparedness and response plan last September. The PIP also focused on accelerating the development and production of vaccines and improve their effectiveness. The predictive vaccines and prototypes will be developed to ensure availability within 100 or 200 days following an outbreak. Along with these efforts, we are also designated by WHO Collaborating Center for Pandemic Preparedness and Response. I'm honored to have an opportunity today to present our pandemic preparedness and response plan. We look forward to contributing further to a safe global public health environment through ongoing collaboration with UNITAID, and KDC will continue to share our experience with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks to Director Kim. Next, we have Ms. Carmen Perez-Casas, Senior Strategy Lead and Head of PPPR at UNITAID. Ms. Perez-Casas will speak on ensuring equitable access to monoclonal antibodies in resource-limited settings. Ms. Perez-Casas, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Good morning and good afternoon, or for those online, if you are in another time zone. I'm really pleased to be here. As our executive director said, for us this is a very important event, and we are very happy to be here another year and seeing the progress on the very important challenges as described by the Commissioner and Director Lee. In fact, millions of people, as we know, still do not have access to the life-saving tools that they need. And Unitaid was created to address this inequality. And in COVID-19, we put our models and our programs to work to ensure access to the medical countermeasures that were needed, therapeutics, diagnostics, oxygen, and we played a leading role in the ACT-A accelerator, the groundbreaking collaboration to ensure that things are done efficiently during pandemics. So since then, we work in global health emergencies. First of all, the COVID-19 pandemic, as I said, was really putting on the spotlight inequities on access for low and middle income countries. So we have analyzed with this access lens what went wrong in each of the steps of the value chain and examine access consideration in each steps from research and development, the regulatory, the manufacturing and supply, or the deployment and adoption of these tools. And we realize that many of those barriers remain still today and must be addressed in advance of future pandemics. So we are leveraging the lessons learned and now investing with the support from Korea to increase resilience in cross-cutting areas that strengthen health systems, markets, and countries' resilience to weather new pandemics. So, let me review with you the situation, first of all, for medical countermeasures in COVID-19, thinking on the 100 days mission goals that was just alluded to by KDCA. Regarding diagnostics, in green, it took only 64 days for the first commercial real-time PCR to be listed by WHO, although it took much longer, 236 days on the next green star for the first rapid test, which is so important in managing outbreaks in resource-limited settings. With vaccines in yellow, compared to other diseases before, it was a record time, but it still took 300 days to see the first one recommended by WHO. And coming to therapeutics in red, the problem was the lack of sufficient candidates because of underinvestment on the research pipeline for decades. So we could not treat those infected. And only a corticoid in 200 days was approved for the most severe cases. And we still have to wait one more year at the last star to see antivirals being approved for cases that were mild. And even though we didn't have access in low and middle income countries, we still had to add another year into this graph. But in this Bio Summit, I wanted to make emphasis on monoclonal antibodies, my first red star. They can be very quick to be developed, as you very well know, even before vaccines. In COVID, it took only 94 days to have the first COVID monoclonal antibodies developed. However, as you know, because of the variants that have been described before, it was not eventually possible to use them without genotyping, etc., and there was no possibility for access in low and middle income countries. Let's look, sorry, I'm doing too quick. Up, how can I go backwards? That will be, oh, shoot, excuse me. Voila, no, excuse me, I was too quick. Let's look now at 3 examples I want to bring you today with different market size, each of them. First of all, in general, monoclonal antibodies, as you know, are actually revolutionizing modern medicine. And you know very well they have decreased mortality from many cancers and morbidity for non-communicable diseases in high-income countries, and is one of the most the pipelines that are most dynamic by biopharmaceutical industry, including Korea. They are also one of the quickest measures that can be leveraged during emergencies, as we just saw, And they are very promising as well for many other diseases, which I would like to cover some of them today, and this is affecting mainly low and middle income countries. So the first example I wanted to share is still in pandemics. I would like to look like Director Kim just did to Mpox, this outbreak that is now being severely affecting very vulnerable people, specifically in Africa. Monoclonals are part of the products in the pipeline for this terrible disease affecting children and adults, and especially deathly in immunocompromised populations for which other medical countermeasures don't work, like advanced HIV disease patients. Monoclonal antibodies, however, the pipeline is very slow. And although we are today in day 90 after the declaration of the pandemic by the WHO director, we still don't have monoclonal antibodies in the clinical phase, but only on the preclinical phase. So unless we do things faster, they will come late for this outbreak. And they are a priority. So enabling research and development for these products is a priority. And we in Unitate, as we had done before in COVID, we are working together with all the partners in the different coordinating mechanisms at the global, as in this picture, regional and national levels to ensure that we can get a better optimized clinical care and diagnosis to everybody in need. Coming to my second example, this is as well a disease that is affecting respiratory syncytial virus that is affecting many people in the world, especially children. Today is World Pneumonia Day, and you will hear and see a lot of reports about this virus, which causes a massive burden of hospitalization and death every year, and kills over 100,000 deaths, small kids, because of pneumonia and bronchiolitis. Most of them, 97%, die in low and middle income countries. There are new generation monoclonal antibodies that have approved in 2022, nirsevimab, that have already reduced associated mortality and hospitalization drastically in the countries where they had access last year. And it's actually recommended now, since very recently, since weeks, by WHO for all kids, together with the maternal vaccine. Why? Because these antibodies do not have only efficacy. Now they are available on one single shot, one injection, which makes really a big difference in resource-limited settings compared to older treatments. However, they meet all the targets we want on a monoclonal antibody except for price. There is no less than $500 per injection now, and there is very limited supply with one single source. So making these critical therapies available at affordable cost is a priority for low and middle income countries. My third example is malaria. As you know, it's a very common parasitical disease with mostly also or only confined to low and middle income countries nowadays. And it kills more than 600,000 kids every year. Malaria antibodies are being developed that could be very useful to complement the vaccines and the rest of treatments for malaria, where a disease cannot be controlled with vaccines. Summarizing, there is a global need for monoclonal antibodies, but they are not globally accessible, with today only 1% of the total market being represented by Africa. They are very complex to use. They are among the world's most expensive treatments. There is limited capacity for supply, and there are many complex regulatory pathways, as we will hear later in the panel, especially in pandemics. We had discussed these challenges with a long time in consultations, including with Korean representatives, and trying to understand how can we enable actually a different market for antibodies that can benefit as well low and middle income countries. These powerful tools that need to reach those in need we have to think on new strategies, including partnerships like with you today, and enable conditions for equitable access. So we are preparing several programs for champions antibodies to define the scenarios, the business model, and the opportunities for improving the antibodies cost of production and delivery. And we will continue to work on all these steps, including regulatory and IP hopping with you. So just to close with a growing pipeline of antibodies, there is an imperative to overcome the access barriers, and by working with public health organizations, pharmaceutical companies, civil society, and all the institutions like KDCI, we hope that we can make these biotherapeutics available for people in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez-Casas, for highlighting the clinical promise and the potential for market growth if access can really be addressed in partnership. Thank you for that. Finally, we will hear from Dr. Henny Kim now, Executive Director of the Wright Foundation, who will explore the importance of public-private partnerships for equitable access to health innovations, including monoclonal antibodies. Dr. Kim, the floor is yours.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Korean Disease Control Agency as well as my colleagues at Unitate for inviting Wright Foundation for this discussion. So I would like to zoom out a little bit and switch gears to think a little bit about public-private partnership and why it matters. So I would like to emphasize the public-private partnership that I would like to describe has emphasis on public, so the first P. But why do we care about public-private partnership with emphasis on public? It is because for decades we recognize that when market mechanisms are left alone to take care of innovation around health technologies, they tend to concentrate the effects of innovation in the wealthiest section of the society. This is nothing new. In fact, I'm citing an old report published in 1990 that recognized this famous term 1090 gap. So back in 1990, it was recognized that 90% of the global resources spent on supporting R&D focused on health conditions that affected the 10% of the wealthiest population. In other words, the public nature has to be deeply ingrained in the governance of the public health R&D. So as an example, Carmen already did a wonderful job of giving detailed background on the situation with the monoclonal antibodies and inequity. I would like to just highlight just two slides on the similar topic. So shown on this slide is the landscape of the global supplies of life-saving monoclonal antibodies that are supplied across the world. And this was published by Wellcome Trust and IAVI a couple of years ago. And the percentages are approximations only, but suffice to say that the vast majority of the global supplies of monoclonal antibodies are concentrated in, again, the wealthiest parts of the world, in US, Canada, Europe, while only 20% of the antibodies reach the rest of the world. Why is that? Now, you could easily guess it has to do with price. So shown on the left side of the slide describes the price in US dollars, the median price of monoclonal antibodies by therapy area for 1 full year of treatment. If we start from the top, the very expensive category, to treat cancers or blood-related disorders, over 142,000 US dollars per year. It simply is prohibitively expensive for equitable access. So how does that translate into availability or lack of availability within the public health system on the right-hand side? So you are seeing several different countries, and starting from the left, we're looking at some of the wealthiest nations like UK, Sweden. Of the 7 life-saving monoclonal antibodies, all 7 are available for public reimbursement in UK. In Sweden, 6 out of 7 are available. Now you move along the x-axis to the far right-hand side. In the case of India and Egypt, All 7 antibodies are available, but only in the private market, none available for public reimbursement. In other words, these life-saving interventions are only accessible to those who could pay. So how do we change this? And we've already heard this echoed through Dr. Jonathan as well as Carmen. It takes all of us to collaborate with this shared purpose. So 4 points I would like to draw your attention to. All of us need to collaborate, but that collaboration needs to be anchored in this common goal of pursuing public health and health equity. It has to be a value-based innovation, value-based collaboration. There's a huge role for the government to play, the government's leadership to incentivize innovation where commercial risks are simply too high for our industry partners to be engaged. But that doesn't spare the R&D industry partners without any responsibilities. They too have a very important responsibility. They must be committed to access that is truly global and equitable. In bracket, I've just listed some aspects of what that commitment should entail minimally. So when you design product characteristics, would they be supportive of truly global access? Thermal stability, ease of operation. Are they committed to supplying? Are they committed to voluntary licensing? Are they committed to integrating them truly within the local public health system, not just penetrating the private market? And all the innovators can think of innovation in a slightly different way. We're very used to thinking of innovation in terms of first-in-class, which is valuable. But in addition to the first-in-class type of innovation, I know from my first-hand experience that Korea is extremely strong in, I would say, best-in-class. So you can take something that already exists. Can you make it even better performing, more thermostable, more affordable, more portable, easier to manufacture? So all of these considerations will be absolutely crucial as we collaborate to develop and make available essential health technologies as truly public goods. So to that end, Right Foundation was established in 2018 with the funding from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Our second largest funder is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and 11 Korean companies have also contributed to our operation in the past. Now, on a single slide, I would like to describe our mission and our funding programs. So our mission is deeply tied to health equity. We strive to alleviate the disproportionate burden of infectious diseases that are placed upon low and middle-income countries. This is directly tied to the fact that the source of the Korean government's money is official development assistance money. We have 3 funding streams. Product Development Award, we fund efforts to make them available, make essential health technologies such as vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics as public goods. We also support efforts to generate key evidence to guide product development. And thirdly, we fund to support personnel from low and middle-income countries to come to Korea to receive hands-on training in vaccine manufacturing in close collaboration with the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing, which is a larger initiative led by the Korean government. I would like to thank you for your attention and thank my team that does all the work and the funders for the Right Foundation. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for your presentation highlighting the importance and role of public-private partnerships, equity and access, and Korea's role in best-in-class products and supporting and facilitating access. I'd like to thank all of our keynote speakers for those informative and thought-provoking presentations. Your insights have set a powerful foundation for today's discussion on achieving equitable access to monoclonal antibodies worldwide. We'll now be moving into our panel section. I'm honored to moderate today's panel, and I will be joined in just a moment by an esteemed panel of experts from academia, global health institutions, and governments on an essential topic: opportunities to increase access to innovative monoclonal antibodies for pandemic and endemic diseases. The challenge of ensuring access to these critical therapeutics, especially in low and middle income countries, is one of the most pressing issues we face in global health today. So I will be introducing our distinguished panelists. I will ask them to join me on stage as I call. So first we have Professor Sungjin Bae, professor at the College of Pharmacy, Yuha Women's University in Seoul. We have Professor Kyung-won Seo, professor at the Department of Regulatory Science and Policy, Dongkook University. We have Secretary General Hyun-ju Yang, Secretary General of the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. And we have Mr. Haitham El-Noush, Acting Head of Global Health at the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. I'd like to welcome again all of you. I'll ask each of you to respond to a question to set the stage, followed by a second round where we will have an opportunity to dive a little deeper into the challenges and potential solutions. Thank you. Everyone has a microphone? Everyone comfortable? Wonderful, thank you. So I'll start with an opening question for each of our panelists today. Professor Bae, I'll start with you. We've just heard 3 insightful keynote presentations that highlighted both the challenges and the opportunities in ensuring collective access to biologics like monoclonal antibodies. Given your expertise in pharmacy and healthcare, would you like to share any additional thoughts or reflections to set the scene?
Sure, and good morning. I prepared in English. I'm going to go ahead in English. I'd like to acknowledge KCDA and Unitate for hosting World Bio Summit on access to MAPS and having 3 great presentations from leaders in the field of fair access to health innovations, namely KCDA, Unitate, and the Wright Foundation. It's a great pleasure to be here along with 3 distinguished panelists. Regarding the moderator's comments, it is clear that the global collaboration is a key theme emphasized by all 3 speakers. For example, the World Health Organization selected South Korea as a new global biomanufacturing training hub to provide technical and hands-on experience to professionals from low and middle income countries. This program continues to support biomanufacturing personnel from low and middle income countries in becoming self-sufficient vaccine experts, enhancing their capacity to produce biological products, including vaccine, MAPS, and more, which is a great example of global collaboration. And also, Wright Foundation has shown impressive public-private partnership, and it could be an inspirational and crucial model for the sustainable access to MAPS in low middle-income countries. The Wright Foundation is identifying research and development projects and providing funding to enable Korean pharma companies to leverage their advanced technologies in the development of vaccines and therapeutics. The funding model is based on ODA, Official Development Assistance, and the support is directed toward R&D for infectious disease with limited commercial appeal, such as RSV, malaria, rather than high-priced drugs that pharma companies typically fund independently. This support encompasses not only R&D, but also procurement pathways for low middle-income countries, including acquiring WHO PQ certification. Therefore, by leveraging this kind of public-private partnerships, the development of MAPS can be realized, paving the way for entry into international procurement markets and better access. And finally, Unitate has played a key role for ensuring equitable access to life-saving drug products for low middle-income countries by engaging in end-to-end value chain. And I'm excited to share with you that Unitate has just embarked on a new research project on case studies comparing Brazil, Colombia, and Korea, and Senegal. And we are also part of the project along with international colleagues. Our research team is composed of global partners from 4 different socioeconomic and political contexts, and we will develop case studies that lay out viable and sustainable models to support accessibility of maps in respective geopolitical context. So please stay tuned for our study, which will be finished around 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bay. It's clear that monoclonals hold significant promise and that the challenges around access and affordability cannot be ignored. We're also excited about the collaboration. So we'll come back to explore some of those challenges in a bit more depth. But first, I'd like to turn to Professor Sao. Professor Sao, from a regulatory perspective, what are some of the key considerations when seeking marketing authorization of monoclonal antibodies for low-middle-income countries? What are some of the opportunities that could support broader registration and availability?
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국말로 답변을 하겠습니다. 네, 다 준비가 되셨으면 이제 답을 하겠습니다. 네, 저는 지금 학교에 있지만 작년 5월 말까지는 한국 식약처에서 근무를 했고요. 한국 식약처에서 약 한 35년간 의약품 허가 심사를 담당하고 있었습니다. 특히 코로나19 때 치료제를 심사하고 또 협력해서 개발을 같이 함께 했었던 역할을 담당해서 그 경험을 여러분과 함께 공유하고 규제기관이 이러한 팬데믹에서 굉장히 중요한 역할을 할 수 있다는 것을 좀 느껴서 그 부분을 전달해드리고 싶습니다. 단클론항체의 접근성을 향상하기 위해서 규제기관에서 꼭 해야 하는, 우리가 함께 해야 하는 것을 3가지로 말씀을 드릴 수 있을 것 같아요. 첫 번째는 심사자가 부족해요. 그게 우리 식약처, 한국의 식약처만 부족한 게 아니라 모든 규제기관이 부족하고, 특히 저희가 오늘 이야기를 하고 있는 LMIC 국가에서는 더 많이 부족하다고 생각을 합니다. WHO PQ 프로그램은 공동심사 플랫폼을 가지고 있어요. 그래서 제 생각에는 이 부족한 심사자를 이러한 문제점을 좀 극복하기 위해서는 이 단클론항체에 대한 공동심사 플랫폼을 운영을 하는 것이 좋지 않을까, 이런 생각을 하고 있습니다. 두 번째로는 사실 그 일반 케미칼이나 백신의 심사 기준, 가이드라인 같은 거는 상당히 많이 만들어져 있는데 단클론항체 특화되어져 있는 가이드라인은 현재 많이 만들어져 있지는 않습니다. ICH에서 가이드라인을 만들지만 주로 이노베이터들, 신약에 대한 것이 집중이 되어 있고요. 바이오시밀러에 대한 거는 크게 많이 다루고 있지 않은 부분이 있어요. 그래서 WHO와 같이 이러한 협의체에서, 이러한 기구에서 바이오시밀러와 같은 이러한 대상들에 대해서 가이드라인을 만들어내는 것이 좋을 거라고 저는 생각을 하고요. 그리고 3번째로 심사자들이 이제 교육을 받아야 되거든요. 지속적으로. 또 새로운 이제 과학의 이러한 발전이 있기 때문에요. WHO에서도 그렇고 저희 우리나라에서 그렇고 이 심사자들, 규제 당국자들을 대상으로 해서 단클론항체에 특화된 교육 프로그램을 개발을 하고 함께 좀 혜택을 누리도록 하는 것이 좋을 거라고 생각합니다. 이제 마지막으로 제가 규제기관에 있었기 때문에 말씀드릴 수 있는 거는 대한민국 식약처는 우리나라 국민의 안전과 또 국민 건강 증진을 노력하는 건데요. 규제기관의 당국자들이 조금 더 생각을 넓혀서 우리나라 국민뿐만 아니라 더 인류를 생각하고 더 넓게 좀 생각을 확장해야 될 필요가 있다고 생각하고요. 또 마지막으로 규제기관에서는 항상 규제만 한다고 생각하시면 안 됩니다. 개발하는 사람들과 함께 회사와 함께 산업계와 함께 네트워크를 잘 구성을 해서 개발하는 것도 도와줘야 된다고 생각합니다. 이상입니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Sao. Next, let's hear, thank you for highlighting the lack of resources for review and the potential for collaborative review, guidelines, and training. It's a perfect segue. We'll next hear from Secretary General Yang. Dr. Yang, we've heard in earlier presentations, also from Professor Sao, about the limited experience with monoclonal antibodies in some regions, which presents challenges not only for the pharmaceutical industry, but also for regulatory bodies. What is your perspective on these challenges, especially during pandemics, and how could we address these issues?
Thank you for introducing me and for inviting this very important discussion. I'm a Secretary General of the GTHB Support Foundation. GTHB means the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing. This is the WHO Workforce Training Initiative. So it was founded this year. So I'm not quite sure about the details situation of low and middle income countries, but I'd like to share about my opinions from the general perspective. The monoclonal antibody represents one of the more complex classes of biologics, and our experience with them in many regions, particularly in low and middle income countries, remains limited. The limitations brings challenges on both sides. The industry faces difficulties in developing and scale up these treatments in a way that is feasible and affordable for a broader global use, while regulatory bodies are tasked with evaluating and approving products that require highly specialized knowledge and rigorous safety and efficacy testing. The advanced technology and equipment required for manufacturing processes are costly, making it challenging for LMIC to establish their own manufacturing infrastructure. In particular, most monoclonal antibodies are produced in mammalian cells, which require complex culture systems and specialized equipment. The technology transfer needed for the production of monoclonal antibodies is also limited, and the manufacturing techniques and the process details of the original manufacturers are often kept confidential. Therefore, for LMICs to develop manufacturing capabilities, they must receive these technologies, a process that is complex and requires support. Another challenge is the complex manufacturing process for monoclonal antibodies. Unlike small molecules drugs, MAP requires advanced biotechnological facilities, highly skilled personnel, and adherence to stringent quality control measures. Many countries may lack this infrastructure or the expertise needed to assess such complex products fully, which can delay approval and access. Additionally, during pandemics, the urgency to deploy new treatments like monoclonal antibody conflicts with the time required for thorough regulatory review. Streamlining the regulatory process while maintaining high safety standards is a complex balancing act. This is where international collaboration becomes crucial. Through shared data, regulatory reliance frameworks, and the joint review process, regulators can support one another in evaluating these products more efficiently. Initiatives like the WHO's pre-qualification program can also be instrumental in setting quality benchmarks that help us streamline monoclonal antibody deployment worldwide. Ultimately, building regulatory capacity and expertise in biologics, especially monoclonal antibody in under-resourced regions, will be critical. By fostering partnership between more experienced regulatory bodies and those still developing their biologics expertise, we can make significant steps toward equitable global access to these life-saving therapeutics. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Yeah, the need for training and capacity building in regions with less experience in biologics production is very clear, and your work with the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing provides a critical avenue for addressing this. Finally, let me turn to Mr. Haitham Alnoush. Norway played a leadership role in the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator during the COVID-19 pandemic, working to ensure equitable access to new tools, including therapeutics. Mr. Alnoush, what were some of the key challenges we faced in promoting equitable access during the pandemic? And what lessons can we learn from this experience that might help inform future cooperation around access to monoclonals?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Janet, for the question. Let me first thank the organizers, UNITAID, the Korean Disease Agency, for inviting me to this. And I would like also to thank the World Health Organization, the Korean Minister of Health, and the Korean government for arranging this great event. And everything is perfect. The weather is perfect. The food was delicious yesterday, and the performances were great. I sent clips to my son, who is trying to be an artist. And he said, wow, what kind of event are you attending, actually? And again, I have to also to thank the Korean government for their contribution to global health. To your question, so you asked about the challenge, Janet, but I think I should start with the positive things, on a positive note. What worked, right? And with political will, sufficient, everything is relative, but sufficient financing and partnerships, we managed to overcome. First, we managed to accelerate the R&D processes during the pandemic, and we managed to overcome regulatory bottlenecks and technical gaps. So this worked well. But at the same time, some of the structural problems remain, like, because of the cost and the risks were high or huge, or usually for R&D activities. So these activities tend to be directed towards the priorities and the technical capacities of systems in low and in high income countries. Hani was talking about earlier today. So this remains. So my hope, and it sounds familiar, right? This is a market failure we talk about, which leaves huge gaps in terms of diseases that impact poor countries or low and middle income countries. So my hope, my dream is the experiences from COVID can inspire us to think of the underlying challenges for access across diseases, not in silos, but across diseases, so we can achieve equitable access. And by that, I mean three things. First, we should put market shaping on the top of the agenda. So we shape the R&D and innovation markets so as to achieve equitable access. The second thing, and shaping market is very, very relevant for two things coming out of the pandemic. For emerging technologies like the MAPS and mRNA, and it is very relevant to regional production, right? So this one, market shaping. The other thing is we should coordinate the financing of preparedness better. This is a big topic, but I just put it on the agenda. And the third thing is preparedness imply that we should respond to today's problem in a way that improve preparedness. So we should not think of what's coming, but we have problems today that we can approach, that we can try to solve with preparedness in mind. And in this context, I would like to call out and recognize the effort by UNITED for medical oxygen, which is at the heart of preparedness, and of course, the Korean government's opening its doors for bio industry, bio manufacturing training. This is also part of the preparedness, but still it will also respond to current challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haitham, and for highlighting market shaping, finance preparedness, and resilience, building resilience through today's response. Really appreciate that. And thank you to all panelists for the first round of responses. In our second round of questions, we'll take a deeper look at some of the specific issues and solutions that are starting to emerge here from the insights shared. Professor Bay, we heard in the keynote presentations that monoclonal antibodies, while promising, are currently expensive and challenging to implement in low-resource settings. In your view, what are some of the key factors that may be addressed to boost support from pharmaceutical companies to make biologics more affordable and accessible in these settings?
Thank you for the great but really hard question. So as Janet has correctly mentioned, the access to existing MAPs is limited in low and middle income countries, and industry's investment in developing MAPs in infectious disease has been lacking. However, lessons from COVID-19 further highlights the importance of pharma innovation and manufacturing in developing countries to ensure health equity and resilience. And its engagement of pharma companies is critical for the sustainable long-term access to the MAP in low middle-income countries. The case of vaccine transfer, technology transfer by a Korean biopharma company called U Biologics to South Africa could serve as a valuable win-win model. It is a technology transfer agreement which could lead to a stable revenue growth and increase profitability for donor company while establishing the recipient country to strengthening the current manufacturing capabilities. Particularly, U Biologics has signed a technology transfer of Africa for a meningitis vaccine. Based on this technology transfer agreement, U Biologics will supply the drug substance for the vaccine, which is expected to become a major export team item and cash cow for the company, while BioVac will handle the final manufacturing and filling process, enabling a stable supply of the vaccine locally. And also, U Biologics has signed an agreement with DK, a vaccine manufacturer based in Ghana, for technology transfer of finished product, manufacturing and supply of a drug substance for its oral cholera vaccine. Through this agreement, Uvicol, the oral cholera vaccine, is expected to be manufactured locally in Africa, contributing to capacity building for African manufacturers. Additionally, this agreement includes a provision granting exclusive sales rights for Uvicol in both public and private markets across 17 African countries. As the agreement grants exclusive sales rights covering both private and public markets, it is anticipated to support U Biologics in expanding its presence in the African market. And this case is not just limited in Korea. Cases of multinational pharma companies transferring technology due to the promising outlook of the Brazilian market could also serve as a model for increasing vaccine manufacturing in low middle-income countries. In Brazil, the domestic production is exclusively public and largely dependent on technology transfer strategies from multinational pharma companies. For example, GSK has conducted long-term technology transfer of vaccines for influenza, oral polio, and rotavirus, and to Biomeningos, a public institution in Brazil. This relationship as a public-private partnership, PPP model, has been sustained over a long period and is regarded as a win-win collaboration. In exchange for GSK providing technical assistance, Biomeningos would pay a running royalty of 4 to 5% of a period of 5 years, and Biomeningos is required to maintain confidentiality and protect know-how for a period of 10 years. What GSK gains is a strategic advantage in accessing other emerging markets, therefore giving it a competitive edge over other companies that are only starting their partnerships. Through this kind of partnership, the donor company could capture a dominant market position in high-demand, large purchasing countries like Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those reflections and great examples of collaboration. Now, Professor Sao, given your regulatory expertise, what do you think are the most important steps we can take to enhance the regulatory pathways for therapeutics and mAbs in resource-limited settings? How can these countries balance the need for rapid access to critical therapeutics while ensuring the safety and efficacy?
네, 또 이제 한국말로 답변을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 실제적으로 이 단클론 항체에 대해서 심사하는 그런 과정이나 봐야 되는 그런 항목들이 크게 다르지는 않습니다. 특별히 단클론 항체에 대해서 뭔가를 면제를 하거나 또는 배려하거나 하는 그런 관점이 아니라 실제적으로 우리가 대상으로 삼고 있는 LMIC 국가에서 왜 단클론 항체의 접근성이 떨어질까? 그거의 원인을 좀 고민을 해봤습니다. 첫 번째는 굉장히 가격이 높습니다. 가격이 높은 이유가 있습니다. 제조할 때 굉장히 많은 비싼 그런 시약들이 들어가게 됩니다. 그래서 제조 원가가 비쌀 수밖에 없는데요. 이 제조 원가를 낮춰서 똑같은 품질의 더 저비용의 그런 바이오시밀러들을 생산해낼 수 있습니다. 그거는 그런 제조 방법을 고민하고 연구를 하면 좀 얻어질 거라고 생각을 하는데요. 이러한 새로운 제조 방법이 개발이 되었을 때 규제 기관에서 그거를 잘 또 굉장히 긍정적으로 검토해 주는 그런 자세가 필요하다고 생각합니다. 두 번째로 단클론 항체는 전부 주사제이고요. 그리고 냉장 상태에서 보관되고 유통이 돼야 됩니다. 그것도 큰 허들 중에 하나입니다. 특히 이제 주사제이기 때문에 병원에 입원을 해서 뭐 1시간에서 한 2시간 정도 주사를 맞아야 되는 부분이 있으니까 이게 또 다른 그런 LMIC 국가에서의 허들이 될 수 있습니다. 제 생각에는 이제 이러한 그 주사제라고 하더라도 정맥 주사가 아니라 좀 간단하게 저희가 이제 피아투여라고 하는데요. 근육 주사나 피아투여 주사제로 이렇게 제형을 바꾸게 되면 굉장히 간편하게 백신 맞듯이 굉장히 간편하게 주사를 맞출 수가 있어서 그러한 제형을 개발한다라든가 아니면은 뭔가 좀 열에 더 안정하게 만들어서 냉장 보관이 아니라 상온에서도 유통이 될 수 있게끔 만든다라든가 그러한 것을 그 R&D 측면에서 연구자들이 같이 고민을 했으면 좋겠고요. 그렇게 해서 만들어진 단클론 항체에 대해서는 규제기관에서 좀 더 어떻게 빨리 또 더 적은 그러한 자료로서 똑같은 안전성과 유효성을 확보할 수 있는지 그거에 대해서 고민을 해야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor So. Dr. Yang, as we know, monoclonal antibodies are complex biologics that require advanced manufacturing capabilities, which can be a significant barrier in some countries, as we've just heard. In your view, how can we better support countries with less experience in biomanufacturing, especially during public health emergencies, to better access and produce monoclonal antibodies?
Okay. I'd like to emphasize about the resource developments. So at the first questions, I had several challenges for doing some the technical transfer and some the complexity of the manufacturing process. So in order to resolve some the challenges, I think that the capacity buildings for the workforce who work for the biologics would be very important. So nowadays, for the LMICs, there are a lack of expertise to support some some operate in the process of manufacturing of the monoclonal antibodies. So this training can be done by each companies, but also it is very lack of the expertise to train the workforce who work for the biologics. So I think the GTHB can do this work, this responsibility. So nowadays, we are delivering several training courses to the LMIC people in terms of from the introductory training course for the biologics and the GXP training into the other hands-on training and to be extended to GMP, like experience building through the training course. And then this is also needs to be customized training to each specific LMIC people. So there may be very different stage by each LMICs. So in some countries, they don't have any skills or the facility to produce the antibody, monoclonal antibody or other vaccines. So for that specific countries, we may need to train or do the capacity building from the scratch. But on the other hand, the countries who have the manufacturing facilities, and if they produce some product, so we can very easy to train them by accumulating, by giving some more specific training for them. I think hands-on training and extended to the GMP, like the practical training would be very important for them to increase their capabilities to be contributed to produce the monoclonal antibodies in that specific countries. So from the GTHB Support Foundation perspective, I'd like to develop those programs by delivering very customized training to each LMICs. I will start some research next year to find out what is the needs for the LMICs, depending on each country specific situation, so including some the manufacturing capabilities and so on. So therefore, I can develop some some idea, and I can share with my development plan for the training to each all of you in this place, maybe next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yang. Your work with the Global Training Hub is an inspiring example of how we can overcome capacity building barriers in less resourced settings, and we really look forward to hearing more on those insights when ready. So lastly, Mr. Elnoush, Hi, Tom. We've heard a lot today about the need for international coordination and cooperation, especially from donors and governments, in ensuring access to monoclonal antibodies. And I know that access is very close to your heart. In your experience, what role do you see that international actors and the private sector could play in fostering equitable access to therapeutics in a pandemic? And how could we mobilize more sustained support from these stakeholders for future health emergencies?
I would like to thank my fellow panelists here because they emphasized something important, which is the more advanced the countermeasures we are talking about, is the more complex access barriers are, right? So you more advanced, talk about maps, biologics, biosimilars, then it's not only about clinical trials to determine safety and effectiveness, but also how they are made, right? So their approval and regulations are a little bit different. Take, for example, long-lasting technologies, because they combine many APIs. So this results in a very complex multi-layer IP protection, which makes access hard. So by defining the problem, the challenge, the access challenge, then we can define who should be doing what. And that was the spirit of Act A. Act A was about establishing end-to-end approach in different countermeasures, and that was ad hoc. Why not going forward, taking that spirit in action, right? So we should look at the problem, the challenge for access, and then establish end-to-end structure around that, combining the most relevant partners. So this is one way of doing it. And again, just take one anecdote. We are running out of time, but can we imagine going to the pandemic without the tools that we have, or we manage to develop? That's the scary idea, right? So we should be better prepared and thinking end to end, and what kind of access challenge we would like to approach, and then the roles will be divided that way, because we have different added value, we have different kind of strengths that we can bring on the table. So there are many examples I can bring, but at the time, so sorry for that. But again, end to end contribution based on added value and own strength.
Thank you very much. And by all means, if you'd like to share any additional reflections, you're very welcome to.
Again, we should, the therapeutics are as important as other countermeasures. And I'm saying that because my first travel after the world is was reopened was to Tanzania. And I was invited to a dinner where one of the invitees talked about his experience during COVID. He got sick, there were no vaccines, he got very heavy and maybe wrong medication. So he got kidney failure. And he was traveling the day after the dinner to Kenya to get treatment. Not even in Tanzania, he could get it, right? So that's why it shows how important therapeutics are as part of the toolbox to be responding to pandemics. So we should do better than this. We should do better than this by having equity and solidarity as guiding stars.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank all panelists for such a lively and enriching discussion. We've covered a range of challenges and opportunities and actionable steps that are needed to advance global health security and to advance equitable access to therapeutics, including monoclonals. Your contributions today and those of the presenters underscore the commitment and the collective action to ensure global health equity and preparedness. As we come to the end of this event, on behalf of the Korea DCA and Unitaid, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to all of our speakers, all of our panelists, and all of our participants here in the room and online for joining us and for contributing to these important discussions. Thank you very much. And to close this event, I'd like to invite all speakers and panelists to join us here on stage for a group photo. Thank you very much.
빨리빨리 넣어.
남자 근육영화 부분은 잠시만요. 이거 4개만 돼요 지금. 네네 4개. 그리고 의자는 이쪽에서 못 와요. 이쪽에서 못 오고 의자는 그쪽에서 와야 돼요. 밖에서 다 보이게 지저분하고 의자 그쪽에서 못 와요. 포디움을 내려주신 다음에 신속하게 의자 배치를 도와주시면 돼요. 의자를 좀 간격을 맞춰서. 그다음에 이렇게 해서 3개 더 추가해야 되잖아요. 여기 계시다가 이제 끝난 다음에 이렇게 와서 여기 3개. 들어올 때는 이쪽으로 들어오지만 나갈 때는 저쪽으로 나갈 필요가 없죠. 네. 네네네네. 왜냐면 저기서 서 계실 필요가 없고 포디움 내려놓고
내리고 여기 앞에서
예, 이쪽으로 해서
의자 가져오실 때 여기 위에서 이렇게 도와줘.
네네네 하고 여기 다 나가 계시는 거죠. 그러니까 들어올 땐 절로 들어오지만 나가서 대기하시는 거는 이쪽인 거죠. 그렇죠? 그런 다음에 요거 끝난 다음에 3개 세팅할 땐 여기서 나오셔가지고 3개 세팅의 문제가 뭐냐면 지금 이게 비율이 잘 맞아야 돼요. 정면을 잘 막히는 센터로 그냥 지금 이거 4개를 사실 센터로 맞추면 되는데 7개 센터로 하잖아. 크게
닫아주세요.
시작하겠습니다 하고 커피 브레이크 나가시면 시작해도 돼요. 왜냐면 커피 브레이크가 10분에서 15분 예정이니까 그 앉아 계실 때 우왕좌왕하지 말고 그냥 그 시작하겠습니다 하면 이제 한 분들 나가시고 뭐 계신 분들도 계시지만 일단 나가시기 시작하면 다 빼는 걸로. 다 빼고 연단 다시 올리는 거. 이렇게 하면 되겠죠. 그렇게 하면 되겠죠. 네. 커피 브레이크 동안에
두 번이 연단인 거잖아요. 커피 브레이크에서 나가십니다 이렇게 하면은 이제 저기 가서 같이 여기서 빼주시고 거의 다 빠졌을 때 두 분 절로 가서 연단을 해요.
저쪽에 처음에 대기할 때는 소리를 잘 들어요.
네, 이거를 그래서 이거 끼라고 하는 거거든요. 그래서 저 우리 이거 옮길 때 지금 한 명씩 가서 계속 번갈아 가면서 하지 마시고 좀 일렬로 서서 이렇게 좀 전달하는 걸로 한번 해볼까요? 예, 이렇게 5명 서가지고 이렇게 어느 정도 대형을 이제 서가지고 네, 거기 그쪽에서 전달해 주시는 거예요.
사회자
네.
세팅이 제대로 됐어요. 아까처럼.
네.
너무 힘드니까 이거 세팅이 됐어요. 여기 포디움 됐습니다. 합니다. 그다음에 이제 발표가 3개 있어요. 멜라닌 사빌 누구 맞죠? 슬라이드 확인해주세요. 네, 이름.
저 가위.
그다음에
가위.
발표 슬라이드
그리고 좀 허리 좀 확인해 주세요. 허리.
그리고 사회자님이 그러면 다음 제임스 로젠. 네, 제임스 로젠을 소개하겠습니다. 먼저 see you ready. 네, 소개하겠습니다. 발표 자료 부탁드립니다. 네, 발표 자료 올라올라 해가지고 네, 마치겠습니다. 그럼 다음 발표를 보시겠습니다. 네, 사진 맞고 네, 제가 발표 자료 부탁드릴게요. 네, 이렇게 해서 그러면 네, 끝났습니다. 네, 여자분들 수고하셨습니다. 하고 이어서 하나를 시작하겠습니다. 하면은 세 번째 거 하면은 여기 의자 5개 거예요. 5개. 그럼 5개 어떻게 세팅할까요?
양쪽 하나.
그쵸. 근데 이거 아까 마킹할 때 이 마지막에서 어떻게 이렇게 그러니까 원래 있는 상태는 아니에요. 아시죠? 우리도 다시 세팅해야 돼요. 그쵸. 왜냐면은 지금 발표자 했습니다. 발표자 여기 연단이 위에 있는 상태. 위에 냈습니다. 그럼 아까처럼 똑같이 이쪽에서 이렇게 올라오셔서 이걸 빼주셔야 돼요. 아까 이쪽에서 오시고 두 분이 이쪽에서 이걸 빼주시고 한 번 더 하는 거죠. 이거 하고 저쪽에서는 의자 5개를 이렇게 맞춰주셔야 돼요. 이렇게 맞춰주시는데 보면은 위치가 보세요. 이게 맨 끝이잖아. 여기 한 뼘 정도 이렇게 놓고 하는 거야. 아니면 여기부터 해도 되겠다. 왜냐하면 좀 넉넉하게 앉아도 되니까. 그럼 요거 빼주고 2개 빼고서 세팅해 볼게요. 요거 2개만 빼주세요. 2개 빼고
1년로.
그거 하나 예, 요걸로 5개 만들게요. 그런 5개 만들 때 끝을 이쪽으로 하면 되죠. 넉넉하니까. 5개 세팅하는 거 볼게요. 왼쪽은 무조건 자장 약간
아 근데 뭐 한국어로 보통은 이제 한국어로 이렇게 시작하고 영어로 한다고 하고 그다음부터 그냥 영어로 하는데 네. 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 아 예. 예. 네. 오케이. 네네. 네. 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 아니 안녕하세요. 네 안녕하세요. 예.
그리고 지금 저희가 어떻게 구성이 되냐면은 연자들이 발표를 하고 패널리스트가 하잖아요.
맞아요.
네. 그래서 연자들을 저기서 생각하고
예.
그리고 나서 이분이 한번 자기 체험 소장을 하신 다음에 연단을 지을 거예요.
예.
지은 다음에 이사님이 말씀해 주시는 이렇게 부분을 내려가시면 지금 이제 내려가시면 디스커션을 시작하겠습니다. 라고 하면 그때 이제 나서 의자를 깔 거예요.
예.
의자를 깔 때 이사님이 천천히 말씀해 주시면 돼요.
네. 예. 아 죄송해요. 지금 NG에서 도착해가지고. 여보세요? 네. 아 여보세요? 도착하셨어요? 예. 예. 전무님 회사 이름 소개. 지금 여기 그 프린트된 플라이어에 LG 캠으로 다 바뀌어 있어요. LG 캠으로 소개를. LG 캠으로 소개하겠습니다. 이게 지금 오늘 여기 오시면은 프린트아웃된 그 자료집이 이제 있으실 거예요. 그 플라이어가. 그래요? 제가 받은 거는 LG 이따가 LG 케미스트리로 ISTRI 네, LG 캠이 맞다고 이따가 좌장할 때 LG 캠으로 꼭 소개해달라고 네 저한테 요청하시는 거였어요. 알겠습니다. 네. 예. 네. 예. 네.
쭉 천천히 읽어주시면
네.
의자를 그렇게 다 배치를 할 거고 의자 배치가 끝난 다음에 패널리스트들이 올라오실 거예요.
근데 그 패널 소개는 보통 모더레이터가 해요.
근데 지금
네.
순서상 이사님이 해주셔야 될 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 그 의자를 치울 동안 멘트를 할 사람이 없어요.
그러면은
올라가서 이분이
제가
의자를 기 전에
적절히 속도를 보고 이제 맞추면서 Minister of Health and Welfare 이렇게 왔다고 이제 설명을 하되 아마 홍기종 이게 보통 이제 좌장이 이제 자기의 그게 근데 여기가 그러니까 제가 디테일은 소개는 하고 시간 보면서 제가 할게요. 네네네. 그냥 패널에 대한 세션을 소개하면서 근데 어차피 내가 패널에 대한 이제 설명을 좀 할 거예요. 그러면은 속도는 거기다가 맞추겠습니다. 네. 네. 예. 그럴게요. 의자. 네. 그럼 이 의자 추가하는 시간. 네.
말씀하신 그 주제 세 개를 그냥 하면 되는 거예요. 그다음에는 쓰신 거는 앞에 15분은 부처별로 어떤 걸 이야기하는 거예요? 부처별로 이제 정해진 그 세 가지 말씀하시죠. 그렇죠. 네.
Hello. As the starting time is approaching, I would appreciate if you start taking a seat. 이제 시작 시간이 조금씩 다가오게 되어서 자리에 앉아주시기 시작하시면 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 제가 시작할게요. Thank you very much for coming to Right Foundation's annual forum, which is happening as a part of the World Bio Summit 2024. It is one of the side events of the World Bio Summit 2024, organized by Korean government Ministry of Health and Welfare. My name is Hun Sang Lee. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of the Right Foundations, and I will be taking the honor of emceeing today's forum. Welcome, everybody, distinguished speakers and guests, and also the participants to the forums. Today, we will be having this forum with the title, Driving Global Health R&D with the end-to-end approach toward equitable access to essential health technologies. And for these forums, we have three objectives of the sessions. First is to present current efforts by Right Foundations, the government of Republic of Korea, and Korean industry to support and conduct research and development for regional and global health. Secondly, we would like to highlight the current efforts international R&D partners who are collaborating with or wish to collaborate with Korean partners, especially among those who are already undertaking Right Foundation funded grantees are actually presented here today. And lastly, one of the prime objective of today's forum events is to create new opportunities between Korean and international researchers and developers to collaborate for impact on regional and global health. And for this ends, we are truly trying to create a space where the end-to-end approach of global R&D is indeed possible, especially with Korean research and industry partners, and with global international partners from both high-income and also low- and middle-income countries. Having said that, I will start with introducing the first sessions. The first session 1 will be focusing on Korea's efforts to contribute to regional and global health. And with this, there will be presentation and discussion to shed a light on the current and planned efforts by Korean government agencies, Korean industry, to support regional and global public health. And let me kindly introduce Dr. Hani Kim, the Executive Director of the Right Foundations. Please welcome with a warm applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoon-sang, for setting the stage for this session. This will be your last side session at this forum, and hopefully it's going to be a memorable one. It's an absolute delight to look at you all sitting in this room. I recognize some of the old friends, colleagues, and many new faces that I haven't met before, and I really look forward to having more conversations after the forum. So in the next 8 minutes or so, after Hoon-sang's excellent description of what the session is about, I would like to share with you, for those of you who are not so familiar with the Right Foundation, who we are, why we exist, and what we are trying to accomplish. So we are a Korean nonprofit organization established in 2018 with the funding from the Ministry of Health and Welfare, and the source of that funding is the official development assistance money. Our second donor is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and 11 Korean companies have contributed to our fund. The goal of the Right Foundation is really to attract more Korean R&D partners into collective efforts to develop and make available essential health technologies. Now, I would like to step back even further and ask ourselves, but why? Why Korea? I would like to say 2 keywords: Korea's increasing contribution of ODA, and second, Korea's strengths in R&D that we both wish to leverage. So first, a very brief history. It's a very busy slide, but 3 aspects I would like to draw your attention to. If you focus on the far left-hand side, in 1945, Korea started receiving its first foreign aid from the US government. Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world, as many of you are aware. By 2000, Korea graduated from the ODA recipient list. By 2010, Korea became a donor country. And if you look at the yellow bar graphs at the bottom, starting from 2010 until 2023, Korean government increased ODA funding by nearly 4-fold within the span of 13 years. This is remarkable, unprecedented. This is an incredible momentum that we continue to seek to capitalize on. Other than ODA funding, what else is Korea contributing to global health R&D? Korea is one of the nations that's been labeled as one of the most innovative countries. So Nature Index reported in their report published in 2020 that due to a concerted government leadership, South Korea has a vibrant innovation ecosystem. And in terms of the domestic spending on R&D, Korean government was ranked number 2 as a percentage of GDP, only next to the government of Israel. One well-known concrete example of Korea's contribution to global public health, I believe that many of you are aware of the cholera story. I'm going to quote Gavi that was published in September 2024. U Biologics is the sole supplier of cholera vaccine for outbreaks at a time of unprecedented demand. There was a crisis. Korea responded. So this is a tangible example of how, in addition to ODA funding, Korea has capabilities in R&D that could be meaningfully channeled towards regional and global public health. So in this backdrop stands Right Foundation. What are we trying to achieve? We would like to channel those 2 things, Korea's increasing ODA contribution, but as well as Korea's strengths in R&D towards equitable and global access to what should be truly essential health technologies such as vaccines, drugs, or diagnostics. So as we go from left to right, we fund R&D efforts, including technology transfer from or to a Korean entity. We fund all the way up to licensure or submission of dossier for WHO pre-qualification. But when we walk away, we would like to make sure that there are clear paths towards policy development and procurement so that the funded products indeed reach the people who need those products, regardless of their wealth status. So at the bottom, I describe the areas we fund. We fund product development, we fund evidence generation, as well as training in vaccine manufacturing. In order to do that, we engage key national, regional, and international stakeholders, which are represented by all of you here sitting in this room, to create paths to, again, policy development, public procurement, and ultimately equitable access. We proactively aspire to catalyze partnerships between Korean and international R&D institutions. And on my last slide, I would like to spend a few minutes. Here is a snapshot of our current pipeline. To this day, we've supported 63 independent grants, dispersing about approximately $66 million US. If you were to look at our portfolio, at the very top, it indicates the distinct stages of R&D development that we fund. So we fund from preclinical stage all the way up to product registration or submission of dossier for WHO pre-qualification, which we make as a funding condition to our grantees. So without going through individual investments, I would like to just highlight what kind of impact we are anticipating. For vaccines, we are very excited that we are funding efforts by U Biologics and PATH to develop pentavalent meningococcal conjugate vaccine, which materialize is going to significantly enhance the global goal of eliminating meningitis. At the same time, while the product is still being developed, we're very excited that this year we've awarded our first tech transfer grant from a Korean entity, in this case from U Biologics, to BioVac to develop pentavalent meningococcal conjugate vaccine so that once it's developed, it will be available through a local manufacturer. For therapeutics, of the 4 that are indicated here, we are excited about the collaboration between Merck and Shinpeng to develop anti-malaria combination therapy that could be used not just for treatment, but also for prevention. Diagnostics is another big area that we've been investing in heavily. We've invested for the most part, developing high-performing but affordable molecular diagnostic tests. Here, as you see, they're led by Bioneer and SC Biosensor, targeting diseases like TB, respiratory tract infectious diseases, as well as sexually transmitted infections. Moreover, we are very excited about this very innovative diagnostic platform that combines AI capability not only to detect, but differentiate multiple Plasmodium species that can cause malaria diseases around the world. So through these investments, we continue to aim to have impact on regional and global public health and health equity. So I would like to thank you for your attention. I invite you to visit our website, and I thank our donors, the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Gates Foundation and 7 companies, as well as IVI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presentation will be delivered by Dr. Hee-Chang Jang. Hee-Chang Jang is head of KNIID, Korea National Institute of Infectious Disease. Dr. Hee-Chang Jang will talk about KDSA, KNIID's activities related global public health. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I will introduce the overview of KDCA and NIRE Korea and key takes and global cooperation. Yeah, as you know, KDCA is a national agency of evidence-based public health management as well as biohealth and healthcare research. So we have two main key takes, management and research. Based on this, we are performing policy decision, implementation, and research and guide. KDCA is composed by 8 departments, 41 divisions, and 34 affiliated institutions. And different to US system, Korea NIH is one of the affiliated institutions, and the National Institute of Infectious Diseases is also affiliated institute of KDCA, and I'm the director of this organization. And we have 3 centers, and we are performing R&Ds related to infectious diseases. I will introduce key takes of KDCA and KNIID. And we are preparing for next pandemic after COVID-19 and managing chronic diseases and health threats. We are also enhancing the role of regional CDCs because we are recently launched regional centers for disease control and prevention 3 years ago, and we are focusing on the role. And the last is the strengthening international cooperation. I will focus on the number 1, pandemic, preparing for next pandemic after COVID-19 and international cooperation. So KDCA announced National Pandemic Preparedness Response Plan in 2023. And we also want to secure essential medical countermeasures, including vaccine and therapeutics, within 100 or 200 days. And actually, NIID Korea already, I will introduce the key takes already done by NIID Korea. We developed monoclonal antibody against COVID-19 named Regdambimab, Recurona. Actually, this drug has co-patency between KDCA and Celltrion. And we finished phase 3 clinical trial till December 2020. And it was approved in Korea in February 2021. And about 60,000 COVID-19 patients were treated with Regdambimab in Korea in 2021 before the emergence of Omicron variant and the available oral antiviral drugs, including Paxlovid. And NIID Korea also developing several vaccines, including anthrax and second-generation general smallpox vaccines. These 2 are already approved and stocked, and another vaccines also. And KDCA announced 9 priority pathogens in Korea. Compared to other institutions or organizations, we included SFTS, severe fever with thrombocytopenia syndrome caused by Borneo virus, and hemorrhagic fever caused by Hantan virus. And we want to make our own domestic vaccines in the field of pandemic influenza, COVID-19, RSV, SFTS, and hemorrhagic fever. And we want to make these vaccines with global cooperations. And we are focusing on having our own mRNA platforms in Korea, domestic mRNA vaccines. So we are making budget and fundings, and we are organizing preclinical trial to product approval by 2028. KDCA has goal. Our global networking, goal of our global networking is the all-round effort to improve people's health and leading global health agencies with global partners. So we are performing various activities with strengthening international cooperations, cooperation with global partners, launching global healthcare security coordination office in Korea, and networking with WHO. And Global Health Security Cooperation Office was declared by ROKNUS in 2022 May, and GHS Coordination Office was opened in 2023 December in Seoul. And KNID also has collaboration with WHO. We are running collaborating center for AMR in Korea, and we support technical assistance, AML surveillance, EQA programs, and multi-sectional awareness approach. Also, we are supporting Mongolia lab capacity building as one of the activity of WHO cooperation centers, and KDCA researchers visit Mongol, and Mongolian researchers visit South Korea, and we check laboratory equipment and environment in Mongol, and we teach them some AML surveillance systems and EQA systems, and how to use bacterial identification equipment and MIC equipment. We also have collaboration with US NIAID, and actually we are developing SFTS monoclonal antibodies with NIAID, and we are performing several symposiums and connecting Korean researchers with NIAID researchers. Also, we developed Middle East respiratory syndrome virus monoclonal antibodies, and actually US NIAID and our organization has co-patency about this material. We finished preclinical studies. We are also participating with clinical NIAID clinical study networks. For example, tuberculosis network report, we are running 530 patient cohorts operating Korea and Philippines. We are also cooperating with Moderna to develop SFTS vaccines, mRNA vaccines, and we finished animal challenge test, in vivo animal challenge test, and we got successful results. These two organizations will go further preclinical studies and clinical trial phase 1. We are also cooperating with the Philippines, and we are launching several projects from 2025 with Research Institute of Tropical Medicine in Philippines. And from 2025, we are launching 9 projects, and we will expand this program, and probably we will make another centers in Africa and South America till 2013. Thank you for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very succinct presentations. Now we have seen Right Foundation's approach for global health R&D, supported by Ministry of Health, Gates Foundation, and Korean industry contributors, and also Korean government agency KNIID's efforts for global health R&Ds. Now we are moving into listen to the efforts by Korean government, and also especially the key Korean ministries who are involved in all these efforts in various regards, and also Korean industry partners who are actively participating in the product development of and global public procurement of global health R&Ds. For this, the first session will be the panel discussion with the Korean government, and the second part will be panel discussion with the Korean industry. So for the first part, let me invite moderator Professor Ki-jong Hong, and please come to the stage. And Ministry of Health and Welfare Directors Chang Hyun-oh, and Ministry of Science and ICT Directors and Ministry of Foreign Affairs Directors Choi Jong-yoon. For Ministry of Science and ICT, it is Director Kang Sung-hwan. For these sessions, we will, for the more fluent, efficient dialogue, we will undertake these sessions in Korean. So for all of those non-Korean speakers, please use the receiver for the real-time translations. 본 세션에서는 먼저 한국 정부 부처와의 패널 토론 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션에서는 지역과 세계 공중보건을 지원하기 위한 한국의 정부 기관과 또 한국 산업계의 노력을 논의하는 세션인데, 그 시작으로 글로벌 감염병 분야에서 정부 기관들이 하고 있는 각종 R&D에 대한 지원, 인더스트리에 대한 지원, 또 글로벌 공공 조달에 있어서의 또 한국 정부가 하고 있는 역할에 대해서 논의하는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 콩기종 교수님 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 소개받은 한국 알파이치에서 일하고 있는 홍기종이라고 합니다. 저는 감염병 팬데믹 분야 R&D를 담당하고 있고요. 오늘 짧은 시간이지만 부처와 국제 협력에 관련된 내용들을 중심으로 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 세션을 2개로 진행을 하려고 하는데요. 앞부분은 부처에서 진행하고 계시는 현재 현황에 대해서 부처별로 한 4-5분 정도 이야기를 해주시고요. 그 다음에는 제가 국제협력에 관련된 2가지 정도의 이야기를 같이 나누도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 일단 제일 먼저 감염병에 대해서 가장 관심이 보통 많으신 보건복지부 오 과장님께서 복지부가 하고 있는 개발이라든지 그다음에 인허가 과정에서의 노력, 그리고 공공 구매 시장으로의 진출 같은 것들에 대해서 어떤 일들이 있는지 한번 설명을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 보건복지부에서 보건산업 진흥 업무를 담당하고 있는 과장입니다. 코로나19 대유행을 계기로 세계 각국은 감염병 등 질병 극복과 국민 건강 보장을 위해 바이오헬스 산업을 국가 필수 전략 산업으로 정하고 다양한 정책 지원을 기울이고 있습니다. 우리 정부는 바이오 디지털 헬스 글로벌 중심 국가 도약이라는 국정 과제 아래 2023년도에 제3차 제약 바이오 산업 육성 지원 종합 5개년 계획을 발표한 바 있습니다. 4개의 전략과 10개의 중점 추진 과제를 설정하였습니다. 첫째로 글로벌 블록버스터 신약 창출과 보건안보 및 사회적 요구에 대응하는 전략적 R&D 투자. 둘째, 백신 의약품 자급화를 포함한 제약 바이오 산업 투자 및 전략적 수출 지원 강화. 셋째로는 제약 바이오 융복합 인재 양성. 넷째로는 글로벌 수준의 규제 혁신 공급망 인프라 확대입니다. 오늘 오전에 글로벌 공급망 관련한 세션이 있었습니다. 코로나19를 계기로 전 세계 의약품 공급 부족 현상이 심화되고 있습니다. 각 국가는 국가 보건안보 강화를 위해서 의약품 공급 문제를 해결하기 위한 노력을 경주하고 있습니다. OECD의 보고서가 있습니다. 정책 보고서인데요. 팬데믹 이후 세계에서의 의료 공급망 확보라는 보고서에 따르면 공급망 관련한 다양한 정보를 공유하고 국가 간의 긴밀한 협력을 통해서 공동 조달을 활용하여 부족 위험을 완화시켜야 함을 권고하고 있습니다. 우리 보건복지부는 고령화, 필수 의료 위기 등 국가가 직면한 난제를 해결하는 기술 개발을 위해 임무 중심의 혁신적 R&D 사업인 한국형 아르파H 프로젝트를 올해부터 새롭게 추진 중에 있습니다. 예를 들면 백신의 초장기 저장 기술 개발, 팬데믹 상황에서 생산 공정을 수행하는 이동형 소규모 백신 생산 모듈 개발 등이 이러한 연구 과제 기술입니다. 또한 DTAP, 일본 뇌염 등과 같은 필수 예방접종 백신 자급화 기술 개발 등을 비롯해서 2020년부터 2029년까지 총 2,151억 원의 정부 예산을 지원하고 있습니다. 또한 2021년 6월부터는 국내 백신 기업, 백신 관련 원부자재, 다국적 기업 등 68개사가 참여하는 백신 기업 협의체를 운영하고 있습니다. 백신과 원부자재 관련하여 개발된 최신 기술을 공유하고 VC 투자 유치 등 기업 간 협력을 통해서 한국의 글로벌 백신 허브 도약을 위해 소통의 창구로서 큰 역할을 하고 있습니다. 전 세계는 더욱 서로 긴밀하게 연결됨에 따라서 또 다른 팬데믹, 항생제 내성 등 치명적인 바이오 위협에 점점 더 취약해지고 있습니다. 따라서 바이오 안보의 위기를 발생시키는 다양한 위협들에 효과적으로 대응하기 위해서는 전략적 접근이 필수적입니다. 오늘 포럼을 통해서 정부와 기업 간의 노력을 공유해서 라이트 재단의 운영 취지처럼 건강 형평성이 높아지는 데 도움이 되기를 기대합니다. 예, 고맙습니다.
네. 복지부 사업을 소개하신다고 해서 그냥 들었는데 갑자기 주요 항목으로 저희 사업단에서 하고 있는 게 나와서 걱정이 확 밀려오고 부담이 확 되고 이제부터 편하게 살기는 힘들겠구나라는 생각이 들었습니다. 이렇게 이제 개발 같은 것들이 저희 나라에서 많이 진행되고 제품도 꽤 많이 진행되고 있다 보니까 관련된 기초 감염병에 관련된 기초 연구 개발 그리고 이런 것들을 지원하기 위한 국제 협력 등등을 과기부에서 많이 관심을 가지고 진행하고 계시는데 어떤 사업들이 진행되고 있는지 그리고 그런 과정에서 과기부는 어떤 역할을 지향하시는지 좀 소개를 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 과기정통부 생명기술팀장 강성환입니다. 저희 한국 정부는 2022년 10월 12대 국가 전략기술 중 하나로 첨단 바이오를 선정하고 첨단 바이오의 4대 핵심 기술로 합성생물학, 감염병 백신 치료, 유전자 세포 치료, 디지털 헬스 데이터 분석 활용 기술을 지정한 바 있습니다. 아울러 금년 4월에는 범부처 차원에서 첨단 바이오 이니셔티브를 수립하고 바이오 기술 기반으로 기후변화와 에너지, 소재, 보건의료 등 경제산업 전반의 혁신을 촉진하겠다는 정부 차원의 기본 방향을 제시한 바 있습니다. 아울러 이 첨단 바이오 이니셔티브에서는 주요 추진 과제 중 하나로 오늘 많은 논의가 이루어질 mRNA 백신 플랫폼의 핵심 기술 개발과 자립화를 지원하는 한편 방역 기술의 고도화를 추진하는 등의 감염병 분야 R&D 방향을 설정한 바 있습니다. 이런 정부 차원의 전략과 정책하에 저희 과기정통부는 세계 공통 현안 중 하나인 감염병 분야에 대응하기 위해서 감염병과 관련된 미래 핵심 기초 원천 기술 개발을 지원하고 전임상 시험을 지원하는 체계를 구축하여 산하견을 대상으로 세포주와 동물 모델을 활용한 약물의 유효성 평가와 독성 평가 과정을 지원하고 있습니다. 아울러 우리나라를 대표하는 과학기술 연구그룹인 IBS 산하에 있는 바이러스 기초연구소와 글로벌 파스테르 네트워크의 한국 연구소를 통해서 민간 기업과 연구자에게 BL3, ABL3의 인프라 서비스를 제공하고 있습니다. 또한 신변종 감염병과 관련된 생물 안전시설에서 연구 서비스를 제공할 수 있는 전문 인력 양성 사업도 추진 중에 있습니다. 앞으로 저희 과기정통부는 글로벌 공동 현안인 감염병과 같은 핵심 분야의 지원을 적극 확대토록 하겠습니다. 이상입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 이게 감염병하고 관련된 글로벌 이슈를 다루는 바이오 서밋의 라이트 파운데이션에서 일반적으로 연구개발에서 자주 뵙는 산자부나 농림수산부를 제끼고 외교부를 모셨습니다. 아마도 저희가 아는 것보다도 훨씬 큰 비중으로 외교부에서 이러한 문제 해결이라든지 중저소득 국가와의 관계 같은 것들을 추진하고 계신데 저희가 알기로도 뭐 가비, 세피, 뭐 글로벌 펀드라든지 또는 유니테이드 같은 데하고 많은 협력 관계를 추진하고 계시는 걸로 알고 있으니까 좀 자세한 상황을 알려주시면.
네, 안녕하세요. 외교부 다자협력 인도지원 과장 최종윤이라고 합니다. 제가 이제 외교부에서 인도적 지원 전반이랑 국제 개발 협력 기구들과의 협력을 담당하고 있는데 글로벌 보건기구들이랑 어떻게 협력하고 있는지 간단히 말씀드리겠습니다. 사실 이제 그 앞에서도 소개해 주셨지만 이제 정부가 글로벌 중추 국가 비전 하에 ODA를 비약적으로 늘리다 보니까 코로나19 시기랑 맞물리면서 보건 OD도 많이 늘어나고 있습니다. 그래서 저희는 이제 앞으로 글로벌 보건 협력에 있어서 세 가지 방향이 중요하다고 보고 있습니다. 첫 번째로 이제 백신이나 의료기기를 개발하고 그것이 이제 적시에 공급되는 것, 그리고 이제 국가 간 모범 사례 공유를 하는 것, 이런 거를 위한 이제 글로벌 네트워크를 촉진하는 것 하나. 그다음에 이제 두 번째로는 앞으로 미래 팬데믹이 발생했을 때 효과적으로 그 대응하고 또 그런 그때 같이 협력할 수 있는 그런 보건 규범 강화. 그리고 마지막으로는 이제 글로벌 사우스와 협력을 통해서 글로벌 사우스의 보건 역량을 강화하는 것. 이 세 가지 방향이 이제 중요하다고 보고 이제 준비를 해나가고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 외교부는 사실 이 세 가지 방향에 있어서 이제 직간접적으로 다 관여를 하고 있는데요. 오늘 패널 토론 취지에 맞게 글로벌 보건기구와의 협력에 대해서 좀 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 외교부 인도적 지원 예산으로 지금 크게 5개 기구에 대해서 기여를 하고 있습니다. 그 세피, 그다음에 이제 가비, 글로벌 펀드, 유니테드, 그다음에 이제 글로벌 소아마비 근절 이니셔티브라고 하는 GPI, 이 5개 기구입니다. 사실 이제 우리의 글로벌 보건기구에 대한 기여는 그 대통령께서 2022년 5월 코로나 정상회의 때 이제 액트2의 3억 불 기여, 그 다음에 같은 해 9월 그 글로벌 펀드 7차 재정 공약 회의에서 이제 2023년 5년간 이제 뭐 1억 불 공약, 이래서 이제 유명을 해졌는데 사실 2004년부터 일부 기구들이랑 협력을 해왔습니다. 그래서 저희가 이들 5개 기구에 대해서 2023년에 약 1.67억 불 정도를 지원을 했고요. 올해도 한 1.3억 불 가까이 지원할 수 있을 것으로 보고 있습니다. 이제 가령 세피의 경우는 작년에 2,400만 불, 올해는 이제 1,800만 불을 지원을 했고, 세피에 대한 지원 같은 경우는 다 비지정 기여기 때문에 이 전반적으로 국내 ODA 환경이 안 좋아지는 가운데서 이제 코어라고 하는 이런 기여를 늘린 것은 상당히 의미가 있다고 보고 있습니다. 가비 같은 경우는 작년에 한 7천만 불 정도 저희가 지원을 했고요. 올해도 상당한 규모가 될 걸로 보고 있고, 글로벌 펀드는 정상 공약 이행 차원에서 작년에 5천만 불, 올해도 2,500만 불 정도를 기여하고 있습니다. 유니테드 같은 경우도 한 1,500만 불 지금 작년과 올해 할 수 있을 것으로 보고 있습니다. 그래서 그 다음에 이제 이렇게 기구에 대한 기여를 하는 게 이제 외교부가 또 주로 하는 일이지만 이런 기구에 대한 기여가 우리 국내로 어느 정도 환류 효과를 일으킬 수 있게 노력하는 것도 이제 외교부가 신경을 쓰고 있습니다. 그 환류 효과라는 게 이제 당연히 우리 기업들이 이제 글로벌 보건 기구들의 조달 시장에 참여하고 또 우리 기업들이 이제 투자를 좀 받을 수 있도록 그 간접적으로 지원하는 역할이 되겠습니다. 그래서 이제 글로벌 펀드 같은 경우는 한 50%의 재원을 이제 조달에 사용하고 있다고 저희가 파악을 하고 있는데, 그래서 외교부가 글로벌 펀드랑은 매년 고위급 심포지엄이랑 조달 포럼을 열어서 우리 기업들이 이제 조달에 좀 참여하실 수 있는 그런 것들을 간접적으로 정보도 드리고, 또 코이카 조달팀도 같이 참여해서 글로벌 조달 시장에 대한 정보나 그런 것들을 드리고 있고, 애로사항도 듣고 있습니다. 그리고 뭐 지난달에는 좀 바이오 기업들과 간담회도 가졌었고요. 그래서 하여튼 뭐 이런 어떤 이익을 위해서 외교부가 기여를 하는 것은 아니지만 이런 환류 효과가 있는 게 그 기구와의 측면에서도 장기적인 파트너십을 위해 반드시 필요한 것이라고 일단 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래야지 이런 파트너십에 대한 지원, 이런 부분들에 대해서 이제 우리 국민들께서 계속 지속적으로 지지를 해주실 수 있기 때문입니다. 그래서 이제 이런 부분 말씀드리면서 앞으로도 세 가지 방향으로 이제 노력을 해 나갈 건데요. 첫 번째는 이제 계속해서 안정적인 재원을 확보해서 이들 기구에 대해서 우리 국력이나 국격에 맞는 그런 지원을 해 나가려고 하고요. 두 번째는 말씀드린 것처럼 이제 우리 기업들이 이들 기구와의 협력에 있어서 더 많은 참여 기회, 협력 기회를 가질 수 있도록 간접적으로 지원을 해 나가려고 하고 있습니다. 그다음에 이제 마지막으로는 제가 와서 보니까 이제 보건기구에 대해서 우리 국민들이 좀 진출해 있는 것이 이렇게 많지가 않아가지고 능력 있는 우리 국민들께서 이들 보건기구에 좀 진출하실 수 있게, 물론 유엔처럼 어떤 체계적인 시스템을 당장 만들 수 있는 건 아니지만 능력 있는 보건 분야의 우리 국민들께서 이제 기구에 좀 진출해서 서로 상생하는 그런 관계를 만들어 나가는 방안을 좀 장기적으로 모색해야 되지 않을까 이렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다. 이상입니다.
네, 제가 어떻게 하다 보니까 우연히 세피 과학위원회 위원이 돼서 지난 여름부터 회의에 불려가고 있는데 엄청 저한테 의견을 많이 물어서 왜 이러지라고 생각했더니 우리나라에서 이미 엄청 기여를 하고 있군요. 예, 세피에 가면은 저희 한국 쪽에서 저가 참여하고 있는데 많은 혜택과 우대를 받고 있습니다. 그러면 이제 대충의 부처별 현황은 간단하게 다들 들으셨을 것 같고요. 오늘 이슈가 글로벌 콜라보레이션 협력, 국제 협력에 관련된 어떻게 방안이 있고 발전 계획이 있는지에 대해서 이야기해 보는 자리니까 부처별로 향후는 그러면 우리가 국제 협력에 대해서 어떤 생각을 하고 있다. 그리고 다 비슷한 일들을 추진하고 계시니까요. 그래서 이런 일을 하는데 파트너들한테는 어떻게 생각하고 다른 부처는 혹시 어떤 것들을 바라는 게 있다라고 한번 들어볼까 하는데 제일 먼저 가장 직접적으로 이야기하셨던 외교부부터 한번 의견을 주셔보시면요.
저희는 이제 그 기구에 대해서 이제 기여를 하는 측면에서 보면은 일단은 우리가 기여하는 거에 대해서 이제 합당한 효과성이나 그다음에 우리가 이제 지원하는 거에 대해서 그 가시성을 받는 게 이제 저희는 중요하다고 보고 있습니다. 그런 것들이 이제 기구랑 장기적으로 협력을 하는 데 있어서도 국내적으로 지지를 받는 데 중요하거든요. 근데 사실 제가 담당하고 있는 UN 개발협력기구에 비해서는 이 글로벌 보건기구의 어떤 거버넌스나 그 안에서 어떤 협력의 메커니즘, 그런 운영 형태 이런 것들을 잘 모르기 때문에 좀 앞으로는 이런 글로벌 보건기구에 대한 거버넌스에 대한 참여 이런 거를 좀 강화해 나가고 싶고 그런 부분들에 대해서 이제 내년이나 내후년에 어떤 업무 협의 기회나 이런 것들이 있을 때 기구 측에 좀 요청을 해나가면서 우리가 참여하고 알아낼 수 있는 부분을 가고자 합니다. 근데 이제 이런 측면에서 보면은 국내적으로 사실 외교부가 좀 보건을 전문적으로 하는 부처는 아니다 보니까 사실 이제 모르는 부분이 너무 많고 정보가 부족할 때가 있습니다. 그리고 사실 이제 굉장히 어렵거든요, 내용이. 그래서 이제 제 개인적인 바람으로는 좀 정부 차원에서 이렇게 글로벌 보건 협력을 하는 부처들이 모여서 좀 정보를 교환을 하고 좀 이렇게 어쨌든 다 정부 차원에서 협력을 하는 거니까 그런 부분들에서 이제 같이 만들어 나가는, 그래서 외교부가 뭐 해야 되는 일이 있으면 하고 또 도와드릴 수 있는 부분이 있으면 도와드리고 이런 것들을 좀 하는 자리가 있었으면 좋겠다, 약간 그런 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 말씀 드려도 되는 건지 모르겠지만 네, 그렇습니다.
조만간 위원회를 하나 만들어 보는데 예, 또 다른 방식으로 국제협력에 대해서 아주 적극적으로 추진을 하고 계시는 부처로 알고 있는데 과기부에서는 그럼 향후 어떤 계획들이 있으신지?
네, 그 과기정통부의 이 분야 국제협력은 크게 두 가지 트랙으로 이루어지고 있습니다. 하나는 ODA 사업, 또 하나는 R&D 사업인데요. 먼저 우리나라 ODA 사업은 옆에 있는 외교부가 총괄을 하고 있습니다. 그중에서 과기정통부는 과학기술 분야의 ODA 사업을 전담해서 지원하고 있는데요. 라이트 재단이나 여기 앉아 계시는 많은 분들이 관심 있어하는 보건의료 또는 감염병 분야의 R&D와 관련된 ODA에 대해서는 저희가 추후 기회가 된다면 외교부와 상의를 해서 향후 ODA의 재원이 이 분야에 더 확대될 수 있도록 여러 가지 협의를 해볼 의향이 있습니다. 아울러 R&D에 있어서는 과기정통부는 국제공동연구를 확대를 하고 있습니다. 바이오 분야의 특성이 백신과 치료제에 국한되는 기술이 있는 건 아닙니다. 모두가 잘 아시다시피 mRNA 백신 같은 경우에는 그 연구의 시작이 거의 40년이 됐었고 노벨상을 받은 기술은 2000년 초반에 나왔고 프로토타입은 2010년에 나왔습니다. 이처럼 바이오 분야의 연구는 여러 오랜 시간이 걸리고 여러 기술과 이제 지식이 동원되는 분야이기 때문에 과기정통부는 국제공동연구를 통해서 백신, 치료제는 물론 헬스케어 전반에 이용될 수 있는 여러 선도 기술을 개발하기 위해서 선진국들과 협력을 하려고 합니다. 네, 이상입니다.
예, 제가 지금은 독립했지만 예전에는 복지부하고 같이 일했던 질병관리청 출신이기 때문에 복지부 만만치 않게 그리고 아주 다양한 분야에서 국제협력하고 계신데 향후로도 아마 필요가 더 많이 있으실 거고요. 어떤 계획이 있으십니까?
네, 아무래도 뭐 이렇게 나이트 재단이랄지 이런 쪽에서 아마 정부는 좀 도움을 드려서 좀 더 협력을 좀 강화해 나가는 방향으로 해야 될 것 같고요. 최근 이슈로는 그 바이오 시큐리티, 바이오 안보가 굉장히 지금 이슈가 되고 있습니다. 그래서 미국, 유럽, 인도, 한국, 그래서 바이오 5에서 지금 그 의약품 공급망, 필수약품 공급망 그 붕괴, 부족 이런 쪽에 있어서 그 포스트 팬데믹을 대비해서 국가적으로 어떻게 할 건지 이 부분에 지금 좀 굉장히 중심이 되고 있고요. 복지부도 그 부분에 있어서 지금은 현재는 전략을 좀 기울이고 있습니다. 또 한 가지는 이제 그 저희 나라 그 제약 산업을 좀 활성화하는 측면에서 말씀을 드려보면 글로벌 오픈 이노베이션을 통해서 성과 창출을 조금 더 빨리 가속화시키겠다. 그래서 최근에 그 유한양의 렉나자가 FDA 허가를 받은 것처럼 그렇게 작은 바이오텍 기술들을 큰 제약사들을 수요를 좀 같이 연결을 시켜서 저희 나라 의학 산업이 좀 발전을 하는 쪽으로 해서 기술 이전도 받고 그래서 우리나라 제약 산업을 좀 확장시키고 세계에 진출하는 이런 쪽 두 가지 전략으로 저희는 지금 추진을 하고 있습니다. 네.
예, 들어보신 대로면 뭐 저희 나라에서 감염병을 관여하고 있고 국제협력에 깊게 개입하고 있는 모든 부처가 향후로도 아주 꾸준히 다양하게 새로운 국제협력 관계, 그다음에 발전상을 만들어 나갈 것 같습니다. 아직 조금 시간이 남아서 한 가지 주제를 더 준비했던 걸 이야기해 보려고 하는데요. 결국은 이제 저희 나라가 이런 국제협력에서 가장 독특한 포지션은 오랫동안 리시피언트였다가 김한희 대표가 발표했던 것처럼 어느 날 상당 수준의 발전을 이루고 도너로 변한 다음에 이제부터 이제 그것에 대한 좋은 역할을 해나가야 될 독특한 입장이에요. 왜냐하면 그런 경우가 많지는 않았을 테니까요. 독특한 입장이었는데 이런 경우에 오랫동안 동료였고 지금도 동료이고 앞으로도 파트너일 것 같은 그 LMIC, 로미들 컨트리에 대해서 부처에서 특별히 생각하시고 계시는 게 있는지 아마도 이런 쪽에 제품 등등 기술 등등에 대해서 가장 협력 현안이 많으실 복지부부터 한번 얘기를 들어볼 수 있을까요?
네, 아까 제가 오전에 그 글로벌 공급망 세션 참석을 했었고요. 그때 우리 USP에서 발표해 주셨고 EU 뭐 그다음에 저희 나라 그 삼성 바이오로직스, SK 바이오팜 이렇게 발표해 주셨는데요. 그때 제가 가장 그 좀 인상 깊게 들었던 거는 주로 개발 생산을 하는 국가는 북반구에 위치돼 있고 고소득 국가이고 반면에 실제 그런 그 백신 이런 것들이 필요한 국가는 뭐 남반구라든지 카리브해라든지 그런 쪽에 이제 약품이 잘 흘러가지 않는다 이런 말씀을 굉장히 인상 깊게 들었습니다. 그래서 어차피 저희 나라도 여러 가지 바이오 시밀러라든지 신약이라든지 이런 부분들이 지금 굉장히 강세가 있는 국가이기 때문에 좀 최대한 좋은 신약들을 필수약들을 개발을 좀 촉진시키면서 또 생산 기술이 있기 때문에 그 부분들을 스케일업 시키고 생산을 많이 해서 결국은 그게 이제 그 약간의 중소국가 쪽으로 흘러갈 수 있도록 그런 쪽의 부분을 좀 더 투자를 더 확대하고 관심도 가지고 뭐 규제 완화 지원하고 그래야 될 것 같습니다. 그런 부분에 좀 더 신경을 쓰도록 하겠습니다.
네, 비슷한 개념으로 과기부에서도 이런 쪽에 에쿼티, 그러니까 평등이라든지 분배라든지 등등의 측면에서 많은 관심이 있을 것 같은데 특별히 관심 있는 지역이나 기술이나 뭐 대상 같은 게 있으실까요?
네, 지난주에 워싱턴 DC에서 개최됐던 AI 바이오 서밋에 외교부와 함께 참여를 했었습니다. 동북아, 아프리카, 유럽, 남미, 북미의 국가들이 모두 참여를 해서 AI와 바이오의 융합 기술 트렌드에 대해서 점검을 하고 이슈를 논의하는 자리였는데요. 그 자리에서 논의됐던 중에 주요 내용 중 하나는 기술의 수준, 국가 기술의 수준이 높든 낮든 경제력이 크든 작든 간에 바이오에 있어서 중요한 것은 데이터와 소재라는 얘기가 오갔습니다. 이는 어느 국가든 바이오와 관련된 데이터 소재를 갖고 있고 특히 감염병 분야에 있어서는 감염병과 관련된 이제 병원균, 그다음 그 병원균의 정보 이 모든 게 전 세계적으로 공유가 될 때 우리의 대응력을 더 증가시킬 수 있다는 걸 모두가 다 공감하실 겁니다. 이처럼 과기정통부는 바이오 데이터, 바이오 소재와 관련돼 있어서 국가와 국경을 넘나들면서 서로 공유하고 같이 활용할 수 있는 체계가 수립되길 희망하고 있으며 이제 그에 앞서서 현재 한국 내에 바이오 관련 데이터가 활발히 공유되고 활용될 수 있도록 국가 차원의 KBDS 코리아 바이오 데이터 스테이션이라는 정보 공유 체계를 구축해서 이제 고도화하고 있습니다. 앞으로도 이렇게 데이터와 소재를 공유하고 활용할 수 있는 체계가 글로벌적으로 계속 활성화되고 확립됐으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 의도한 바는 아니지만 어떻게 하다 보니까 외교부가 결국은 오늘 세션에 파이널 코멘트를 하시게 되셨는데 결국은 국제협력의 백본을 가지고 계신 외교부로서 이런 일들이 다 진행이 돼서 LMIC들과의 대한민국이 어떤 모습을 갖게 될 거라고 상상하시거나 기대하시는지 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
이제 ODA라는 게 특히 이제 외교부가 하는 ODA라는 게 사실은 어떤 뭐 큰 대가를 단기적으로 바라고 하는 일은 아닙니다. 근데 이제 저희가 그 강점 분야에 대한 ODA를 이제 추진을 많이 하려고 하는데 한국이 가진 강점 분야 중에 하나도 이제 보건이 있다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 이제 이런 보건 분야 ODA를 글로벌 사우스 중소득국 이제 저개발국이랑 해나가면서 결국에 이제 한국이 그 나라에 알려지고 또 그런 사업을 하는 과정에서 우리 기업들이 가진 강점이라든가 좋은 기술들이라든가 이런 것들이 이제 그 나라에 알려지고 이렇게 되면 사실 이제 외교부가 하는 그 코이카를 통해서 하는 ODA가 하나 이제 단초나 마중물이 될 수 있는 것이거든요. 그렇게 이제 저희가 그렇게 전략적인 접근을 가지고 보건 ODA 또 다른 ODA를 추진해 나가면서 결국 이제 한국의 이미지가 좋아지고 그를 통해서 우리 기업들이 더 많이 진출하고 우리 국민들이 진출을 하고 이렇게 함으로써 큰 틀에서 이제 결국엔 그게 하나의 국익으로 반영이 되는 거다. 저희는 그렇게 생각하고 있고 ODA 사이즈가 커지는 만큼 외교부 또 국무조정실, 기획재정부 이렇게 이제 3대 주요 기관인데 더 큰 파트너십을 만들고 협력해 나가면서 더 효과적이고 효율적이고 성과 있는 ODA를 해나가도록 하겠습니다.
네. 주어진 시간이 거의 다 돼가서 여기서 마칠까 하는데요. 제가 한 감염병 이런 일을 시작한 지 한 20년쯤 된 것 같고요. 근데 처음 했을 때 어디 여기 와 계신 이주연 센터장님이랑 다들 이 일을 시작했던 사람들이 누구 찾아가서 이야기 드릴 만한 데도 없었고 상의 드리기도 쉽지 않았었습니다. 근데 지금은 저희 나라의 웬만한 부처들이 다 정책도 전략도 아이디어도 다 있으신 것 같아서 향후는 여러분들이 그다음에 외국에서 오신 많은 참여자분들이 직접 찾아보시고 만나시고 하시면 많은 일들이 행복한 미래를 향해서 만들어질 수 있을 것 같습니다. 참여해 주신 여러분들한테 감사드립니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그 좋은 토론과 논의 진행해 주신 홍기종 교수님 그리고 좋은 토론 논의 말씀해 주신 강성환 과장님 그리고 최종윤 과장님 그리고 오창현 과장님께 감사드립니다. 다음 세션은 두 번째의 이제 패널 디스커션 세션을 하겠습니다. 두 번째 세션은 지역 및 세계보건을 기여하기 위한 한국의 노력에 있어서 한국 산업계와의 토론의 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 이를 위해서 유바이오로직스 이를 위해서 바이오니아의 박한호 대표님, 유바이오로직스의 배경옥 대표님, LG 화학, LG캠의 박희술 전무님, 노을의 임찬양 대표님, SK 바이오사이언스의 박진선 본부장님, 신풍제약의 유재만 대표님 말씀해 주시겠습니다. 왼쪽부터 가장 끝 자리를 빼고 왼쪽 두 번째 자리부터 박한호 대표님, 배경옥 대표님, 박기술 전무님, 임찬양 대표님, 박진선 본부장님, 유재만 대표님 자리에 앉아주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 오늘 이번 시간은 한편으로는 한국 정부의 입장과 여러 가지 활동과 역할에 대해서 말씀을 드렸다면은 이번 시간에는 실제로 그 제품 개발의 일선에서 최전선에서 역할을 하고 있는 국내 한국의 제약바이오 기업들의 말씀을 듣는 시간을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 본 세션에서는 이제 글로벌 감염 분야에 있어서 국내에 있는 제약바이오 기업들이 감염병 연구 개발과 글로벌 공공조달 지원 과정에 있어서 각자 그 기업들이 추진하고 있는 현황들에 대해서 말씀을 듣는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 이를 위해서 먼저 각 기업들이 첫 시간으로 보스에 갖도록 하겠습니다. 이제 이번 순서에 있어서는 먼저 유바이오로직스, LG화학, 그리고 SK바이오사이언스, 그리고 이제 바이오니아, 노울, 신풍제약 순서로 말씀을 듣기로 하겠는데요. 먼저 이제 현재까지 진행해 오신 글로벌 보건 주제와 관련하여서 각 질병에 대한 제약바이오 제품의 연구개발 현황을 나누어 주시고, 또 향후 글로벌 보건 분야 R&D에 진행을 하고자 하시는 방향에 대해서 말씀해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 먼저 이제 백신 분야의 기업들의 말씀부터 먼저 말씀을 들어보겠는데요. 우선 유바이오로직스 네, 백영욱 대표님 말씀해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 주식회사 유바이오로직스에서 온 백영욱 대표입니다. 저희 회사는 감염병 예방 백신을 개발하고 퍼블릭 헬스 쪽으로 공급을 하는 백신 전문 회사입니다. 2010년에 회사가 창업을 해서 지금 현재 사업을 하고 있는데요. 오늘 저희들 연구 개발하고 지금 글로벌 공급을 하고 있는 세 가지 제품에 대해서 우선 간단히 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째는 저희는 2010년에 회사를 창업하면서 처음으로 경구용 콜레라 백신을 개발하게 되었습니다. 국제백신연구소의 기술 이전을 받아서 2010년에 개발을 시작을 해서 2015년에 수출 허가를 받았고, 그리고 WHO PQ를 거쳐서 2016년도부터 경구용 콜레라 백신을 공급을 하면서 작년 23년도에 3천만 도스, 올해 약 4천만 도스, 내년에 유니세프 어워드를 7,200만 도스를 받았습니다. 그래서 지금 현재 아까 김한희 박사께서 말씀하신 대로 솔 매뉴팩처러로서 유니세프에 공급을 하고 있는데, 여기에 대한 책임을 느끼면서 안정적인 공급을 위해서 최선을 다하고 있습니다. 두 번째는 장티푸스 백신이 되겠습니다. 저희가 자체 개발한 장티푸스 접합 백신을 개발하고 있고요. 지금 현재 지금 임상 3상을 완료를 하고 지난달에 이제 수출 허가 신청을 했고, 내년도에 WHO PQ를 거쳐서 2026년도부터 저희들이 유니세프에 공급을 할 수 있도록 현재 준비 중에 있습니다. 그리고 세 번째 백신은 수막구균 백신인데요. 수막구균 접합 백신도 저희들 자체 기술로 개발을 해서 지금 임상을 2상, 3상을 진행 중인데요. 아프리카 현지에서 임상을 진행 중입니다. 좀 전에 말씀드린 장티푸스와 수막구균 백신은 국내에서 있는 라이트 재단의 도움을 받아서 지금 현재 임상 3상을 잘 진행을 하고 있고요. 아까 잘 소개가 됐기 때문에 추가적으로 말씀드리면, 이제 수막구균 백신은 임상을 2상, 3상을 아프리카에서 진행을 해서 26년도에 임상을 마치고 수출 허가 및 WHO PQ 과정을 거쳐서 2027년 말이나 2028년도부터 공급을 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 이렇게 퍼블릭 백신 쪽으로는 저희들이 세 가지 백신을 지금 준비를 하고 있고 또 공급을 하고 있는 상황이 되겠고요. 앞으로도 연구 개발을 더 해보겠다라고 하는 제품에 있어서는 좀 전에 이제 감염병 연구소에서도 말씀하셨듯이 국내에서도 이제 9가지 이 감염병에 대한 대응 대책이 있어야 된다라고 이야기를 했고요. 최근에 이제 WHO에서 또 17가지의 감염병에 대한 대응 백신이 이제 우선순위가 있다라고 이렇게 이야기를 했는데, 저희 기업 입장에서는 모든 백신을 하고 싶다고 하고 또 할 수 있다고 할 수 있는 게 아니라 이제 사업성을 따져보면서 이제 접근을 해야 된다라는 문제가 있습니다. 그래서 이제 그 가비의 그 백신 투자 전략이라든지, 그다음에 이제 국제 공조, 아까 말씀드린 PPP를 통해서 어떤 백신이 가장 효율적으로 공급을 할 수 있을까를 좀 따져보면서 해야 된다는 이런 생각을 가지고 있고요. 글로벌 백신에 있어서는 중요한 게 이제 저는 효율성과 또 같은 프로그램으로 있는 백신을 좀 뭉쳐서 콤보 백신을 만들어야 된다는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 장티푸스라든지 저희들 경구용 콜레라 백신도 이제 접합 백신을 만들어서 같이 콤보 백신을 만들면 어떨까 이런 계획을 가지고 이제 콤보 백신으로 나가면서 효율적인 백신이 되고 가격이 싸고 그다음에 널리 공급될 수 있는 백신을 개발을 하기 위해서 노력하고 있습니다. 앞으로도 더 열심히 노력하고 정진하도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네.
네, 감사합니다. 유바이올로직스는 특히 최근에 뉴욕 타임즈에 콜레라 백신, 오랄 콜레라 백신의 공급자, 유일한 공급자로서도 하이라이트를 받으신 바 있으신데 글로벌 공공 백신에 있어서 상당히 우선순위를 가지고 있으신 부분이 항상 감사하게 생각하는 부분입니다. 다만 유바이올로직스에 못지않게 또 글로벌 공공 백신 구매 조달에 있어서 특히 콤비네이션 백신 등에 있어서 상당히 많은 노력을 하고 계시는 LG 화학의 박희술 전문의 말씀을 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. LG화학 생명과학 본부의 백신 사업을 맡고 있는 박희술이라고 합니다. LG화학은 아시는 분은 아시겠지만 전문의약품을 개발하고 판매하고 있는 회사로서 저희 매출 중에 50%가 해외에서 발생하고 있고 22년도에는 미국의 아베오라는 회사를 인수를 해서 글로벌 제약사로 좀 발돋움하기 위해서 노력을 하고 있습니다. 특히 백신 분야는 저희가 생각하는 굉장히 중요한 분야로서 계속 얘기가 되고 있는 공공보건을 위해서는 정말 중요한 제품이고 사업이라고 생각해서 저희가 가지고 있는 생명공학 그리고 공정기술, 바이오 공정기술을 활용해서 93년도에 유박스라고 하는 비형 간염 백신을 처음 저희가 출시를 했고요. 현재는 유박스를 포함해서 유희부, 그다음에 소아마비 백신 그리고 오가 백신을 가지고 있습니다. 이 대부분의 백신들이 굉장히 기초 백신이기 때문에 이 기초 백신들은 WHO의 가비를 통해서 전 세계에 공급을 하고 있고 특히 소아마비의 경우에는 저희가 전 세계 공급량의 약 75%, 유펜타는 한 35%, 그리고 유박스는 한 30% 정도를 지금 공급을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 공급들을 통해서 저희가 그동안 쌓아왔던 WHO나 가비, 그다음 BMJF의 신뢰를 바탕으로 해서 저희가 5가 백신을 개발하거나 현재 개발하고 있는 6가 백신에 BMJF로부터 1,000억 이상의 펀드를 받아서 지금 개발을 하고 있고 특히 생산 설비에 있어서는 저희가 백신 생산 시설이 특히나 안정성이 매우 중요하기 때문에 세계 최초로 케미컬 서티피케이션이라는 안전 인정을 받기 위해서 준비를 하고 있고 아마 올 연말쯤에 받을 것으로 생각을 하고 있습니다. 최근에 저희가 개발하고 있는 백신은 유가 혼합 백신으로 WP 기반으로 하는 유연한 공급형의 백신을 저희가 개발을 하고 있고 또 일반 퍼블릭을 위한 AP 기반의 유가 혼합 백신을 개발하고 있습니다. 지난 팬데믹 상황에서는 이런 저희의 어떤 퀄리티 있는 생산 연구 덕택으로 세피로부터 팬데믹 코로나 백신 생산 업체로도 지정이 되었었고 그 이후에 다양한 협력 관계를 지금 구축하고 있는 상황입니다. 현재 저희는 아마도 유가 혼합 백신에 들어가는 6가지 원액을 다 내재화해서 가지고 있는 전 세계 몇 안 되는 회사라고 저희가 알고 있고 이런 기술력과 그다음에 연구, 그다음에 개발, 생산, 판매까지 다 아우를 수 있는 전체 구조를 가지고 있기 때문에 향후에 다양한 기술들을 가지고 있는 회사들과 협업을 통해서 새로운 백신을 개발하는 데 많은 도움이 될 거라고 생각하고 혹시나 LG와 새로운 백신을 개발하고 싶으신 분들이 있으시면 언제든지 오시면 같이 한번 개발할 수 있는 기회를 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다. 특히나 저희가 펀딩을 BMJF에서도 많이 받았지만 또 라이트펀드에서도 저희가 펀딩을 많이 받아서 도움을 받고 있기 때문에 향후에 이런 활동들이 조금 더 잘 활성화돼서 백신 연구 개발하고 있는 회사들의 큰 도움이 되었으면 하는 바람입니다. 네.
네, 감사합니다. LG의 오픈 이노베이션에 대한 이런 제안에 관심이 있는 많은 기업들 또 국내 및 해외 기업들에서 많은 연락 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그 다음으로는 또 대표적인 백신 기업으로서 또 스카이커버의 백신 등을 개발해내서 또 역할을 또 많이 해주신 SK바이오사이언스의 박진선 본부장님 말씀을 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
네, SK에서 해외 사업을 담당하고 있는 박진선이라고 합니다. 저희는 20년 정도 전에 백신 사업을 그 한국에 있는 백신 회사를 인수하면서 시작을 했고요. 사실은 초반에는 그냥 한국 시장 판매를 중심으로 하는 작은 회사였다가 저희가 이제 연구 개발과 공장을 짓는 의사 결정을 하면서 이제 저희가 글로벌 플레이어가 될 수 있는 기반을 마련을 한 것이 2008년, 2012년, 그러니까 생각보다 그렇게 오래된 회사는 아닙니다. 저희는 전략이라고 얘기를 하면 그냥 크게 좀 약간 믹스업된 스트래티지를 가지고 있었다라고 얘기를 드리고 싶은데요. 일단 이제 SK라는 회사에서 케미컬의 모 회사에서 백신을 투자를 했었고 당연히 처음에 백신이라는 이 투자를 위해서는 저희가 엔리스크로 진행을 했던 과제들은 한국 시장과 미국, 유럽을 제외한 그 외외 국가를 들어갈 수 있는 제품들을 자체 투자를 이용해서 개발을 했습니다. 그러니까 뭐 어떻게 보면 미드 리스크, 미드 리턴이라고 볼 수 있는 시장이라고 볼 수 있을 것 같아요. 그래서 저희가 이제 세포배양 백신, 전 세계 아직 2개 있는 세포배양 백신, 그다음에 대상포진 백신, 수두 백신, 그리고 이제 PCV13가 개발을 했고요. 마지막에 PCV13은 특허 이슈 때문에 결국 발매는 하지 못했지만 그래서 이 백신들은 현재 한국과 그 외 시장, 그다음에 저희가 프리퀄리피케이션을 받고 난 이후에 파워 시장 등의 유니세프 시장 등에 진출을 해서 공급을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이거는 전체적으로 SK가 직접 투자를 했고 그다음에 해당되는 지역은 거기서 판매가 되고 있는 거고요. 두 가지가 남았는데 하나는 미국, 유럽을 대상으로 한 시장과 로우 앤 미드 인컴 컨트리인데 사실은 둘 다 좀 다른 형태의 리스크가 있기 때문에 저희는 이 두 지역에 대해서는 다 파트너십을 기반으로 한 진출 전략을 쓰고 있습니다. 그래서 앞서 말씀드린 13가 PCB가 비록 저희가 한국에서 발매는 페이턴트 때문에 못했지만 그 13가의 임상 데이터를 근거로 해서 사노피 파스테르하고 2014년부터 그 미국 유럽 시장과 그 외 시장 전체적으로 타겟으로 한 하이 밸런스 제품을 개발하고 있고 저희가 지금 3상에 진입을 했습니다. 그리고 그런 그 파트너십을 통해서 사노피가 가지고 있는 글로벌 임상이나 인허가나 혹은 개발 역량들을 사실은 같이 할 수 있고 SK가 SK 공장에서 생산을 해서 공급하는 그런 모델로 진행을 하고 있고요. 이제 마지막 로우 앤 미드 인컴 컨트리인데 이 부분은 뭐 다들 아시겠지만 워낙 그 연구 개발에 대한 리스크 대비 사실은 매출이나 이런 부분에 대해서 더 어포더블한 서플라이가 필요한 시장이기 때문에 기업 입장에서는 리스크 앤 비니핏 차원에서 보면은 어떻게 보면 로우 투자, 뭐 로우 리턴이라고 볼 수 있는데 실제로 백신 개발은 로우 미드 인컴 컨트리를 위해 개발을 하든 뭐 하인컴까지는 아니지만 기본적인 시장을 하든 큰 차이가 나진 않습니다. 어차피 1, 2, 3, 4을 다 해야 되는 시장이고요. 그러다 보니까 지금 현재 게이츠 재단이나 혹은 세피나 또 웰컴 트러스트, 그다음 여러 펀딩 오르가나이제이션에서 매니팩처러들이 그 시장에 개발을 할 수 있는 제품을 하도록 인센티브와 인커리지를 하기 위해서 여러 가지 펀딩 메커니즘을 가지고 있고 저희도 타이포이드 컨주게이트 백신처럼 한국이나 이 지역에는 시장은 없지만 그야말로 로우 앤 미드 인컴을 위한 컨트리를 위한 시장을 위해서 임상까지 다 IBI와 함께 IBI가 실질적으로 리딩을 해주셨고요. 펀딩을 받아서 다시 PQ를 받아서 이제 저희가 조만간 공급을 할 예정입니다. 그리고 패스하고도 사실은 좀 안타깝게 임상 3상에서 좋은 결과가 나오진 않았지만 인젝터블 로타 바이러스를 3상까지 개발을 진행했었고 사실은 이후의 노력들도 아마 이 큰 개에서 크게 달라질 것 같지는 않습니다. 저희가 사실 팬데믹 때 하나 더 추가된 필라는 넥스트 팬데믹 준비라고 해서 mRNA 플랫폼이 들어왔고 그다음에 물론 코비드 19는 저희가 이제 기존에 가지고 있던 플랫폼을 통해서 게이츠와 세피의 지원을 받아서 개발을 했던 건데요. 이후에 지금 세피로부터 지원받아서 진행하고 있는 mRNA, 그 외에 이제 게이츠나 웰컴에서 받고 있는 그 외 여러 가지 다양한 플랫폼에 대해서는 앞으로도 로우 미드 인컴 컨트리의 확장을 위해서는 회사의 또 디리스크 스트래티지를 위해서 계속적으로 파트너십을 가져갈 것이고 그 프로그램들에 대한 저희의 컨트리뷰션을 계속 유지를 해나갈 예정입니다. 사실 앞으로 달라지는 게 있다면은 뭐 사실은 크게 이 스트래티지가 달라질 것 같지는 않고요. 대신에 저희가 이제 아무래도 상장은 그 사이에 하고 또 얼마 전에 독일에 있는 그 CDMO인 IDT 바이오로지컬을 인수를 하면서 좀 매니팩처링 플랫폼에 대한 여러 가지 전략을 좀 다양화하고 있습니다. 즉 하인컴 컨트리는 이제 IDT라는 플랫폼을 많이 사용할 것이고 당연히 저희 안동 공장 포함해서요. 그다음에 로우 미드 인컴 컨트리는 지금 많이 뜨고 있는 로컬 매니팩처링 이니시에이티브에 관심 있는 업체들과 협력을 하는 방향으로 좀 다변해 나가는 방식이라는 정도가 차이가 있을 것 같고요. 뭐 저희 회사 자체가 그 소셜 밸류와 이코노믹 밸류의 좀 밸런스를 가지고 금방 앞서 세션에서 나왔었는데 좋은 뜻으로 일하다 보면 언젠가 좋은 이익이 돌아오는 그런 사실은 좀 에코시스템을 만들고 싶은 게 저의 아주 큰 위시입니다. 하지만 또 회사로서 또 포프라핏 컴퍼니로서 또 쉐어홀더로서 저희가 지켜야 되는 기본적인 서스테이너빌리티를 지키기 위한 여러 가지 다양한 모델을 익스플로르하고 있고요. 거기에 뭐 앞서 LG 박종무님도 말씀하셨지만 저희도 파트너십 기반으로 일을 하고 있기 때문에 다양한 파트너십 기회 항상 오픈돼 있으니까 네, 관심 가져주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. SK바이오선스의 이제 글로벌 파트너십에 대한 어떤 그 중요한 주안점 말씀 감사드립니다. 그럼 백신 기업들의 말씀을 들어봤다면은 사실 라이트 재단의 포트폴리오에서 가장 큰 것은 백신이지만은 두 번째로 가장 큰 규모의 또 포트폴리오 규모를 차지하고 있는 것은 진단기기 분야이고 또 한국이 또 국제적으로 진단에 대한 역량에 대해서 많은 알려진 부분이 있습니다. 그래서 먼저 바이오니아의 박한호 대표님 말씀드려보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 바이오니아 파운더 박한호입니다. 저희 회사는 92년도에 PCR 시약을 국산화시켜서 처음 회사가 만들어졌고요. 그 이후에 PCR 장비 이런 거 개발을 했는데 2001년 9/11 이후에 미국에서 안트락스가 터졌습니다. 근데 그 다음에 우리가 코리아 재팬 월드컵을 해야 되는데 바이오 테러 에이전트들을 디텍션할 수 있는 시스템이 없어가지고 긴급하게 청와대에서 200억 돈을 주고 그 바이오 테러 디텍션 시스템을 개발하라고 명령이 떨어졌습니다. 그래서 저희는 월요일부터 일요일까지 24시간 풀 가동해서 6개월 만에 리얼타임 PCR을 우리나라 아시아에서 처음으로 개발했습니다. 그래서 그때 개발한 그 안티 테러 에이전트가 여러분들 오시는 것과 같이 글로벌 주요한 그 국내 행사 모든 데 지금까지 사용되고 있습니다. 그리고 저희가 그때 리얼타임 PCR이 얼마나 이게 그 진단에 중요한가를 알아가지고 샘플 프랩부터 PCR까지 자동화된 그런 엑시스테이션이라는 장비를 개발을 했고 2008년도에 스와인 플루가 터졌을 때 저희가 로시보다 2개월 빨리 키트를 개발을 해서 허가를 받았습니다. 그래서 우리나라 150군데의 보건소하고 병원에다가 보급을 해서 우리나라가 전 세계에서 유일하게 진단을 먼저 타미플루를 처방하기 전에 이게 커먼 플루인지 스와인 플루인지 테스트를 해서 그거 갖고서 처방할 수 있었습니다. 그래서 그 이후에 저는 이제 그런 경험을 하면서 분자 진단이 굉장히 강력하지만 많은 리미트가 있다. 그 뭐냐면 시간이 너무 오래 걸리고 오퍼레이션하기 너무 힘들어요. 전문가들이 해야 되고. 그래서 저희가 빠른 시간 내에 또 여러 개 타겟, 멀티 타겟을 할 수 있는 것을 개발을 해야겠다. 멀티 타겟을 하는 이유는 두 가지입니다. 하나는 신드로믹 다이그노스틱을 하는 거고 또 하나는 지금 많은 항생제 내성이나 뮤테이션 같은 것들이 발생하고 있고 AMR이 지금 그 사일런스 팬데믹의 중요한 가장 위협 요소가 되고 있는데 그런 멀티 타겟들을 갖다 동시에 검출하려면은 새로운 종류의 리얼타임 PCR이 필요하겠다 그래서 40개 타겟을 30분대에 검출할 수 있는 아이온큐 PCR을 발명하게 됩니다. 그래서 그거의 첫 번째 어플리케이션으로 TB 쪽에 많은 항생제 내성을 갖다가 한 번에 검사할 수 있는 걸 개발하자. 그래서 4가지의 항생제에 대한 내성을 갖고 있는 뮤턴트들을 빠른 시간 내에 검사할 수 있는 것들을 갖다가 우리가 개발을 시작했고 그거를 라이트 재단에서 지원을 해주기 시작했습니다. 그래서 현재 지금 그동안 완전 새로운 플랫폼을 개발하다 보니까 많은 시행착오를 하고 그랬었는데 드디어 이제 저희가 개발하고 또 공장도 저희가 1,000억 투자해가지고 대량 생산할 수 있는 공장도 만들었고 내년도에 한 10개국에서 임상을 해가지고 최종적으로 넥스트 제너레이션 TB 다이그노스틱을 갖다가 공급을 할 수 있게 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 하나 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 분자 진단의 또 하나의 단점 중에 하나가 이번에 그 코비드 19 때 경험을 했겠지만은 많은 사람들이 뒤집어 쓰고 네거티브 프레셔 룸에서 테스트를 할 수밖에 없었습니다. 왜냐하면 샘플 튜브를 여는 순간 판도라의 상자를 여는 거라서 바이러스가 튀어나올 수 있기 때문에 감염될 수 있기 때문에 그래서 저희가 장비 안에서만 튜브를 자동으로 열어주고 프랩부터 리얼타임 PCR까지 자동화시켜가지고 아무 데서나 대량으로 검사할 수 있는 엑시스테이션 FA라는 걸 개발해가지고 2시간 내에 94개 샘플을 튜브 안에서 튜브 캐핑되어 있는 상태에서 결과까지 얻을 수 있는 그런 새로운 장비를 개발했습니다. 그래서 그거는 범부처 의료기기 사업단에서 또 지원을 해주셔가지고 저희가 HIV, HBV, HCV 세 가지 블러드뱅크 스크리닝이나 이런 데 쓸 수 있고 또 에이즈 환자의 페이션트 모니터링에 쓸 수 있는 그런 것들을 현재 지원을 받아서 개발을 해서 올해 더 유럽에서 임상을 아주 성공적으로 끝내고 내년도에 저희가 허가를 받을 계획입니다. 저희는 앞으로도 이런 새로운 질병이 나왔을 때 그런 뮤탄트들을 빨리 검출을 하고 또 증상 기반으로다가 모든 패소젠들을 한꺼번에 검사할 수 있는 그런 것들을 지속적으로 개발을 해나갈 거고요. 특히 아프리카 지역에서 토착 질병이라든가 이런 거에 필요한 것들을 저희가 콜라보레이션을 통해서 같이 개발을 해가지고 한 번 검사로다가 질병을 정확하게 찾아내고 거기에 맞는 가장 최적의 치료를 받을 수 있는 그런 장비가 모든 환자들이 있는데 다 깔릴 때까지 저희가 열심히 개발을 하고 또 여러분 전 세계에 있는 그런 전문 기관들하고 같이 콜라보레이션을 해나가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 1988년도 올림픽 시절 준비하셨던 이야기까지 히스토리까지 오늘 말씀 듣게 돼서 감사하고 박한호 대표님께서는 TV 렁 유니온 회의에 원래 가시도록 모든 게 어레인지가 되셨는데 실무자가 아니라 보니 대표님께서 오셔야 되겠다고 해서 오늘 좀 오시게 돼서 좀 말씀을 드렸습니다. 진단기기에서는 또 대기업과 중소기업 등의 다양한 규모의 기업들이 있다면 또 스타트업 기업 등도 저희 라이트 재단 펀딩에 이제 참여하고 있습니다. 그래서 AI 기술을 활용한 말라리아 진단을 하는 노을 임찬양 대표님께서 또 말씀해 주시겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 노을의 대표를 맡고 있는 임찬양입니다. 저희 노을은 이제 퍼블릭 헬스 문제, 특히 의료 접근성을 혁신 기술로 해결하자고 하는 미션을 가지고 10년 전에 설립된 스타트업 기업입니다. 저희의 기술은 기존에 이제 진단이 진단 실험실에서 이제 인프라 투자와 전문 인력들과 이제 고가의 기자재를 가지고 이제 해결할 수밖에 없는 이런 솔루션들을 새로운 기술, 그러니까 AI, 로보틱스 그리고 바이오 기술들을 융합해서 굉장히 현장에서 사용할 수 있는 소형 진단 랩이라고 볼 수 있는 그런 소형 진단 장비를 만드는 그런 회사입니다. 그래서 저희는 혈액 진단 그리고 조직 암 진단 쪽으로 계속 개발을 하고 있고요. 첫 번째 제품으로는 이제 라이트 재단과 계속 저희가 지원을 받으면서 개발하고 있는 이제 말라리아 진단 솔루션이 있습니다. 그래서 기존 신석 진단 키트가 아니라 이제 확진을 하는 현미경 진단 방식을 이제 AI와 자동화 기술로 대체를 하는 이런 제품이고요. 현재 WHO PQ를 계속 준비하면서 라이트 재단과 함께 하고 있고 최근에는 이제 말라리아가 기후 변화로 이제 미국이나 유럽에서도 계속 확대되고 있어서 미국이나 유럽의 어떤 레퍼런스 장비로 저희가 판매를 하고 있습니다. 두 번째 제품은 이제 혈액 진단을 하는 이제 컴플릿 블러드 카운트라고 하는 이제 CBC 검사를 하는 것들을 이제 LMIC 국가에서 할 수 있는 이런 혈액 진단 장비를 개발하고 있고요. 기존에 이제 혈액 분석 장비를 상당히 많이 사용하고 있음에도 혈액 정맥 체열을 해야 되고 메인터넌스를 해야 되기 때문에 많이 이제 보급이 어려운 상황입니다. 그래서 저희는 이제 차세대 CBC 장비를 개발을 했고 이제 손끝에 아주 한 방울 정도의 체열만으로 메인터넌스 없이 이제 AI와 자동 염색 기법으로 이제 CBC 검사나 헤모글로빈 검사를 할 수 있는 이런 장비를 이제 두 번째 프로젝트로 갖고 있습니다. 세 번째 최근에 저희가 이제 런칭하려고 하는 것들은 이제 자궁경부암 진단입니다. 자궁경부암 진단 중에서 이제 사이톨로지 기반 기존에 전문의가 컨펌을 해야 했던 이제 사이톨로지 기반의 자궁경부암 진단 솔루션을 저희가 개발을 했고요. 그래서 일단 저희가 현재는 이제 트리아지 검사라고 하는 이제 선별 검사용 제품을 이제 출시를 앞두고 있고 향후에는 프라이머리 스크린용으로 하루에 수백 개씩 테스트할 수 있는 이제 대용량의 자궁경부암 진단을 할 수 있는 이런 솔루션들을 계속 개발하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 하고 있는 컨셉은 이제 진단이 돼야 의료 접근성이 개선될 수 있고 트리트먼트가 될 수 있기 때문에 기존의 선진국 대형 랩에서만 할 수 있는 이런 진단 기술들을 LMIC 국가라든지 그다음에 1차 병원 레벨에서 사용할 수 있는 그런 제품들을 계속적으로 개발하려고 하고 있습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 노을의 경우는 사실 외교부 산하 코이카의 CTS 프로그램에서부터 지원을 받기 시작해서 라이트 재단의 지원으로도 이어진 바 있는데 어떻게 보면은 이제 과학기술이 보건복지부가 관여하는 라이트 재단과 또 외교부가 관여하는 코이카 등의 그런 다양한 경로에서 이어달리기라는 또 사례가 될 수 있는 것 같아서 또 오늘 좋은 말씀해 주신 것이 감사한 것 같습니다. 그 다음으로는 사실 오늘 저희가 패널을 처음에 구성을 했을 때 백신과 진단기기 기업만으로 구성이 돼 있고 치료제 기업은 구성이 안 돼 있었습니다. 근데 몇 주 전에 그 신풍제약에서 그 유지만 대표이사님께서 흔쾌히 참여해 주신다고 말씀해 주셔서 오늘 치료제 기업의 대표주자로서 또 신풍제약의 또 활동 등에 대해서 말씀해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 신풍제약 대표이사 맡고 있는 유재만입니다. 저희 회사는 62년도에 창업이 돼가지고 그동안에 63년간 치료제를 전문적으로 개발해서 환자분들한테 치료에 도움을 줄 수 있는 그런 역할들을 해 왔습니다. 근데 그 중에서 이제 뭐 오늘 여기서 얘기하고 있는 여러 가지 상황들과 좀 뭐 맞는 것들이 저개발 지역에 있는 환자분들한테 도움을 드릴 수 있었던 그런 두 가지 예에 대해서 말씀을 드리고자 합니다. 첫 번째 케이스는 조금 두 개가 좀 예가 다르긴 한데요. 첫 번째는 1980년대 초에 이제 그 주유흡충 치료제 이제 프라지퀀텔이 그 개발이 되어서 이게 이제 그 주로 이제 아프리카 뭐 동남아시아 이런 오지에 있는 환자분들이 많은데 이 가격이 너무 높다 보니까 이것이 이제 그 환자들에게 도움을 줄 수 있는 게 굉장히 제한적이었는데 저희 회사에서 그 원료 합성 방법에서부터 완제까지를 보다 이제 좀 일반적인 방법, 코스트 세이빙할 수 있는 방법으로 개발을 해서 WHO와 협력을 통해서 그런 환자분들에게 도움을 줄 수 있는 기회를 가질 수 있었고요. 또 국내에서도 이제 디스토마 박멸에 큰 기여를 할 수 있었습니다. 그런 어떤 과정을 통해서 WHO와의 관계가 좀 유지가 되었었고 그래서 2000년도에 WHO에서 3대 소외 질환, 뭐 에이즈, 결핵, 말라리아 이 3대 소외 질환에 대한 신약 개발 프로젝트를 만들었을 때 말라리아 치료제 개발에 대해서 신풍제약이 참여하지 않겠냐는 제안을 받았고 저희가 참여를 해서 10여 년간의 이런 그 연구 과정을 통해서 2012년도에 이제 한국식약처 그리고 EMA에서 이제 승인을 받았고요. 그런데 이제 그 다음에 또 WHO의 PQ라든지 이센셜 메디슨 리스트에 올라가고 그 다음에 또 아프리카 개별 국가의 허가를 받고 또 개별 국가의 또 내셔널 트리트먼트 가이드라인에 등재되고 이러는 과정을 통해서 2012년도에 그 승인된 다음에 6년이 지난 2018년도에 비로소 이제 환자분들에게 도움을 드릴 수 있었고요. 근데 이제 그러한 과정에서 두 개가 조금 다르다고 말씀드린 이유는 첫 번째 케이스는 굉장히 고가의 어떤 새로 개발된 신약을 좀 제네릭으로서 코스트 다운 시키면서 환자들에게 도움을 드린 거라고 한다면 두 번째 케이스는 저희가 이제 신약을 개발해서 환자분들한테 그동안의 치료제들이 갖고 있는 클리니컬 언맷 니즈를 극복할 수 있는 새로운 솔루션을 제공하게 된 단계인데 그래서 이제 지금 현재 뭐 아까도 말씀드렸지만 그 말라리아 같은 경우에 내성 문제라든지 부작용 문제 때문에 기존의 약물들이 굉장히 사용하는데 제한이 되어서 이러한 부분들을 대체해야 되겠다고 해서 이제 뭐 여러 전문가들이 여러 가지 논의를 거친 끝에 그 대체 의약품으로서 이제 저희가 개발한 피라맥스가 대안이 될 수 있겠다 하는 얘기까지 나왔습니다. 근데 그럼에도 불구하고 현장에서 요구되는 것만큼의 충분한 양이 공급이 잘 안 되는 상황입니다. 그 이유가 뭐냐면 기존의 약물들과의 그 코스트의 차이죠. 이제 그런 과정에서 이제 제가 그래서 이제 드리고 싶은 말씀은 이제 오늘도 이제 뭐 라이트 펀드라든지 여러 가지 이런 기구들 그리고 국가에서도 신약 개발 또는 뭐 새로운 백신의 개발에 많은 R&D 쪽에 대한 지원도 많이 해주시고 하는데 실질적으로 저희는 이제 기업이잖아요. 이제 기업이 물론 사회적인 기여를 하기 위해서 많은 노력을 하긴 하지만 기본적으로 기업은 아까 지금 뭐 SK에서도 말씀하신 것처럼 지속적인 어떠한 그런 그 회사 운영을 하기 위해서는 이익이 창출돼야 되는 그런 상황이 된 거죠. 그래서 그 소외 질환이라고 해서 뭐 신약의 개발에 뭐 어떤 단순화 또는 뭐 쉬운 것도 없고 리스크는 그대로 있고 또 노력도 뭐 못지않게 들어가고 투자도 못지않게 들어가는데 그것에 대한 리펀드가 어렵은 상황에서는 제약회사들이 과감하게 그러한 소외 질환에 대한 새로운 연구 투자를 하기가 어려운 상황이 됩니다. 그래서 이제 그런 것들을 좀 더 활성화하기 위해서는 뭐 오늘 여기 계신 여러 국제기구들 그리고 뭐 여러 가지 그 국가에서도 그런 분들 지원할 수 있는 여러 가지 펀드라든지 여러 가지 프로그램들이 있는 걸로 알고 있는데 그러한 것들과 기업들이 같이 어떤 환경을 만들어서 좀 더 활발한 기업들의 신약 개발에 대한 투자 그리고 뭐 특히 이제 소외 질환 같은 경우도 마찬가지로 계속 이제 질병 자체가 변화되면서 뭐 내성 문제라든지 여러 가지 문제들이 발생하게 되는데 그런 것들을 미리 준비하고 뭐 환자들에게 도움을 줄 수 있는 그런 환경을 만드는 것이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각이 들어서 오늘 이러한 자리와 같은 포럼에서 그런 부분들이 좀 더 활발하게 논의되었으면 합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 신풍 네, 박수 부탁드립니다. 네. 신풍제약의 피라믹스 연구 개발은 라이트 재단이 존재하기도 전에 게이츠 재단과 MMV 등의 직접적인 어떤 협력을 통해서 만들어졌는데 신풍 제약의 유재만 대표님 말씀을 들으면서 저희 라이트 재단의 경우 국내 제약 바이오 기업들이 LMIC를 위한 좀 하이 리스크라고 할 수 있는 그러한 이제 제약 바이오 개발에 있어서 단지 연구비 R&D 지원만이 아니라 함께 동반자로서 여러 가지 문제를 고민하고 같이 해결하면서 하는 중요성을 많이 느끼게 됩니다. 그런 면에 있어서 마지막으로 좀 각 기업들에 있어서 그 기업들이 지금 글로벌 보건 분야의 감염병 분야 R&D 진행에 있어서 연구 개발 혹은 글로벌 공공 조달에 겪고 있으시는 이제 어려움이라던가 혹은 재원 사항 등이 있으면 좀 말씀 드려보고 싶은데 이번에는 좀 거꾸로 역순서로 해서 신풍제약 유대만 대표님부터 말씀 한번 좀 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
뭐 제가 사실은 뭐 아까 드린 말씀에 다 포함되어 있을 텐데 그리고 또 한 가지는 이제 저희가 이제 지금 그 사실은 코로나 바이러스 치료제의 개발도 굉장히 열심히 해서 이제 임상 3상이 끝난 단계인데 이렇게 특히 이렇게 뭐 팬데믹 같은 식으로 굉장히 갑작스럽게 들이닥치는 이러한 질환들의 신약을 개발할 때에는 뭐 기업이 당연히 열심히 해야 되겠지만 이 어떤 규제기관 정부의 어떤 그런 규제기관하고도 굉장히 그런 부분에 대한 신속한 어떤 업무 협의 같은 것이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각이 들고요. 그리고 또한 이런 어떤 투자에 대한 어떤 지원이라든지 그리고 이 개발된 후에 그 개발된 제품이 원활하게 쓸 수 있는 이런 국내뿐만 아니라 외국과의 어떤 관계. 그러니까 여러 가지 보면 사실은 가장 중요한 거는 레귤레이션에 대한 좀 더 확실한 방식들이 좀 만들어졌으면 좋겠다 하는 부분도 생각했습니다.
네, 그 점점 가면 갈수록 사실 그 규제기관의 공조와 역할에 있어서 중요성이 상당히 또 WHO PQ까지 중요시 되는 것 같은데 그런 부분 좀 말씀해 주셔서 감사하고요. 그런 면에서 그럼 박진선 이사님 사실 또 WHO PQ 관련한 또 여러 가지 그 Regulatory Pathway에 대한 말씀을 또 예전에도 많이 해주신 적이 있어서 그 이외에도 혹시 이제 어려움과 또 재원 사항 등 말씀해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
그 아무래도 오늘 여기 참석하신 분들도 그렇고 또 라이트 재단의 기본적인 취지도 그렇고 이제 그냥 일단 저개발국의 한국 회사의 역할이라는 측면에서 보면 저희가 다른 회사들에 비해서 많은 파트너십을 했어요. 그래서 이제 거기서 너무 많은가? 세 가지인데 첫 번째는 저희가 이제 그 여러 가지 펀딩 시스템을 보면 평소에도 팔리는 백신을 서포팅하는 게 있고 팬데믹 이후에 넥스트 팬데믹용 서포팅이 있습니다. 사실은 이 두 개는 굉장히 다른 다이내믹을 가지고 있거든요. 특히 인더스트리 입장에서는 구매에 대한 불확실성, 어느 질환이 일어날지 모르는 거에 대한 불확실성이 사실 오디너리 백신은 개발하는 중간에 리스크만 해지가 잘 된다면 사실은 기본적인 시장의 여러 가지 부분들이 서포트되는 반면에 근데 이제 아무래도 아직 포스트 팬데믹 이후에 기간이 짧다 보니까 커스터마이즈된 사실은 저는 윈윈 파트너십이 롱스테이를 할 수 있는 키라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 각자 이거 제가 여러 군데서 많이 얘기하는데 각 스테이크홀더들 뭐 인더스트리 얘기만 들으라는 건 아니고요. 각 스테이크홀더들이 같이 어떤 좀 다른 케이스에 다른 메커니즘이 사실은 다른 프레임워크가 만들어져야 된다는 부분 그 질환의 특성 여러 가지 측면을 봤을 때 좀 고려되는 게 첫 번째인 것 같고요. 좀 커스터마이즈 되는 여러 가지 펀딩 오르간이 됐으면 좋겠다. 사실 그런 측면에서 라이트재단은 참 좋은 게 수시로 저희가 막 얘기하면 금방금방 막 의견을 많이 받아주세요. 그래서 그런 부분에서는 정말 한국에 같이 위치하고 있다는 게 되게 정말 좋습니다. 두 번째는 이제 다른 세션에도 말씀드렸는데 사실 저희가 그 로우 앤 미들 인컴 컨트리 관련된 백신을 만들 때 원래 있던 시장에 들어간다면 사실 조금 크리스탈 클리어한데 신규로 저희가 뭔가 익스밴드해야 되거나 신규 파토젠을 개발할 때는 시장에 대한 정보가 제가 파마에서 사실 오랫동안 일을 했었는데 파마는 굉장히 많은 시장 인텔리전스 정보들을 제공하는 회사들이 많잖아요. 근데 사실 백신 쪽은 정말 없습니다. 그래서 사실은 특히 LMIC는 그런 마켓 인텔리전스를 컬렉트하는 것도 너무 힘들어서 대부분은 갑이라는 큰 이런 그 기관에서 조사하는 시장이나 또 최근에는 차이 클린턴 그 이니시티브에서 만들어 주시는 여러 가지 정보 사실 이런 정보들에 좀 제한돼서 묶이지 않으면 아니면 직접 다 다녀야 되거든요. 근데 사실 마켓 랜드스케이프이 보이지 않으면 사실 좀 여러 가지 예측하고 시뮬레이션해서 이거에 대한 메이킹 비즈니스 디시전을 하는데 굉장히 어려움이 있어서 이거 뭐 저뿐만 아니라 지난번 유바이올로직스에 담당하는 비드도 똑같은 얘기를 하시더라고요. 좀 더 회사가 인게이지 할 수 있도록 좀 더 크리스탈 클리어한 시장 랜드스케이프를 조사하는 게 좀 필요하겠다. 백신 인더스트리 특히 저개발국에 있고요. 나머지 하나가 제가 생각이 안 나네요. 근데 아마 이제 유사한 형태로 저희가 아무래도 생각났습니다. 저희가 이제 최근에 게이츠나 세피와 함께 저희 코로나 백신을 개발할 때 저희가 이제 코로나 백신을 예를 들면 원래 그 테크놀로지는 IPD라고 이번에 노벨상 받으신 그분이 계신 거기서 가져왔고요. 에주번트는 GSK랑 일을 했고 사실은 하나의 플랫폼을 개발할 때 이렇게 테크놀로지가 굉장히 퀵클리 이볼빙 할 때는 파트너십이 없이 사실 저희 같은 사이즈의 회사는 진행하기 힘든데 이런 컨소시엄 형태 그 개발이 될 때는 또 다른 것들이 많이 일어납니다. 그래서 그 앞쪽 1번과 조금 유사한데요. 이제 특히 이제 최근에는 여러 이런 펀딩 오르가나이제이션들이 매치메이킹 역할을 해주십니다. 투자해준 여러 회사들을 서로 역량에 맞춰서 매치메이킹을 해주는데 사실 제가 여기서 여러 가지 컨선 앤 챌린지를 공유할 건 아니고 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 뭔가 이런 글로벌 파트너십이라는 게 큰 키워드라면 또 그에 맞는 여러 가지 컨선과 챌린지와 지금 페인 포인트들 좀 들어서 이런 것들이 좀 스테이크홀더들 간에 논의가 된다면 또 그 다음 인센티브를 만드는 데 되게 큰 도움이 될 것이다라는 부분 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 같은 그 백신 분야에 대신 이번에는 LG화학 박희술 전문의 말씀도 한번 좀 들어보고 싶은데요.
예, 저는 약간 좀 프랙티컬한 말씀을 좀 드리고 싶은데 그게 개발 관점하고 시장 관점인데 개발 관점에는 이제 그 저희 같은 회사들이 굉장히 큰 임상 비용이나 이런 걸 대기가 쉽지 않기 때문에 이거를 지원해 줄 수 있는 이런 라이트 펀드 같은 것들의 규모나 퀄리티가 훨씬 더 많이 증가됐으면 좋겠다는 한 가지가 있고요. 두 번째는 개발 과정에서 저희가 그 기초 백신을 하기 때문에 기초 백신은 대부분 영유아들을 대상으로 합니다. 근데 이제 이때 문제가 뭐냐면 영유아들을 환자를 모집하거나 하는 것들이 사실 쉽지 않은 상황이거든요. 저희가 AP691 백신을 지금 개발하고 있는데 실제 KOL 선생님들을 만나 보면은 임상이 쉽지 않을 거다. 가장 큰 허들이 환자를 모집하는 이슈다. 그것보다는 좀 인구가 많고 영유아 출산율이 높은 필리핀이나 혹은 태국 같은 곳에서 임상을 할 수 있는 그런 조건이면 좋지 않겠냐라는 얘기를 많이 합니다. 그래서 저희가 허가 관점에서 그런 규제들이 뭐 한국에 참여하는 비율을 조금 낮춰준다든지 하는 그런 유연성이 좀 있다면 좋지 않을까 싶은 생각이 들고요. 시장 관점에서는 이제 제약사들이 이 기초 백신에 조금 등한시하는 이유가 한국 시장이 별로 크지 않는 상황이 있고 이걸 해서 사업성을 확보해야 되는데 그걸 못하는 경우가 많은데 이게 만약에 글로벌 시장으로 빠르게 전파가 된다면은 굉장히 사업성 부분에서 굉장히 수익성을 높일 수 있는 구조로 갖추고 있습니다. 그래서 작년에 저희 정부에서 굉장히 노력해가지고 WLA 인정을 받았기 때문에 사실 그 WLA 인정 이후에 개별 국가의 상호 인정이 굉장히 빠르게 이루어지면 실질적으로 우리나라에서 허가를 받은 제품들이 다른 뭐 동남아시아나 아프리카나 중동 같은 그런 국가들도 빠르게 전파될 수 있기 때문에 정부에서 좀 그 부분을 좀 신경을 써주시면 좋지 않을까 싶고, 펀드 쪽에는 아까 SK 쪽에서도 말씀하셨던 것처럼 저희가 그 로앤미들 그 인컴 컨트리에 현지 생산을 할 수 있는 매뉴팩처링 사이트를 그쪽에 투자를 하거나 지어주는, 그리고 그쪽 국가와 협력하는 구도를 계속 고민해보고 있는데, 항상 허들이 뭐냐면 돈이 없다는 그쪽 국가들이. 근데 저희가 그걸 다 투자하기엔 또 부족한 부분이 있고 해서, 만약에 그런 부분에 우리 정부나 혹은 라이프 펀드 같은 데서 좀 일정 부분의 펀드를 조성한다면 굉장히 백신 보급에 유용하지 않을까, 그런 생각을 해봅니다.
네, 감사합니다. 아쉬운 거는 오늘 식약처가 저희가 모시려고 했는데 못 오시게 되셔서 저희가 꼭 그 말씀도 전하고, 또 인프라 구축, 생산 인프라 구축 개도국 LMIC 생산 인프라 구축은 오늘 여기에 또 ADB 관계자분들이 와 계십니다. 저희들이 꼭 그 말씀 잘 또 공유하도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 유바이오로직스 백영욱 대표님 말씀 부탁드립니다.
예, 저는 아까 순서에 따르면 제가 먼저 해야 되는 줄 알고 좀 걱정을 했었는데요. 다행히 이제 SK 바이오사이언스하고 LG에서 먼저 말씀을, 제가 하고 싶은 말씀을 먼저 해주셨기 때문에 다행이라고 생각하고요. 저희는 작은 기업이기 때문에 국제기구라든지 규제기관에 이야기할 때 좀 조심스러워야 되거든요. 예. 근데 이제 제가 한 가지만 더 말씀을 드리면, 사실 이제 아까 제가 우리 회사 파이프라인을 소개를 드릴 때 장티푸스 백신하고 수막구균 오카 백신의 경우에 수출 허가를 받아서 WHO PQ를 간다고 말씀을 드렸어요. 국내에 이제 이런 유사 백신들이 허가가 안 되어 있기 때문에 국내에서 비교 임상을 할 수가 없습니다. 그러다 보니까 이제 수출 허가를 받는데, 수출 허가를 받아서 해외에 이제 WHO PQ를 신청을 하고 이렇게 할 경우에 가비 마켓에서는 공급을 할 수 있지만, 그 외에 이제 MIC 국가라든지 이런 개별 국가에 등록을 할 때는 한국에서 허가가 나지 않은 백신을 어떻게 등록을 할 수 있느냐, 이런 문제를 가지고 좀 이야기를 할 때가 있습니다. 그럴 때 좀 애로사항이 있고요. 그다음에 이제 국내에서 또 비즈니스를 하거나 뭐 여행을 가거나 여러 가지 이제 국제관계 업무를 하시는 분들에게 대해서 좀 조건부 허가적으로 이렇게 해주면, 허가를 좀 더 쉽게 조건부 허가로 해준다든지 하는 방법으로 좀 허여를 해줄 수 있는 방법이 없을까, 이렇게 조심스럽게 좀 요청을 드려봅니다. 예.
네, 감사합니다. 잘 숙지할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그러면은 그 노을의 임찬영 대표님 말씀 부탁드립니다.
뭐 저희도 어려운 점 한 두 가지 정도 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같은데요. 첫 번째로는 이제 아까 말씀 WHO PQ 같은 공공조달에 진입하는 과정이 상당히 이제 오래 걸리는 과정인데, 저희 같이 새로운 기술로 또 진입을 하려고 하면 이제 가이드라인부터 만들어서 가야 되기 때문에 상당히 좀 더 오래 걸리는 이런 어려움이 있습니다. 이게 뭐 개발 기업이 저희가 혼자서 해결할 수 있는 문제는 아니라고 생각을 하고, 여러 기관들이 좀 같이 협력해서 이런 새로운 기술들도 공공조달에 들어갈 수 있게 같이 협력했으면 좋겠다는 생각이 하나 있고요. 두 번째는 저희도 이제 말라리아 같은 걸 하다 보면 해외 수출할 때 국내 인증을 또 얘기를 많이 합니다. 근데 국내에서는 저희도 조심스럽지만 말라리아 발생이 거의 없기 때문에 이거를 FM대로 이제 하라는 가이드를 받았을 때 이제 국내에서 인증 허가를 할 수 없는 이런 문제들이 좀 있고요. 오히려 해외에서 받는 게 더 편한 이런 상황인데, 실제 선진국이 아닌 LMIC 국가 같은 경우가 오히려 자국 인증에 대한 것들을 더 많이 요청을 좀 하고 있어서 그런 부분에서 좀 어려운 부분들이 있어서 어떤 이제 국내에 없는 질병이나 적은 질병들도 이렇게 인허가 과정에 있어서 조금 더 어떤 다른 부분에 있어 좀 좋은 방안이 좀 있었으면 좋겠다, 이런 좀 제안을 좀 드려봅니다. 네.
네, 감사합니다. 거의 클로징 리마크 같은 순서로 마지막 말씀해 주시게 됐는데, 바이오닉 박한효 대표님 말씀 부탁드립니다.
클로징 코멘트를 하게 돼서 영광입니다. 우리가 여기에 다 모두 모여 있는 거는 인류의 질병을 퇴치하자는 하나의 공통된 목표를 갖고서 모여 있는데요. 저희는 이제 그 진단 분야에 대해서 말씀을 드리는데, 사실 감염병 진단이야말로 가장 빠르고 정확한 진단이 의료 비용을 낮추고 환자 고통을 최소한으로 줄일 수 있는 그런 방법입니다. 근데 딜레마가 있습니다. 딜레마가 뭐냐 하면은 한국에는 질병이 없어요. 지금 저희가 성병 12종 키트를 개발해서 임상을 하려니까 매독 환자가 없어요. 그래서 해외 샘플을 다 사와야 되고 너무 힘들어요. 질병은 지금 아프리카 이런 열대지방 이런 데 많은 환자들이 있는데 그런 데는 아직 기술이 없어요. 그래서 이 자리에 함께 모여 있는 겁니다. 같이 콜래보레이션 정말 중요하고요. 콜래보레이션을 우리가 잘 해나간다 그러면은 지금보다 진단 키트 개발하는 비용과 시간이 훨씬 더 줄어들 겁니다. 저희가 WHO 그 HIV 바이럴 로드 테스트 키트 WHO PQ를 올해 받았는데요. 아시아 기업으로 처음 받았는데 5년 걸렸습니다. 스타트해가지고. 그래서 이런 식으로 하게 되면은 결국은 아무리 좋은 테크놀로지가 있어도 그거를 전 세계에 보급하는데 한계가 있습니다. 그래서 오늘 이 자리에 모신 분 전 세계에서 오셨는데 우리 기술을 갖고 있는 기업들과 같이 긴밀하게 협의해서 기술을 제공하고 또 임상을 현지에서 빨리빨리 해가지고 갈 수 있다 그러면은 우리 공통의 목적인 질병 퇴치에 큰 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 거의 클로징 리마크 같은 좋은 제안 감사드립니다. 이것으로 이번 세션을 마치겠는데요. 저희 라이트 재단은 그 글로벌 헬스 R&D에 전주기적인 엔드투엔드의 어프로치를 표방한다고 최근 강조를 하고 있습니다. 그런 관점에서 다양한 부처들과 또 다양한 정부기관들 또 다양한 글로벌 파트너 기구들 또 LMIC 국가들과 또 협력을 해서 오늘 또 말씀해 주신 부분들을 잘 귀담아 듣고 또 R&D 지원에 있어서 좋은 역할을 할 수 있도록 노력하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 말씀 감사드립니다. 감사합니다. 수고하셨습니다. 네, 시간이 조금 지연이 된 관계로 순서를 좀 바꿔서 진행하는 것으로 제가 안내를 받았습니다. 그래서 포토 세션이 나와 있는데 커피 브레이크로 바로 시작을 하고 진행을 하겠습니다. 다만 지금 커피 브레이크 시간을 저희가 지금 그 3시 10분인데 3시 25분까지 3시 25분까지 진행을 하기로 했는데 3시 20분 정도까지 이제 커피 브레이크를 진행을 하고 빨리 신속하게 그 다음 세션으로 진행하겠습니다. 그리고 오늘 연자로 오신 분들은 사진 촬영이 있으니 앞으로 다 나와주시면 감사드리겠습니다. So we will. I was guided to shorten the coffee break because of the time, and we will change the sessions. So coffee break will start right now, as of now, for 10 minutes. And photos, but while in the coffee break, we will have photo sessions. So for all the speakers, for all the panel discussion members, please come front for photo sessions. 사진 촬영을 위해서 앞으로 모두 나와주시면 앞으로 연자와 토론자분들은 지금 모두 나와주시면 감사드리겠습니다. All the speakers and panel discussion members, please come forward for the photo. Thank you very much. 네. 네. 그럼 누가 앉고 누가 서서는 뭐 상관없고요. 네. Okay. So please come forward. So we will have one row standing in the front and one row sitting in the back. So you can choose to stand in the front or sitting in the back. So if you like to stand in the front, you have to come, I think, quite quickly. Or if you like to sit in the back chair row, you can proceed as well. So
So please,
옆에 계단
네 위에 올라가실 분들은 빨리 위에 올라가 주시면 감사하겠고요. 아 잠깐만. 저기 다 올라가시. 죄송합니다. 그 다 올라가시는 거. So my apologies. Everybody will be on the podium. So please fill the seat chairs first. Dinesh, Richard, maybe you can. Is it okay? Okay. All right, no problem. So please fill the seat first, and then if you do not have a seat, you can stand in the back. 저기 과장님 여기 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 오케이. 저기 박현호 안쪽으로 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네. You can move in. Maybe you can come front. 저기 네. 유 대표님 앞으로 와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Okay. All right. Sure. So now please come into the room. We will start the next part of session momentarily. Please take your seat, please. 네, 지금 바로 다음 세션을 시작하게 될 예정이어서 바로 자리로 돌아와 주시면은 감사드리겠습니다. Thank you very much. We will be proceeding to next sessions. Session 2, International Partnership for Health Equities. Please come into the room and take your seat, please. And you can be kindly seated. Okay, so the next session is session 2, International Partnership for Health Equity. In this session, we will be discussing about R&D activities for regional and global health equities and opportunity, and we will explore the opportunity for collaborations, not just in Korea but globally. For these sessions, before we proceed into the panel discussions, we have 3 distinguished presenters from PATH, Ready, and Stop TB partnerships. And for the first presentation, it will be Melanie Seville, Chief Scientific Officer of PATH. And Dr. Melanie Seville will talk about collaborating to drive R&D to access. So please welcome Dr. Melanie Seville.
Thank you very much to the Wright Foundation for inviting me to talk a little bit of what I will really focus on is really perhaps the role of PDPs in collaboration to drive from R&D to access. So I really wanted to start off, this is a complex slide perhaps, but what it really highlights is the importance of collaboration and broad collaboration across a wide range of partners. And this is really in the context of thinking about a product development partnership and how it can move R&D into access. So product development partnerships, bringing together the donors, the non-profit world with deep and broad knowledge in product development in low resource settings, together with industry, academia, and governments. And really maybe to highlight the left-hand side of this slide is the importance of working on the science and the innovation, as well as the developers and the manufacturers. And it's been a real pleasure to hear from the manufacturers here in Korea on their efforts in global health. So a little bit about then PATH and how we work both as a PDP, but much more broadly as a non-profit organization. So our mission is to advance health equity through partnership and innovation. And we really bring some of those end-to-end qualities to support others be successful in product development. So I lead the product development division, but we work much more broadly than that through primary health care, through digital support of health systems, looking at epidemic preparedness and advocacy and policy work. But this nicely illustrates perhaps the importance of working through collaboration through the product development life cycle, really from identification of the need all the way through development, licensure, introduction and scale to have the impact that we want in terms of health equity. That highlights the importance of working with stakeholders, but it also highlights the importance of working with the affected communities and bringing in those perspectives early in the development so that we end up developing tools that are both affordable and usable to the populations that need them. And this just gives you some examples that PATH is very proud of being a part of in terms of the impact through really long-term and enduring partnerships throughout the ecosystem. We have some great vaccine examples here in terms of polio eradication, leading a consortium for the NOPV2 vaccine. This is the vaccine which is much more stable than the original OPV2, with many hundreds of millions of doses now having been delivered. Meningitis vaccines, which I'll give you a little bit more information on, and also in the field of malaria vaccines that are now being introduced. It's not just about the specific products, it's about delivery as well, and simple things like the vaccine vial monitor that is used in all UNICEF-procured vaccines can easily help the health worker know that the vaccine has been stored properly and can be safely and effectively delivered. And then when we come to diagnostics, I'll pay a little bit of attention onto the G6PD work that we have done very much with the support of the Wright Foundation. I wanted to talk a little bit about malaria in general and really the value of those, the PDP model and NGO model in the work that we've done on malaria. So we have been involved in the development of the RTSS and are now supporting the R21, as well as looking at alternatives such as monoclonal antibodies. But we also work on the diagnostics, and I'll again come back to that and the work we've done in the GC6PD, but also much more in the implementation research. But then we have a broader organization that really brings a much more holistic approach to control. So to focus specifically on one area that is close, I think, to our heart and close to the heart of the Wright Foundation, and that is the work with ID Biosensor. Hani mentioned some of the work that's being done on some diseases, but as a technology, the importance that it's brought to the G6PD testing. So this is an enzyme deficiency. It's a test that really needs to be done when you're looking at radical cure of vivax malaria, as many people have this deficiency, which means that they will have serious adverse reactions to the drug instead of the cure that you're looking for. We have been supported by the Wright Foundation as well as others, and we're getting to really an exciting period where we're seeing some tech transfer of the technology, but more importantly, looking towards WHO pre-qualification early next year, which will also result in changes in guidelines in terms of the treatment of malaria. Another great example is the work with U Biologics on the typhoid conjugate vaccine. We had some really insightful discussions earlier on some of the challenges that the manufacturers have and supporting the clinical trials to get to pre-qualification in the areas, sometimes for very small companies, is something that the PDPs can bring. Also highlighting the work that we're doing on the pentavalent pneumococcal vaccine. And this just gives you another example of PATH's type of work that we've done. And this shows the need for really durable partnerships with manufacturers. Back in the late 1990s, early 2000s, Africa was calling out for an affordable meningitis vaccine for the meningitis belt. And PATH, together with WHO and the Serum Institute of India, worked through to get pre-qualified a vaccine that was originally at $0.5 a dose to deliver in the meningitis belt. That relationship with SII has flourished with also development of pneumococcal vaccines and more recently another pentavalent meningitis vaccine, meningococcal vaccine. We've heard pre-qualification is really the key piece to global access and global public health, and actually the importance of providing expertise to the manufacturers to support them through that process, which is a rigorous quality approach. So assisting in terms of the dossier, mock inspections, and other activities can really save a lot of time for manufacturers to achieve that. We're also looking throughout the whole development process. We don't want to think about access, have we got the right product to deliver at the end? You need to integrate that into all of the development that you do. So through a system of vaccine development support, we can offer a number of areas of support, from formulation work to really think about what is the right thermostable formulation to deliver in the countries that are needed, through mRNA support, and also through direct support of our labs and engineering shop. The clinical development piece is important. Again, with pre-qualification, the need to have data in the relevant populations, and having organizations that have the relationships in the regions with the sites, with the experts in the region to help facilitate that happening, and sponsoring clinical trials is another key area. And then finally, really looking at, it's not all over once you get through the R&D process and get to licensure. There are a lot of other data that is needed when you're thinking about implementation and policy decisions. So a classic example of this is the RTDSS vaccine went through a rigorous regulatory process to get to license nearly 10 years ago now. But with the data, was that enough for the policymakers to make decisions? The decision was made that there needed to be some pilot implementation projects initially before any substantive recommendations would be made. And PATH supported those activities, which showed the clear benefit of those vaccines, from a 13% reduction in total mortality and a 22% reduction in hospitalized severe malaria cases, being a case to point that the research needs to continue and the data needs to continue to be generated for those policymakers to make their decisions. So I just leave with really my sincere gratitude to the government of Korea, to the biotech industry in Korea, and to the Wright Foundation for their strong support of global public health. And I'm hoping that we will continue with the great collaboration and partnerships that we have in Korea, and that they will only grow in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie, for your great presentations. I could not actually do the justice of introducing her, but she actually has 20 years of vaccine R&D experience, currently leading vaccine diagnostics, therapeutic vaccine and diagnostic development at PATH. So thank you very much, Melanie, for your presentations. Next presentation will be by Dr. James Rosen. Please come to the podium. He is currently CEO of READY, which is Readily Emerging Antiviral Drug Development Initiative. But before READY, he was CEO of Artisan Bioscience, focusing on microbially derived inflammatory disease. But before that, he spent 12 years in venture capital company investment firm, but also he was leading venture capital investment at Gates Foundations as well. Please welcome James Rosen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Hani and to our colleagues at the Wright Foundation for this privilege of addressing you today. Very few people in this room need to be reminded about the statistics on this screen. But this is what we're facing, and what I'm going to talk to you about today is the development of broad-spectrum small molecule antiviral drugs for pandemic preparedness as medical countermeasures to viral diseases. This is a global problem, and one of the things that we like to point out on this screen is that nearly 2 million people died between the time we knew of SARS-CoV-2 and when vaccines were available. And we say the vaccines were not even in arms yet. The vaccines were available. And that gap is a gap that needs to be filled by therapeutics. So there's a misperception here, and again, probably everybody in this room knows that pandemics are not rare events. The number of zoonotic spillover events and crossover events from animals to humans is increasing at an exponential rate over the past 60 years. And what this has led to is an increase in significant outbreaks of viral diseases, so 1 every 3.5 days, and the emergence of 5 new infectious diseases each year, and these are WHO data. What that adds up to is approximately a 25% probability that there will be another COVID-like event in the next 10 years. There's about a 30% chance in the next 15 years, and about a 60% chance in the next 30 years. And we are currently not adequately prepared. So how do we approach this in a way that we can take this seemingly infinite set of viral pathogens and shrink it down into a tractable problem? And the way to do that is that viruses actually have an Achilles heel. There's about 24 virus families that cause human illness. Only 8 of those families have the ability to generate viruses that can cause a pandemic. And it's because of the way they spread, the way they infect, the way they replicate, and the way they make people sick and kill. And so if you can take those 8 virus families and create small molecule drugs that work against entire families of viruses instead of just individual viruses, now you can take this infinite set of constantly mutating pathogens and reduce it into a manageable group of targetable diseases for which you can create a limited set of drugs. And that's Reddy's approach. So now you don't have to know the virus that's going to emerge. You just have to know the set of families from which it's likely to emerge, and there's global agreement on what those 8 virus families are. So Reddy's approach is to create broad-spectrum drugs. These are drugs that work against entire families of viruses. These are not pan-viral, so we're targeting families, but we don't expect that the drugs we make are going to work across multiple families. Each drug we make works within a given family. And our goal is to create 2 drugs per virus family across these 8 families. The purpose of 2 is that each of those drugs should have a different mechanism of action so that it can resist mutation. It can resist the mutations that lead to resistance to the drugs. And the reason for small molecules is that they are shelf stable, easy to manufacture, and they can be designed with what we call access by design. So you think on day 1 about the properties that a drug needs to be globally accessible and available. Shelf stable, easy to ship, easy to manufacture, single-digit number of synthetic steps, easily accessible excipients that are low cost, and that's how you make drugs affordable and accessible for everybody in the world who needs them, where they need them, when they need them. So why hasn't anybody done this before? And I think, again, the people in this room know the answer to this question. There's a discovery gap. So academic organizations and research institutions are very good at the chemistry and screening. They're good at identifying hits and leads. And then pharma is exceptionally good at manufacturing and distributing. But there's a huge gap in here, which is the preclinical and clinical development. So we created Reddy as a biotechnology company that exists in the public interest to satisfy that gap in development. We also address this disease X problem, which is that the pharma industry and regulators are used to having a specific indication for a specific disease. They don't really know how to contemplate this theory of disease X. How do you approve a drug for a disease you haven't yet seen? And by taking the virus family approach, we can work with regulators to understand that if you test a drug against numerous viruses within a given virus family, then you can create a plan for when you see a new pathogen emerge out of that same family for rapid approval. And other speakers before me have referenced the necessity of collaboration. And Reddy's entire model is built on collaboration. So we are a mission-driven company, and our purpose is to have a commitment to global access and creating a global network of drug discovery and development professionals who can work in a disseminated fashion through a single coordinating entity to create this portfolio of drugs and advance it. We currently have 63 collaborators around the world. These are research institutions, governments, NGOs, philanthropies, and importantly, industry partners. And the reason for having those industry partners, even though I just addressed this gap in where the early stage research exists and what the industry partners do, is that there has to be a ready recipient of this research and these drugs so that we design these drugs and advance them to satisfy the needs of pharma such that they will be able and willing to manufacture them and distribute them when the time comes. We're founded by globally renowned virologists, Ralph Barrick, Mark Heisey, and Nat Moorman. You can see other members of our leadership team on here. And then we have an esteemed board of directors, members from DNDi, former US Ambassador, Johnson & Johnson, the Gates Foundation, Eli Lilly, and former US Senator Richard Burr, who is credited as being the godfather of BARDA in the United States. And where we stand now with Reddy as an organization, we're a core implementation partner of the International Pandemic Preparedness Secretariat. We have been a lead contributor to the 100 Days Mission Therapeutics Roadmap. We are co-leading with colleagues from Unitaid. Janet is here, as well as, there she is, as well as friends from DNDi. And we work in close collaboration with WHO. And you can see this quote on the bottom here from Jeremy Farrar, Chief Scientist of WHO, that there is no single more important thing that we can fund right now than work like that, which is like what Reddy is doing, because the biggest gap here is in therapeutics. We have heavily invested, 90% of investment capital during COVID went to vaccines. 10% to everything else, a small slice of which was therapeutics. And we have to flip this ratio, or at least even it out a little bit. So I mentioned these 8 virus families. Here they are. We won't go into them too deeply, except to say that these 8 virus families include every viral pathogen on the WHO priority disease list. This is where disease X, if it's a virus, is going to come from. And there are currently no antivirals or vaccines that address this disease X problem. Here's our portfolio that we currently have. This is the Reddy's prospective portfolio. 30 projects actively underway and growing that are disseminated across these 63 global organizations. We always like to thank our funders and credit them with the progress that we've made so far towards this very long-term goal. And I hope you'll join us in preparing for the next pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for your inspiring presentations. Next will be Head of External Affairs and Strategy Initiative, Stop TB Partnership, Jacqueline Ha. Will be presenting. She has experience previously working at Georgetown University O'Neill Institute, Amgen, and Morgan Stanley. Please, Jacqueline.
안녕하세요. Stop TB Partnership Jackie 허입니다. 제가 한국말을 잘 못해서 프레젠테이션은 영어로 하겠습니다. So let's get this show on the road. There are 3 things I would like to talk to you about. They include why everyone in this room, why South Korea as a country, and why the world should care about tuberculosis, what we need to do to reimagine TB care to end TB by 2030, and lastly but not least, how we can reimagine TB care together to end TB by 2030. So some of you may not know this, but TB is an airborne infectious disease killer like COVID-19, but it is preventable, treatable, and curable. With that said, just recently, WHO declared that TB is again the #1 infectious disease killer, which means that in 2023, last year alone, TB killed more people than COVID-19 and HIV and malaria deaths combined. But what drives me crazy and up the wall is why people, communities, and countries, particularly policymakers and decision makers, do not see that investing in ending TB is actually an amazing investment opportunity, particularly not only for themselves, but also emerging and growth markets. So for example, some of the highest TB burden countries are Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Nigeria, South Africa, etc. And interestingly, South Korea has one of, if not the highest TB burden amongst all OECD countries. And so what I mean by investing in ending TB is an amazing investment opportunity, is that if you invest $1 in ending TB, you are going to get back $46 plus save 1 million lives a year, which personally, I think is amazing ROI. But with all these facts and truths, based on the current path and trend we're on, we are definitely not going to end TB by 2030, which means, again, we're not going to achieve one of the UN goals. And there are several reasons for this, and one of the primary drivers of all these bottlenecks that you see, and we've only identified 4, is that there just isn't that political will, which is leading to the lack of funding, which is leading to this enormous research funding gap, which is also leading to the fact that in over 100 years, we have not had a TB vaccine, unlike what we just experienced during COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the other indirect and direct bottlenecks from this lack of political will and funding is the fact that we are not designing, developing, and deploying people-centered TB innovation. So essentially, the types of innovations that the TB-affected people and their families, that the healthcare providers, that the community healthcare workers need and desire. And related to that, because we are not designing, developing, and deploying people-centered TB innovations, it takes forever to get them to market, to get them to be introduced, scaled up, and transitioned. And so at the Stop TB Partnership and our team, with an amazing leadership and support from QUACA and US CDC, we decided to reimagine TB care. And before I dive into what that actually means, I just want to highlight some points that other speakers have made. That in TB, and I would argue in global health, there are multiple valleys of death throughout the innovation life cycle. So you have all these valleys of death when it comes to the upstream side. You have all these valleys of death when it comes to the downstream side. But one of the major valleys of death that we see, that we really need to address, is actually this valley of death in the middle, where there's absolutely no structured linkage, coordination, or collaboration across upstream and downstream funding, activities, time, and effort. And so when you take all these valleys of death, when you take the lack of people-centered TB innovations, when you take the slowness to get them to the people who need and desire them, we need to reimagine TB care. And what I mean is simply we need to change the way we do business. We need to change the way we think about how TB care services and support should be delivered and accessed, how TB innovation should be designed, developed, and deployed. And we have to do this now rather than later. Otherwise, we are going to be having the same conversation 10 years from now. So as part of this effort to change the way we do business, and particularly because I come from the private sector, we thought, okay, let's first start by developing an end-to-end structured and coordinated innovation rollout plan and process. And this is like essentially, many of you who work in the private sector, it's like a minus 5-year product launch plan. And this is as soon as innovations start entering the commercialization stage. And so as part of our plan and process, we identified 5 stages. And under each stage, what we have done is unpack the critical activities, the critical country and global stakeholders, partners, innovators need to engage with, as well as we started to map out the timeline across these different stages, across these different activities to really identify those critical pain points that we need to address. So what we've done with Equitable funding actually is in 2 countries we started to test out our hypothesis and this rollout plan and process. And so we've completed in 2 countries, Uganda and Vietnam, the co-creation stage, the pre-assessment stage, and now we're in the introduction stage. And because I only have 3 minutes, I'm only going to focus on the co-creation stage. And what do I mean by that? So how many of you actually have Apple or even Samsung phones? All of you, right? Apple does this every day. They do not design, develop, and deploy iPhones, iPods without actually talking to their customers about what they need and desire before they enter that cycle. But we do not do that in TB and global health. We assume, based on various factors, what we think people need and want. And they turn out to be not exactly what people need and want. So what we did, like Apple, was actually run a human-centered design process, what we are calling a people-centered design process, to really understand what TB-affected and people and families want, but also equally importantly, what community health workers, healthcare providers also want. And we ran this process for a few months. And what was really interesting is in Uganda, we basically brought from the beginning Ministry of Health, National TB Program managers, local implementers, civil society and community groups, and the different providers together from the beginning for them to collectively debate and decide which innovation to roll out. And in Uganda, what they decided to do was to empower and equip community health workers with different various digital and AI-enabled solutions across the care journey. So right now, in Uganda, you have community health workers using AI chatbots, similarly to the way we use ChatGPT, to bring TB care services and support close to where the people live, at their villages, near their homes. In Vietnam, they chose to strengthen their social health insurance. I'm not going to go into it right now since I'm running out of time, but I'm happy to talk to you about that offline and what that actually means. But what I want to quickly talk about is starting today, what we can do to reimagine TB care, what we can do to change how we do business in TB and global health. And there's many things that we are noodling around with at the Stop TB Partnership. I love to call our team like Google's moonshot factory because we come up with crazy ideas where I need to seek Luchi Gonzalo's approval later. But we have decided to create a TB innovation sandbox. So for many of you who come from the tech space, you will know what the word sandbox is. We've taken some creative license in how we define that. But we want to create a virtual playground where different countries, stakeholders, and partners can come together to experiment with new ideas and innovations. So for example, pilots learn how to fly planes that many of you take via flight simulators. Why can't we create a similar type of simulators for countries, stakeholders, and partners to learn how to use different innovations? Why can't we create a metaverse video game where policymakers can pre-design what the ideal TB care journey looks like? And so one thing I want to quickly note, because I'm at -19 now, is that one of the concrete things we have done as part of the sandbox development is create an AI-enabled InnoScan, where essentially we've identified 450 innovations from around the world, including 41 from South Korea. But none of these innovations matter if we cannot get it to the people who need them more quickly. And what I'm hoping we can do together is actually really try to cross this valley of death in the middle. So I want to also thank our funding partners, our country implementation partners, the Right Foundation, for inviting the Stop T Partnership and me to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie, for such a passionate delivery of the presentations. The following panel session will be panel discussions with LMIC research partners. Please come out to the front. The session will be moderated by Justin Im, Senior Program Officer of the Program Strategies team at the Right Foundations. The panelists will be Shanette Wilson at the BioBac, Baigarma Janta Sengji at the Mongolia NCCD, Eduardo Samogudo from Mozambique National Institute of Health, and Kelly Chivale from the UCT Drug Discovery Development Centers, H3D.
Thanks so much for sticking around for this session. My name is Justin Im. I'm a Senior Program Officer here at the Right Foundation. It's a real privilege for me to be sharing this podium with our valued colleagues and partners and friends here. I think one of the themes of the whole past 2 days has really been about collaboration. I think it really embodies the spirit of what we're all assembled here in this room to do. And I have the impossible task of moderating this really important topic in the next 35 minutes, but I'll make sure that we get to our partners as quickly as we can. But just a quick word, I think, on behalf of Right Foundation. So as Hani was mentioning earlier, part of our strategic objectives is product development as well as evidence generation, but the third, perhaps more important cross-cutting objective is collaboration. And one thing that we're really proud of is how many international partners we've engaged throughout our grants. So I think over the course of 63 or 64 grants, we've engaged 56 different Korean partners, and we've paired them with over 40 different international institutions from 20 different countries. And many of you who've been in the space before and understand really the value and the difficulty of sustaining these types of collaborations will understand what type of achievement that is, not on behalf of Right Foundation, but on behalf of the effort of not only the Korean partners and developers, but also from the international partners as well, many of whom are already engaged with our grants. So I'd like to provide very brief introductions to our collaborators. I'll start on the far end. Professor Kelly Chibale, coming from South Africa. Professor Chibale is a professor of organic chemistry at the University of Cape Town. He holds the Neville Isdell Chair and directs the University of Cape Town's H3D Center, as well as the South Africa MRC Drug Discovery Unit. He is a leading researcher in infectious disease discovery, as well as an editor-in-chief of the ACS Medicinal Chemistry Letters, and he's also the CEO of the H3D Foundation. Coming back to Asia, coming from Mongolia is Dr. Baigalma Jansen Senji. Dr. Jensen Senji is the acting Director General at the National Center for Communicable Diseases in Mongolia. She is trained as an epidemiologist and has extensive expertise working both in communicable disease epidemiology as well as in field epidemiology. In the past 15 years, she's worked on vaccine studies in influenza as well as on COVID-19 vaccine safety and efficacy studies. Impressively, she's supervised more than 130 different field studies in Mongolia over the past 15 years, and she's also a prolific contributor to scientific literature. Dr. Eduardo Samogudo is coming from Mozambique. He is a clinician with a PhD in immunology and virology. Dr. Gudo is the Director General of Mozambique's National Institutes of Health and has over 2 decades of years in public health. He also serves as the Advisory Council of the Africa CDC and contributes to WHO and Lancet's climate health initiatives. He's also co-established Mozambique's Climate Change and Health Observatory. Finally, our second colleague from South Africa, Dr. Shawnette Wilson. Dr. Shawnette Wilson is a senior project manager at the BioVac Institute in South Africa, which you've heard of several times during the session. She's currently overseeing the development and licensure of the oral cholera vaccine, and perhaps also the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine as well. And she's trained in synthetic organic chemistry. She's also previously led projects on Hib and pneumococcal vaccines. She's serving on the advisory boards of both CARB-X and Bactivac, which is the bacterial vaccines network. So maybe I'll start back with you, Shawnette, and really just remind the audience of the 2 real key questions that will underpin this session. These are, what does it take to collaborate for impact on health and health equity? And what are some of the best practices? So feel free to introduce yourself, your institution, and maybe speak to these 2 points.
Yeah, thanks so much, Justin, and thanks to the Right Foundation for the introduction, for the opportunity. So BioVac Institute, we're based in Cape Town, South Africa. We're a biotech company, a relatively small company established in 2003. We do vaccine process development and manufacturing. And we haven't been able to do this without partners. So we have partnered with the likes of Sanofi, Pfizer, and more recently with IVI and New Biologics to develop the vaccines at BioVac. So just quickly on the IVI side, that's our tech transfer partner for cholera, the cholera vaccine, and for New Biologics, the meningitis vaccine, which we're going to be making for Africa. So this is a quick introduction to BioVac. And in terms of a successful collaboration, and this is in my opinion, there's three things that I would look at. The first one is to have a common goal. There really needs to be a common goal between the collaborators. In our case with IVI was to produce a cholera vaccine for Africa. They wanted to, IVI needed to do it. The Africa needs a cholera vaccine, so there was very much a common goal there. And it's very similar to New Biologics with the meningitis vaccine, also a very common goal to get the meningitis vaccine into Africa because there's an urgent need for it. So that's the first one. The second one is quite obvious. There needs to be trust and transparency. You can't build a relationship without that. There needs to be open dialogue. There needs to be open sharing of knowledge, specifically on the scientific learnings. The third one is also quite obvious, but maybe not so obvious. We need to have a solid contract in place. So when things go wrong, you can always fall back onto a solid contract, which will define the terms and technology, the terms of reference. So with IVI and New Biologics, we've experienced all 3 of these. It's been a really good relationship with both IVI and New Biologics. And so they really are the perfect partners for our tech transfers. And just as a funny note, just to share, after sharing a wonderful meal with the New Biologics team after a grueling Right Foundation interview, we shared not only a meal, but some happy water, which is soju and beer. And it really did help to make the relationship quite solid. And I'll end there. Thank you.
So we're glad that you've learned the Korean way of collaboration. Dr. Gudu, could you share a few words about your experiences with collaboration and how you think about fostering collaboration from your role in Mozambique?
Thank you. So thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So first, I'd like to thank for invitation for this important, prestigious panel. So, and I'm happy to share our experience. So I'll try not to repeat, but it's impossible not to do so. So the common vision is important, but what is the common vision? I think that is the point. Common vision that, as you have said, on what? So a common vision on strengthening health system in any country. So that it's an important component in terms of the partnership in R&D. So it's important to understand that the health system, they are complex, and then they have different demands. And if we don't take that into consideration, that there are issues related with sustainability, with workforce development, with technology, and other aspects. So we will not build a common vision. So what I want to, the main message on common vision is that any partnership and collaboration and R&D should focus on the 6 pillars of the health system strengthening. So just to remind you that technology is one out of the 6, but there are other components. So leadership and governance is how health system is structured, organized. Supply chain, it's another component. So a collaboration that does not take into account that any technology to be developed should be adopted in our context, where supply chain is a challenge, it's not fruitful. So financial, it's an important pillar. So collaboration should ensure that there should be sustainability in collaboration. There are instances in which we collaborate, but at the end, there is no a sustainable initiative that is built. When the project ends, the collaboration ends, everything ends. There is no thinking on what happened next. So that is important. So any collaboration on R&D should take into account that systems should build in a context of building sustainability. And then workforce is important. So countries are different in terms of workforce. There are, in low-income countries, that is one of the topics of this panel, so there is a shortage of workforce. And that is an important component. And then we should take into account that for instance, in many rural areas, there is one healthcare professional in that health facility that should take care of whole technologies. So it should it should seek the patient, should test that patient, should treat that patient. So that means that one single patient is overwhelmed. So that is related with integrations. So in our countries, it's the same person that does the whole chain in the healthcare system. I have seen many health facilities in Mozambique where when you go to the health facility, you see on the office or the nurse 5 different digital tools related with these different diagnostic tools. How is that possible? So it's impossible. So yes, different digital tools, and then different tools for testing. So if we could integrate those, taking account that not in every country we have different people dealing with chronic infectious disease, mother and child health, immunization. In our countries, it's the same person. It's the same offices. Meaning that when we are developing all those R&D solutions,
it's important to take in account that that will be used by the same person in the same office. So, and then I'm not sure on what is my time, is environment and sustainability health technology. So it's important to understand that in many countries there is no electricity. That it's important that R&D solution should be climate and environmental sustainable. So using green energy. Maybe I can jump to, since I guess my time is coming over. So sustainability on that component. So technology, they change very rapidly. So in 3 years, we can change the machine, the cartridge, and the reagents. And then many countries, they cannot afford to every 2 years to change those. Second is one component of sustainability. Second component is maintenance. In many low-income countries, they have not local company that can do local maintenance. They have to get that from international vendors. And the last one is the cost itself for the technology. So that means that when we are collaborating and developing R&D with low-income countries, we should take in account that the financial sustainability. It's an important component because there are many instances in which we have a very nice, with high performance, very excellent sensitivity and specificity. Usability and feasibility is excellent. But there is one component that it's important, is the maintenance cost. So you have a machine that 6 months after they have been deployed, they are being kept in the storage, and we have to buy another one because there is no maintenance cost. So when thinking on R&D and collaborating on R&D, so I think the component of sustainability, long-term sustainability, it's a critical component that we should take into account. So thank you.
Thank you for breaking down these clear steps. Dr. Chesanzani.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to highlight international collaboration efforts that foster R&D in Mongolia in the recent years, specifically with Korean partners. As we are National Center for Communicable Diseases, initiated cooperation with Korean Disease Control Agency to strengthen national antimicrobial resistance surveillance system. So colleague from KDCA has mentioned in his presentation that with this initiative, this collaboration contributes to enhancing infrastructure to detect resistant bacteria in hospital settings. In addition, investments in human resource capacity building is going to be one of the components with this collaboration. The project will equip the National Center for Communicable Diseases and a few other institutions with technology and equipment. And this year, we are going to be installing laboratory equipments to detect bacterial resistance. In coming years, we plan to further introduce next generation sequencing technology. So this year, we also had the Korea-Mongolia Symposium to raise importance of AMR threats and promote our cooperation initiative. In the symposium, we presented data of 46 hospitals that presented AMR resistance situation, AMR situation in the country. So for the first time, we've seen what is really happening in terms of the resistance. And we've identified the type of samples collected for resistant testing and most prevalent bacterial infection and resistant bacteria circulating in the hospitals. The second highlight is the collaboration with the Wright Foundation in fostering AI-based computer-assisted diagnosis in TB detection in Mongolia. So Mongolia is one of the high-burden TB country within the region. We are third among the 7 high-burden TB country in the region. Although there are many achievements in the national TB program had happened in the past 20 years, especially with the international organizations such as Global Fund support, we still remain high TB burden country. So recently we are reviewing, because of that, there has been review of the program, try to understand what are the gaps and what are the pitfalls of, although we having this much funding for TB program. One of them is the centralization of TB program. We have really made the program into 33 TB dispensaries, and this, it really burdensome in terms of the patient's access in TB services, and obviously, have the consequence in health equity with late diagnosis and treatment. So we are decentralizing TB services and to primary health facilities, especially in high burden remote areas. Mongolia, although we are very small country in terms of population, we are 3.5 million population, but in terms of the territory, we have huge land. So therefore, with this decentralization, collaboration with the Wright Foundation in operational research to explore the patient experience of diagnosis using AI-based CAT technology. So we expect this project will have an impact expanding use of AI tools in the screening and diagnosis of TB and other infectious diseases. We also hope that it's going to inform policy for regulating safe and responsible use of health AI solutions in the infectious disease field. So there are so many initiatives, of course, so many changes is really happening after COVID-19 pandemic. And so the collaboration efforts especially with Korean partners in detection diagnosis of TB and also for stronger national AMR surveillance system is instrumental for not only improving health services and health equity within the country, but also it's a great involvement towards the regional and global research and development efforts to tackle early detection and rapid response to infectious disease threats. There are many more opportunities, of course, in public health system in Mongolia, as there are ongoing restructuring of the public health system in the country. We have the public health law that has been issued early this year and became into force April this year. So with this, there's going to be a huge restructuring of the system, and which is going to be also, the restructuring of the system and to really increase the health equity in the country. So on behalf of all of the colleagues of the National Center for Communicable Diseases, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Korean partners, KDCA and Wright Foundation for your continued support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson Sanji. Very encouraged to hear about the strong ties between Mongolia and Korea. So back to South Africa, a few general comments from Dr. Kelly, and then I'd like to return back to the panel for a few rapid fire questions.
Thank you so much. You start with South Africa and you finish with South Africa. That's how it should be. Thank you so much to the Wright Foundation for the opportunity to be here. So very briefly, Drug Discovery Center, H3D, which was introduced earlier. We are involved in the early part of the discovery process. We work on malaria, TB, and gram-negative therapeutics to address the AMR pandemic. We have several partnerships with the innovative pharmaceutical companies, but also product development partners. So that's the discovery part. We have platforms in chemistry, platforms in biology, and platforms also in pharmacology, including drug metabolism. The second part of what we do is really contributing to local manufacturing, to bring in process chemistry, to bring in cost-competitive technology to really produce some of the products that we use in Africa much more cheaply. But back to the question that we have to address today, this is one on effective collaborations. Secondly, which of these collaborations really make an impact? What are the ingredients for making an impact? And what are the best practices? I think my colleagues, starting with Shonette, echoed very nicely the importance of having a common goal. I always like to summarize really effective collaborations as really being underpinned by, first of all, mutuality at the level of interest, having mutual interest. When there's mutual interest, there's mutual responsibility. When there's mutual responsibility, there's mutual accountability. And of course, there's mutual respect. I think when you have these four things in place, a collaboration is very effective. So mutuality is what I'm emphasizing on here. The second part of it, in terms of impact, what are the things that really, really create impact? For me, I think the COVID-19 pandemic really provided a blueprint of what is possible. So what we saw in COVID are three things. First of all, the importance of innovation. We saw that very clearly, innovation of the technology, et cetera, et cetera. The second ingredient to impact is not just public sector funding, but we saw private sector funding. So we saw this significant public and private funding coming to the R&D, to support R&D efforts. And then thirdly, what we saw were these unprecedented levels of cooperation amongst the stakeholders, whether it's government, regulators, industry, et cetera, et cetera. So that is really an important ingredient, as we saw in the COVID-19 pandemic. The second ingredient for impactful collaborations is long-term funding. In the business that we operate in, having a project that is funded for 2 years is not going to be productive. So I think it's commitment to long-term funding. Otherwise, we lose the momentum and we lose what we've done already. The third pillar of impactful collaboration, I think, is exactly around what the Right Foundation is supporting, is end-to-end, from the R&D to approval by a regulator, to manufacturing, to development of policies, to procurement, and of course, equitable access. We have to see everything as a continuum. We cannot address one part without addressing the other. And then finally, but not least, what really are some of the best practices? I'll just share two. When it comes to global partnerships, firstly, programs have to be locally driven. They have to be locally driven, and external partner programs should not duplicate existing ones here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've registered that Right Foundation needs to invest in long-term partnerships, so I've taken some notes. In the last few minutes, I do want to return to each of the panelists just for a very brief soundbite, and I think Hani's presentation really set it up nicely to see how South Korea's role as a collaborating partner has changed over the past 60 years, as being an ODA recipient to being a distributor. So what are the key elements of collaboration, contractual or otherwise, that really take into account how the evolution of a relationship between a company or a government or a research institution into the future? What are the guardrails or the the structures that can be in place at the initiation of a collaboration to ensure that all parties involved benefit throughout that course of the relationship. So can we start here again and keep it to about 30 seconds if possible?
Yeah, for me it's quite simple. So when I first started at BioVac, it was really nice for me to see something that's come from the lab that has gone into commercial. It's that bridge between the research and then the commercialization of that research. And it would be really nice for industry to get more involved in the research side and to identify opportunities early rather than only catching up with it a bit later.
Thank you. I think it's building local capacity. So I think it's the core element. So at the end of the project, we ensure that there has been an improvement prior to the project in terms of the local capacity to R&D. And then our countries, they have an important role on clinical trials, for instance, on field assessment of those technology, feasibility research, so performance assessment, and then many other. And then we shouldn't forget that the continent that is dominated by infectious diseases, the Africa. In here we are talking about pathogen sharing, so it's a kind of sharing of interests or benefits. So the country has the disease, has the pathogens, but it needs a lot in terms of the capacity to be able to participate more actively with more not passive but more active participation on R&D. So I think that building capacity local setting on training scientists, building clinical trial setting, improving regulatory capacity, the research ecosystem, I think it's the core. So I think Right Foundation, in my opinion, it's as that we share that vision, that there should be a kind of a win-win approach. And then more than that, the more we build capacity in our countries, the faster we will be able to deliver more products, more healthcare solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think pandemic preparedness is the biggest issue, and there's been many initiatives worldwide. Mongolia was one of the winner of the pandemic fund proposal to be implemented, being implemented 2024, 2027. However, there's so many issues in terms of infectious diseases concerning chronic infectious diseases. For example, Mongolia is highest HDV burden country in the world, and with that, a government is really doing the program stage-wise manner. However, we are now introducing like novel treatment for HDV infection, and the capacity to really monitor of the treatment efficacy and in safety of this new novel medicine in Mongolia. We are collaborating with international partners. So as my colleague mentioned, capacity building and doing the clinical trials or any other operational research is really, really important part, especially in the low and middle income country. Mongolia is listed now middle income country starting July this year. However, there are so many areas that we still need to build and to move capacity in order to really move forward with all the new initiatives that are coming.
I'll just say one thing. Community engagement, much early on. Any kind of innovation without access is pointless. So I think one thing we neglect a lot is community engagement. Unless communities are brought into what we do early on, even at the discovery stage, it's going to be difficult to not just to build the trust, of course is important, but importantly for the technology to be adopted is really bring in community engagement as early as possible.
Thank you so much, and I'd really like to just thank again the panel members who have made the journey to here to share their experiences. My last editorial note, though, although collaborative relationships are maybe executed at the institutional level. They're really seeded by individual relationships. So I'd really challenge all of you to take this opportunity to be in the same room to really seed these individual relationships. And also I will put a request out to all of our Korean colleagues to share the Korean way of collaboration, which is what we heard is soju and beer together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the great sessions. So we'll move on to next session, but I cannot just the emphasis on the chemistry from the scientists with the green water from Korea really sticks to my mind. The last session will be session 3, Funders' Perspectives, Funding Global R&D for Equitable Access. What does it take to support R&D with the end-to-end approach? And we have a great session with the funders. The moderator will be Hani Kim, the Executive Director of the Right Foundations. Please come up forward in the order from the left to right. Dinesh Arora from ADB, Charu Ri from CEPI, Hayato Urabe from GHID, Richard Gordon from SAMRC, Janet Ginnard from Unit Aid. Please to the podium. Go ahead.
So while
Yeah, you can.
So while my panelists
are,
while my panelists are finding their seats, in the interest of time, I'm just going to say a few words about the intent behind this very last session. So I don't know about you, but I've learned so much from the previous 2 sessions. We started off by hearing about Korean government's efforts through different departments. And then we heard from our industry partners about the importance of really seeing it with that end-to-end lens. If there were 2 keywords that describe today's forum, this year's forum, end-to-end approach to support R&D for public health and collaboration. So we are extremely privileged to have 5 panelists representing 5 funders, each of which funds, as you will hear, overlapping but distinct stages of that R&D life cycle. So I very much look forward to learning about their perspectives as we aspire to collaborate, to provide support with that end-to-end approach. So just in terms of the structure, I'm going to ask all my panelists 2 rounds of questions. First question is about brief introduction about their organization with emphasis on what it is that they fund. And then the second round of question will switch gears a little bit. We rarely talk about what funders don't fund because funders love to talk about what we fund. So the second round of questions will focus on what it is that each of us does not fund, and more importantly, what we are doing to collaborate and coordinate better to fill those funding gaps. And I look to my esteemed panelists to exercise discipline, to keep your answers to each question to preferably 3 minutes so that we could attend the closing ceremony. We are all going to get into a really bad book by the ministry if we show up too late. So we aim to get out of this room by, I believe, 4:20 at the absolute latest, right? The closing ceremony starts at 5:30. Okay, so here we go. And I'm going to start with Asian Development Bank. I thought through what would be the most interesting sequence of my panelists, and I thought that even though there are overlapping aspects, I want to start from the very upstream, perhaps with ADB, who I believe is the only funder here who funds infrastructure for example, manufacturing capacity. So, Dinesh, please go ahead.
Thank you, Hani. And so Asian Development Bank is a multilateral development bank, and we are a developmental bank. That means we impact social innovations. We impact something which is more meaningful. My director is sitting and nodding, so I got my point today. But okay, so we club ourselves into health systems. And if I have the three broad headings, where you have solution working groups on those headings, one is the health system strengthening, which is also including health financing, human resources, green health infrastructure. The second is on climate and health, which is a very upcoming area, emerging area, and perhaps something which we should not be seeing in vacuum, but should be made part of our any step we do. Let's think on the angle of climate, gender, and digital. And thirdly, and most importantly, because I work in that, is pandemic preparedness. Pandemic preparedness, health security, One Health. So if I can borrow from Jackie, we normally do the Valley of Death of Valley 2, the second one, downstream. We are here to work with our developing member countries because we are a country-driven bank, right? What is their demand, we work on them. So it's important that we create the right demand with them, co-create them, have a good advocacy panel, collaboration as it was the last mentioned, and then work with them. We do bring funding, but we just do not bring funding per se. Like, we are not going to give funds just to have national immunization programs run, but we are here to do innovative financing with value addition. Could it be a newer vaccines, newer ways of diagnosing, newer ways of treating people? That's where we are coming. We want to take innovations to scale, and that's where in pandemic preparedness we work. I would just like to say two programs which I would like to highlight. One, of course, we did the soft launch of Advance yesterday, and my director gives very hard acronyms. I just wrote down Advance so that I don't spell it wrong here. So Asia Diagnostic Vaccines and Therapeutics Network to Counter Epidemics. And Jay is smiling there, who has been the nodal for this. So this basically is a platform where we will try to bridge both the valleys, where we have the R&D manufacturers, private sector, public sector, academia coming together to discuss pandemic preparedness, and ADB then takes that gap to fulfill those through funding, which we do. And second, I think this is something very innovative, which we discussed in Tokyo, and we are taking it forward, is something called, again, Excited, Ending Climate Vulnerable Infectious and Tropical Diseases. We are talking here about malaria, TB, dengue, chikungunya, and other diseases, but through a reimagining news. So it was music to me when Jackie was saying, and this is where we will like to finance it. If I can stick my neck out, and I'm sure my director will back me, we are looking for a 3 billion package within ADB to come up with a programmatic approach, which is not just to fund innovations, diagnosis, treatment, including vaccines, but also strengthening the regulation of the same. So in sum, anything which is WHO certifies and country-driven, we actually are ready to work with them if it's innovative and meaningful. And really with the management, we do want to work in billions and support the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. So Right Foundation is very excited to have finalized our MOU with ADB because the areas that ADB has just mentioned are precisely the areas that Right Foundation isn't able to fund. So thank you for illustrating those, and we really look forward to a fruitful partnership.
Look forward to that partnership.
Now we are going to move on to Hayato, who represents the GHIT Fund. For those of you who may not be so familiar with the GHIT Fund, when Right Foundation was established back in 2018, I had the privilege of supporting that effort from the Gates Foundation. It was very much inspired by the early success, really, with the GHIT Fund. So Hayato, please go ahead and briefly introduce the GHIT Fund.
Okay, great. I hope everyone can hear me. My voice is not very good, but I hope everyone can hear me. So I'm from GHIT Fund. My name is Hayato. I oversee the investment strategy at GHIT. So we were, as it was introduced, we were established back in 2013, and this year we have just funded up to about $330 million up until now. Of course, the question might be is that, where does the whole money come from? Of course, we're a donor, but we have the donors that give us money. Just as it was mentioned by Hani, we have a very similar public-private partnership model where we're funded half by the Japanese government, both from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Health. That's the 50%, and the quarter of it coming from both the Wellcome Trust and Gates Foundation, and the rest, the 25%, coming from over 10 Japanese and global pharmaceutical companies and diagnostics companies. So I guess I could say the Right Foundation is our brother or donji, a comrade, in a sense, that we're marching this together. And I think we talked a lot about the collaboration partnerships early on. I think, as Kelly mentioned, I think collaboration across the platform is good, and of course across nations sometimes would be, because of all different funders who have different restrictions. I think finding collaborations geographically, that's another thing that we also would like to think about. In terms of what we fund, I always mention about Rubik's Cube, so 3x3x3 matrix. 3 different interventions: vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. 3 different stages: discovery, preclinical to clinical, all the way to regulatory approval, and disease groups: TB, malaria, and NTD. And we were just expanding, we were just deforming this Rubik's Cube a little bit. We're going to a little bit into the area of pandemic preparedness as well, as some of you may have seen the RFP that we just opened earlier this year for screening for pandemic preparedness. And in terms of our model, I guess I just mentioned, what I wanted to mention with regards to some of the outcomes, I think I did mention about our Rubik's Cube going from discovery to preclinical to clinical, but it doesn't end there. So maybe we'll get into this later, but it's not to say that a project makes it to regulatory approval and we're done. We make sure that the partnerships is there. It's not our forte to go beyond the access stage, but we do work very closely with UNDP, who is also our funder, who have a lot of local presence, and we work with them as well as other partners. For instance, the praziquantel that we just got, the pediatric formulation for praziquantel, we just had the PQ listed earlier this year in May. We are already at the stage of the access, quote-unquote access stage, but we are still engaging with the partners as well as a different Ministry of Health members to try to accelerate the implementation. So yes, we go from everything from discovery all the way to the end, but I'll mention it a little bit more. We do a lot of coordination work towards the end as well. So I'll pass over.
Thank you, Hayato. And now we are going to move over to South African Medical Research Council. Richard, I believe that here on the panel, I could be wrong, but the MRC may have the largest remit of funding basic research as well. So could you please introduce to us?
Thank you, Hani. So hi everyone. So I'm Richard. So thank you very much for the invite. So I represent the Medical Research Council in South Africa. We have about 600 employees. Dollar for dollar, we are probably the largest funding entity in Africa for research using African-based money. I'm not talking about the other funding sources that come in through alternative funds in Africa. So we fund, I like the Rubik's Cube approach. We do research, so we have around about 400 researchers. We fund extramural research, and we also make grant funds. So each year we put out about $20 million worth of grant funding through around 250 grants, which about 150 of those are very basic investigator-led research, all the way through to phase 2 clinical trials, depending on the area. So we do drugs, we do medical devices, and we do vaccine research. Devices we will take all the way through to registration. Because of the costs involved, we do not have that large a budget. Drugs and vaccines, we tend to go to the phase 1 or the phase 2 kind of space. And yeah, so that's us.
Thank you, Rich. Now, do I see Daniel? Yes. So we actually have a recorded video message from the CEO of CEPI, who will say an introductory remark, and then we will actually have Daniel in person to answer the next question. So Is the audio-visual team ready to play the recorded message?
Yeah, it seems like the projector is turning on at the moment.
Should we maybe do Janet while we wait?
Yeah, should we?
Well, I mean,
If we are having difficulty, I think
Well,
we could just go straight to Daniel.
yes.
Daniel,
yeah,
please
so,
go ahead.
I mean, I think several speakers from CEPI actually talked the last 2 days, and actually, I think you may already have about CEPI, but CEPI is really an agency that's dedicated for vaccines and other biologic countermeasures against the pathogens of outbreak or pandemic potentials, so that they are readily accessible to the people in need. So that is already reflected in our mission statement. So we're very interested and primarily focused on vaccines, actually. And within the vaccine, of course, our approach is to end-to-end approach. So we do fund early clinical stage, non-clinical studies and clinical studies. However, I just want to emphasize very uniqueness of what CEPI does to kind of to reach this 100-day mission to have the vaccine developed, discovered, and be ready for initial authorization and manufactured at scale at risk within 100 days from the days of the notification of the outbreak. And to enable that, not only this kind of a non-classical or classical pathways of clinical trial, they've got to be thinking about some non-classical pathways, because many of the CEPI priority pathogens or WHO blueprint pathogens, it's really difficult to conduct phase 3 large efficacy trial. So that means there got to be a lot of efforts built in to enable countries or clinical sites where is close to the outbreak that can actually conduct the clinical studies, actually have a lab-ready, assay-validated reagents available so that the samples coming from the clinical trial can be analyzed, and really to understand what is the immune biomarkers or even the correlates of protections that will enable us to accelerate the clinical development for vaccines that usually takes about 10 to 15 years. And again, from end to end, meaning that we gotta kind of bring that kind of a lab to jab, and it takes a lot of different partnerships in between to enable that kind of end-to-end approach. So not only CEPI funds a lot of these kinds of activities, we also put a lot of efforts on how to, what is the use case of the vaccines if the vaccines becomes available, and what is the maximum strategy, efficient strategy to make a deployment. So we do invest a lot of developing a lot of preparedness work, but also to transform how we conduct clinical trials or clinical development, and really to connect different partners so that the vaccines that we support gets licensure, PQ'd, hopefully, and get used. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Last but not least, Janet from Unitaid.
Thank you, Hani. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for emphasizing end-to-end and collaboration. It's music to my ears. So I'm the Director of Strategy at Unitaid. Unitaid is a multilateral funding agency with generous support from the Republic of Korea and several other governments and the Gates Foundation. We support projects to facilitate equitable access to critical health products in low and middle income countries, often resource-limited settings. We work across HIV, TB, malaria, HIV co-infections, women's health, and global health emergencies, as well as several cross-cutting issues like diagnostics, new formulations, regional production, a number of other issues. So we do our work by systematically trying to identify and resolve access barriers. And what do I mean by that? I mean ensuring that products that come to market are available, they're fit for purpose in the intended populations, intended settings, they're high quality, that we have sufficient supply, and we know how best to deploy those. And so it entails creating demand, creating markets, seeing rapid introduction and adoption. It can include procurement of early catalytic volumes and it must include community engagement. I appreciate the call out for that. So community-led demand creation. And so this is really trying to take an end-to-end holistic view. Just a couple of quick examples. We ensured that a new first-line antiviral, dolutegravir, was tested in populations representative of people living with HIV where the burden is highest, making sure that that drug was safe and effective for use in pregnant women or in people who are also perhaps affected by TB. We established models of care and created a market for HIV self-testing. We created a market for rifapentine, working with other partners for TB preventive therapy. We've worked on tech transfer for Korean companies, including BioNote, a product there to establish regional manufacturing through a collaboration with Diatropics in Senegal. And we supported market creation for diagnostic tests, their ST biosensor with a COVID-19 rapid test. So just a few select examples. But we do try to take that end-to-end holistic view. We have a unique positioning and vantage point. We do all of our work in partnership. We don't do any work solely alone. And we work with partners who focus both further upstream than we do in supporting innovation, earlier research and development, and also further downstream, so service delivery at scale, integration and adoption in country programs and in the communities where products can see the most benefit. So our work really speeds access to innovation. It generates evidence to inform policy, adoption, and use. It answers the question, when we have a good product, how best to use it. And it really de-risks adoption and procurement at scale. And so we hope that our work also affords a sort of feedback loop, end to end, but learnings that can help inform development and ensure that the right product is coming through that pipeline. Thanks.
Thank you, Janet. And I think that's a perfect segue to now talk about, because you've already alluded to collaboration that you are doing to fill potential funding gaps. So I'm going to now ask the second question to all of our grantees, but we'll go backwards. So we'll start with Janet, and if you can just briefly comment on what aspects that Unitaid strategically does not fund and how you coordinate and collaborate with others to fill funding to fill that funding gap.
Sure, thank you. So what do we not fund? We do not typically fund early stage research and development. So by that I mean discovery, preclinical, phase 1, phase 2. We do work with R&D partners to understand the pipeline. We advocate for very early access thinking. We share learnings from our projects, our experience, our partners, and we help prepare for rapid, equitable product introduction and early engagement of stakeholders all along that value chain, including communities. We also don't fund service delivery at scale. So we work very closely with country programs. We may provide catalytic volumes and early experience with products, but for sustainability, we also look to scale-up partners like Global Fund, big bilateral programs, including PEPFAR, PMI, USAID, other bilateral programs, and the country programs themselves. And again, that's to de-risk product adoption, providing early experience and catalytic volumes, undertaking market shaping work that might bring down the price or establish a more stable supply base, creating markets and speeding equitable access to new products.
Thank you. Those are great examples of combining forces for an end-to-end approach. Daniel, I hesitate to ask, is there anything that CEPI does not fund?
Well,
you can be honest.
Well, compared to other agencies that speaking here, obviously CEPI is more focused on vaccines and biologics. So we don't necessarily fund therapeutics or diagnostics, but it doesn't mean the diagnostics are a critical component of the clinical trial, actually. So we do work closely with other developers in this field. And in terms of collaborations, because end-to-end approaches requires collaborations and building fostering relationships in different stages, maybe with different partners. CEPI primarily works in industry, but that doesn't mean we work only with industry, work with academia, with early stage development. And oftentimes, many of the technologies that used in the vaccine development can also be applied for other developments, and also infrastructures that comes with the clinical trial capacity also can be replicated or it can be done for other pathogens as well. And then lastly, the manufacturing is something we also try to support tech transfer, but not necessarily the infrastructure related to it. Yeah, so I guess mostly within the vaccines and biologic countermeasures. Thank you.
Thank you. That is very informative. Rich, what about at the MRC? What aspects do you not fund and rely on partnerships?
So we wouldn't do phase 3, phase 4 clinical trials. I think that's just because we can't afford to it, and most people I suspect are in that boat. But I'd like to go back to another comment. I'd like to refer to my brother from another mother, Kelly. One of the comments that he picked up upon is relating to the element of, although there are funders at different stages, a lot of these things are connected. And about understanding the landscape when you go into work into the landscape. So although we may be funding in different areas, there is a lot to be benefit from linking some of those things together. So a simple example, the community engagement. Will technologies be adopted up? We would not fund that, nor would other partners, but there are other people that do. And sometimes bridging that gap is one of the critical kind of pieces we can put together. So I think the MRC funds everything that is based on the disease burden of South Africa, so we fund according to our disease priority. So if it would be other things like climate, pandemic preparedness, tend to be funded through extramural research grants. So we do a lot of different things, but diseases tend to be biased towards the big 3 in South Africa, HIV, TB, and malaria in terms of infectious diseases.
Thank you. And Hayato, what about from the GHIT's perspective?
Yes, from GHIT's standpoint, I think anything outside the Rubik's Cube, I think it's something difficult for us to fund. But I think, so I guess you know about intervention and the disease scope. But in terms of the R&D spectrum, as I mentioned, we fund everything from discovery to the end, to the regulatory approval. So beyond that, in terms of manufacturing, we don't fund anything that already has a product that's going to help with the rollout itself. We don't fund. So there has to be a product development aspect for us to actually consider funding. And to your point about the clinical trials, we're not a large funder, so we can't fund 100% of the clinical phase 3 onwards projects. Anything beyond phase 2A, we look for other co-funders as well. And in order for us to make sure that boundary is crossed well in terms of the connection with access, just maybe using what Jacqueline mentioned about T-5. We try to do T-7 before the launch so that anything that coming into the preclinical stages would already have some sort of a thought going into the market. So we try to see how much of the coordination is possible, possibly working with Unitate already or with CEPI already, trying to know where the end product is going to be. So whatever we don't fund, we try to complement or find a complementarity partner.
Thank you. And Dinesh, I think you are going to have semi-closing remark.
Well, thanks, Hani. Hani, traditionally we didn't used to fund, say, preclinical, clinical trials or the R&D because we are a bank, right? We do financing to countries at low concessional rates. We don't want to risk financing to them. So normally we have established innovations, established research, and that we take them to scale. But let me tell you that there are new ways of working, and ADB has been very flexible. 3 things which we are focusing now. 1, for example, climate and health. If it's anything linked to climate change, we do go beyond our normal to see if we can influence that and finance that. Say, for example, when I said excited, where we are talking about ending malaria, TB, and dengue and other diseases. So we are tying up with associations like Malaria No More, Stop TB, and also, in fact, United for low carbon production of, drugs for the same, or PATH for the new vaccines to be coming up, or Right Foundation. So I think that's the idea that we go beyond our realm for something which is climate related. We also need to encourage private sector. So we are encouraging private sector and do want to work in certain areas which we have never been working earlier. And of course, new ways of working the way we do. So Asian Development Bank, though, is a financing, but we also bring a lot of convening. So Advance, which we're talking about, is bringing all those partners end to end from R&D and from academics, and then see where we can further add value and finance. And so that's where we are saying convening, knowledge, partnerships is something in addition we bring, but typically we have not been funding the research projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as a way of closing, I think I do owe to the panelists and the audience a comment about what it is that Right Foundation doesn't fund and how we rely on partnerships with these colleagues. So we are thrilled that this year we have finalized, or we will finalize in the next hour, MOU with 3 of these partners, so UNITAID, CEPI, and ADB, to cover on the one hand, the aspects that we don't fund, such as infrastructure building or procurement or manufacturing capability or policy development. And CEPI offers aspects in enabling sciences that we don't fund. Even though we don't have a formal MOU in place, we are very excited to welcome any opportunities to collaborate with GHIT or South African MRC for aspects that are developed in the discovery phase, because that's another phase that we do not fund. So I would like to thank all of you for participating in this discussion. I would like to thank you for staying until the end. And I would like to really thank out loud my government and public relations team and Hun-sang, who have worked enormous amount of hours to make sure that this forum is a success. Can I please have the raised hands from the DPR team? Thank you. I hope you enjoy the closing ceremony.
Thank you very much for everybody. We are officially ended, so please move very swiftly to the closing ceremony, especially as there will be the MOU signing ceremony of Right Foundations. We would appreciate you to be attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that was, you got all of you.